This audiobook contains 0 censored sentences and 183 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. Hearing the increasingly heated discussion among the elders, the queen couldn't help but let out a helpless sigh, a faint trace of exhaustion appearing in her eyes. Styxia had originally been a city-state that worshipped the ocean titan, Phagusa, but now they had gained another belief, becoming the first city-state in Amphireus to believe in death. Along with the impulses and desires born from their limited lives, the people of Styxia gradually became intoxicated by and obsessed with the concept itself, unable to free themselves from its influence, no matter how hard they struggled. To them, death was no longer merely the end of life, but a sacred and inevitable truth that gave meaning to existence itself. In their eyes, only death could truly teach people what cherishing meant, because only those who understood loss would desperately cling to the things they loved, treasuring every fleeting moment before it disappeared forever. However, the problem lay precisely here. What they desired was that sense of cherishing, a death that came with a natural end to one's lifespan, a death filled with meaning and acceptance. Not the miserable and senseless death brought by the annihilation of an entire city due to a disaster. And now, with the waters of the River of Souls continuing to rise without any sign of stopping, it would soon swallow their home whole and, along with it, kill everyone living within Styxia. However, that was not the death they wanted, nor was it the ending they were willing to accept, so they could only place their hopes upon the ocean titan, praying that they would answer their desperate pleas and be willing to save this city-state that stood on the brink of collapse. Resurrection of the Death Titan. The miracle that saved Styxia as the Queen of Styxia, along with numerous elders and soldiers, stared at the enormous dragon corpse blocking their only remaining path to survival. None of them knew what they were supposed to do next. It lay across the passage like an insurmountable mountain, its massive scales already dulled by death, yet still radiating a terrifying pressure that made it difficult for ordinary people to even approach it. Just as the surrounding atmosphere was becoming so heavy that even breathing itself felt somewhat suffocating, a gentle breeze carrying the salty, fishy stench of seawater drifted over from the distant shore and swept past their noses. Some of them subconsciously turned their heads, looking toward the small path that connected the city-state to the coast. On that narrow path, 2 figures slowly appeared, walking over at an unhurried yet steady pace. One was a young man with an upright build, dressed in simple black, casual clothes, wearing a calm and relaxed expression, with a faint smile resting at the corner of his mouth, as though the suffocating situation before everyone else meant absolutely nothing to him at all. At his side walked an extremely beautiful young woman in a white and blue dress, her long black hair cascading all the way to her waist smoothly. Her elegant appearance and tranquil temperament made her seem almost detached from the mortal world around her. Needless to say, they were none other than Lucian and Hisolence. Hisolence curiously examined the distant city-state, the gathered crowd, and the tense atmosphere surrounding the area before her gaze finally settled upon a massive dragon corpse lying across the path. So that's the Death Titan you mentioned, the source that will lead to the city-state's destruction in the future. Yeah, Styxia and I do have a bit of a connection. At Hisolence's words, Lucian responded with a soft nod, quietly gazing at the dragon corpse with a somewhat nostalgic and tender look in his eyes. Styxia could be said to be the homeland of Castorice and Polixia, but it could also be considered Hisolence's homeland as well. By coincidence, these 3 women were connected to him in one way or another. Out of affection for the people he cared about, Styxia ended up benefiting without needing to do anything at all. Lucian still remembered that, in Castorice's script, the last time he had come here, this place had already become a city of the dead. The streets had been silent, the buildings ruined, and not a single trace of life could be seen anywhere. But now, things were different. Styxia finally had a chance to avoid that tragic future. As the two of them continued drawing closer and closer, the people gathered near the dragon corpse finally noticed their arrival one after another. "Hey, who are you? Leave immediately, this place is dangerous." Before long, when Lucian and Hizelins were only about 10 meters away from them, two soldiers immediately stepped forward to block their path, their expressions tense and filled with vigilance. Lucian, however, showed no intention of stopping and simply continued walking forward at an unhurried pace, effortlessly passing by the two soldiers as though they were not even there. He only came to a stop when he was standing not far from the queen and the elders, while Hizelins quietly remained close at his side from beginning to end. In that instant, his calm gaze slowly swept across the surroundings, over the pale-faced queen, over the stunned elders, over the enormous dragon corpse lying heavily upon the ground, and finally returned to the queen once more. "Queen of Styxia, the ocean has heard your and your people's prayers. About this dragon, about the river of souls, about death." Lucian's calm voice slowly echoed throughout the area. Hearing those words, the queen instantly froze in place, while the surrounding elders subconsciously looked at one another, their eyes filled with bewilderment and uncertainty. "Why you? Who are you?" Still unable to fully believe what she was hearing, the queen cautiously asked. "Me? I am entrusted by Fagusa to protect these seas. The sea sirens call me the Ocean King." Lucian's expression remained completely unchanged as he calmly introduced himself. "Ocean King? Fagusa?" Did he mean that the Ocean Titan entrusted him? In an instant, the crowd erupted into an uproar, and whispers filled with doubt, disbelief, and shock rapidly spread throughout the surroundings. "Lucian, they don't seem to really believe it." Hizelins gently tugged on Lucian's sleeve and whispered softly into his ear, her voice carrying a faint trace of worry. Lucian calmly patted the back of her hand, signaling for her to relax. "Well, what did you expect? Guess my entrance was kind of too low-key, so all of you got suspicious, huh?" Right after saying this, Lucian slowly raised his hand and pointed toward the distant sea. Boom! Driven by overwhelming imaginary energy, the originally calm sea suddenly exploded into chaos as a colossal wave violently erupted upward, transforming into a 1,000-meter-high wall of water that blotted out the surrounding light and cast a massive shadow over the entirety of Styxia. In an instant, as the roaring sound of surging seawater echoed out like heavenly wrath itself, causing the entire atmosphere to instantly become suffocatingly heavy. The queen, the elders, and the surrounding soldiers were so terrified that their eyes widened in horror while their legs completely gave out beneath them, causing all of them to collapse to their knees on the spot. Cold sweat rapidly covered their bodies as they stared at the terrifying giant wave towering above Styxia like an unavoidable divine punishment. "Forgive us, Ocean King. We dare not doubt you. Please withdraw your divine might." With a trembling and fearful voice, the queen immediately took the lead in begging for forgiveness while kneeling on the ground, not even daring to raise her head. Just moments ago, she and the others had genuinely suspected that these two might be scammers attempting to deceive them, but now, anyone who still doubted it would be a complete idiot. Such a horrifying giant wave alone was more than enough to crash down and completely wipe out Styxia in a single instant, even faster than the River of Souls itself. Hearing the queen's terrified plea, Lucian merely raised his hand once more before slowly clenching it into a fist. In that instant, the towering wave rapidly calmed down, as if an invisible force had forcibly suppressed the raging sea itself. The massive wall of water steadily fell back into the ocean, and after only a short while, the previously violent sea surface became completely tranquil once again, as though nothing had happened at all. While the Ocean Titan used their divine authority over the ocean to control seawater, making the endless tides obedient like a beast tamer controlling monsters in fantasy novels, Lucian directly used imaginary energy to forcefully dominate and manipulate the sea itself. Although the methods were completely different in nature, the visual effect was practically identical, So the identity of the so-called Ocean King was effectively confirmed in everyone's eyes. Seeing nothing more than a single point of his finger and a single grasp of his hand, he could make the sea rage violently before forcing the roaring tides back into absolute silence. If he wasn't the Ocean King, then who else could he possibly be? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for forgiving our rudeness, Ocean King. Just like that, everyone hurriedly expressed their gratitude one after another, and no one wanted to provoke Lucian's displeasure again after witnessing such terrifying power with their own eyes. Get up. I'm going to deal with this dragon corpse now. All of you withdraw. Lucian's gaze once again fell upon the massive dragon corpse lying nearby, his expression remaining calm as he did not bother explaining his origins any further. Everyone, leave this place immediately. Seeing that Lucian was not angry, the queen did not hesitate in the slightest and immediately gave the order in an extremely decisive manner. In response, the soldiers immediately complied and began retreating in an orderly fashion, while the elders also hurriedly withdrew, not a single person daring to voice even the slightest objection whatsoever. Very quickly, the surroundings became completely deserted and silent, leaving behind only Lucian and Hizelens standing near the enormous dragon corpse. Hizelens, still feeling slightly nervous after everything that had just happened, quietly reached out and grabbed Lucian's hand almost instinctively, as though seeking reassurance from his presence. Lucian, is there anything you need me to do? Nah, just stay here, watch, and cheer me on. Just watch. Is that all right? Lucian merely smiled without answering. After gently releasing Hizelen's hand, he slowly walked toward the massive dragon corpse lying not far away. Counting the previous resurrection in Castrus's script, this was already the second time he had brought Polixia back to life. For him, who had already experienced several different scripts, many countless years had long since passed since those days, so seeing her again inevitably stirred a trace of nostalgia within him. No matter what, he truly missed his two cute death titans. Standing before the enormous dragon corpse, Lucian quietly gazed at it for a few seconds before letting out a soft sigh. Soon after, he directly used the godly bandage, causing long strips of white bandages to rapidly wrap around the dead dragon's body layer after layer. Needless to say, the main reason he had everyone else leave earlier was to prevent anyone from seeing Polixia's bare body after her resurrection. Even so, just to be completely safe, he still raised a massive dome-shaped barrier made entirely from imaginary energy, thoroughly isolating the scene inside from the outside world. Just as he expected, the dead dragon's enormous body soon began to change as the resurrection process took effect. Amid the layers of white bandages, the gigantic dragon gradually transformed once again into the form of a young woman. Before long, as the bandages slowly unraveled one after another, Polixia's figure was finally revealed, still completely naked just like during the previous resurrection. Lucian knew her body far too well, inside and out, so his gaze did not linger on it for too long. Remaining completely calm, he directly took the clothes he had already prepared beforehand and carefully dressed her. When Hizelens witnessed the dragon corpse transform into a naked woman and then saw Lucian personally dressing her body, an indescribable emotion suddenly emerged within her heart. Even she herself could not understand where that strange feeling came from, but at this moment, she unexpectedly felt the urge to immediately cover Lucian's eyes and stop him from continuing to look at the other woman. Unfortunately, restrained by the difference in their status and position, she ultimately did not dare to act on those thoughts and could only silently struggle with the chaotic emotions inside her heart. A few moments later, Polixia's eyelashes trembled slightly before her eyes slowly opened. As soon as she regained consciousness, her gaze, carrying traces of vigilance, confusion, and deep wariness, instantly fell upon Lucian and Hizelens standing before her. Lucian, in response, simply looked back at Polixia with a calm and composed expression, his gaze remaining steady without the slightest fluctuation. "You're awake, Polixia," As Lucian's words entered her ears, Polyxia's body trembled violently, while her pupils shrank sharply as she stared at him in disbelief. "Why you? Who are you?" Polyxia asked in a very soft and slightly hoarse voice, her expression filled with obvious caution and confusion. "How do you know my real name?" Hearing this, Hizelins looked at Lucian in amazement before quickly turning toward the woman called Polyxia, her eyes flickering slightly. Lucian knows her? Hizelins thought in bewilderment, her hands unconsciously clenching tightly into fists. But isn't this woman supposed to be the Death Titan? Does Lucian actually have some kind of connection with the Death Titan? But judging from her reaction, she doesn't seem to recognize him at all. As countless thoughts rapidly flashed through Hizelint's mind while she tried to uncover the truth behind everything, Lucian suddenly spoke up with the same flat tone and indifferent expression as before. "My name is Lucian. Your old friend? Well, you don't remember me anymore. Don't worry about your sister. She was adopted by the Queen of Styxia and will grow up safely." Just like that, Polyxia's hidden past was calmly revealed by Lucian in a single breath, leaving her completely stunned on the spot. Yet precisely because of that, the caution and vigilance in her eyes also gradually weakened. After all, the details he mentioned were simply too specific. She couldn't help but wonder whether she had truly forgotten him, forgotten this old friend from her distant past. In any case, considering the fact that the man standing before her had saved her life and even knew about her past, he definitely had no intention of harming her. "Thank you for helping my sister. I will always remember you." Polyxia spoke in a soft and grateful voice as she lowered her head slightly in a respectful bow, her expression carrying obvious sincerity and lingering emotion. Remember me well?" Lucian replied while nodding gently, a faint smile finally appearing on his face. "If you forget me again next time, I'm definitely going to teach you a lesson." He understood very clearly that this script world was Hizelint's domain, which also meant that this Polyxia was neither his follower nor his wife. Even so, after unexpectedly meeting Polyxia again, he still could not resist chatting with her for a while and reminiscing a little about the past. Meanwhile, as Lucian and Polyxia continued talking more and more, the atmosphere between them gradually grew increasingly familiar and intimate, until Hizelins finally could not stand watching anymore. A faint frown gradually appeared on her beautiful face as she stepped forward without hesitation and naturally hooked her arm around Lucian's, almost as if declaring her presence. "Lucian, are you done talking? Look, the River of Souls seems to be rising again." Wanting to know exactly why Lucian had been chatting with Polyxia so enthusiastically, Hizelins deliberately maintained a casual tone on the surface while secretly sizing Polyxia up from head to toe. "Right, you should return to the Nether Realm first and take care of the River of Souls. We'll talk again when there's time. He'll stay here for now." Interrupted by Hizelins, Lucian slowly put away his wandering thoughts and told Polyxia to first handle what needed to be done before finally dismissing the surrounding dome barrier. Indeed, only by completely eliminating Styxia's threat could he peacefully continue living here together with Hizelins without needing to worry about future trouble. Polyxia nodded in response, then transformed into a giant white dragon, bid Lucian farewell, and spread her enormous wings before soaring into the sky. Her massive dragon figure swept across the sky above Styxia, carrying an overwhelming sense of majesty as she raced toward the distant horizon in the direction of the Netherrealm. In the next moment, the powerful gusts stirred by her wings scattered the clouds apart, and before long, her enormous white silhouette gradually disappeared completely into the thick sea of clouds. At the same time, countless people, the queen, elders, soldiers, and civilians gathered near the city walls all raised their heads and stared dazedly at the breathtaking scene unfolding above them as they watched the giant white dragon fly through the sky and depart. Along with that, the water level of the River of Souls also began to steadily recede with the dragon's departure, the surging waters gradually calming as they slowly seeped back underground. Ocean King, a miracle! It's a miracle. Thank you, Ocean King. Hurry and record the Ocean King's great deeds and spread them. I want all of Amphirius to know that it was the Ocean King who saved Styxia. A quiet life in Styxia. Ocean King. A miracle. It's a miracle. Thank you, Ocean King. Hurry and record the Ocean King's great deeds and spread them. I want all of Amphirius to know that it was the Ocean King who saved Styxia. As the elders spoke in excitement one after another, continuously praising the miracle brought by Lucian, their aged voices were filled with unconcealed shock and joy. However, unlike them, the Queen of Styxia didn't remain standing there to celebrate, and instead quickly strode toward where Lucian and Hiselins were standing. Seeing this, all the elders immediately stopped what they were doing and hurriedly followed behind her, prompting everyone else from civilians to soldiers to also move after them in a massive wave of people. As soon as the queen arrived and stood before Lucian, she immediately knelt on one knee without the slightest hesitation, lowering her head deeply in the most respectful gesture possible. Great Ocean King, Styxia is truly grateful for your mercy, grateful for saving us from destruction. Her voice, carrying absolute devotion and reverence, echoed loudly throughout the surroundings, filled with emotions that could no longer be concealed. In response, the elders, soldiers, and civilians also quickly knelt one after another, forming a dense, dark mass of kneeling people that stretched across the area. Thank you for saving us. Everyone, whether the queen, elders, soldiers, or civilians, shouted in complete unison. The overwhelming sound wave produced by their voices causing the surrounding air itself to tremble slightly. Hiselins silently stood beside Lucian the entire time, calmly watching this scene with a tranquil and composed expression, mainly because she was already somewhat accustomed to witnessing such scenes unfold around him. Nevertheless, she still couldn't help but feel proud of him deep inside, as shown by how her chest unconsciously lifted slightly and by the intense aura of pride and satisfaction she unconsciously emitted from her body. Seeing the countless people kneeling before him, Lucian slightly raised his hand and calmly spoke. Rise. As if he had merely done something trivial and insignificant, Lucian's voice remained calm and indifferent as he spoke, without the slightest trace of arrogance or excitement within it. Even his expression mirrored the same calmness and composure as his voice, as though the gratitude and worship directed toward him were nothing worth paying attention to. In response, the queen, still maintaining an extremely respectful expression, slowly stood back up along with the others. Ocean King, actually, we now believe in death. Looking visibly tense, the queen spoke carefully and cautiously, afraid that Lucian might take offense at her words. But it's not blasphemy, it doesn't matter. I don't care, Lucian said flatly, interrupting her before she could finish speaking. Whether you believe in ocean or believe in death, you simply happen to choose the correct faith. Indeed, whether it was ocean or death did not matter in the slightest. It truly was fate. Believing in death also happened to fall within the range of his affection by association, since two death titans were actually his wives. Besides, it was nothing more than extending his protection to one more city, which was merely a trivial matter for him. Besides, this place can also be said to be her homeland. As he spoke, Lucian casually glanced toward Hiselins beside him, making it obvious that those words had been meant specifically for her. Hiselins stared blankly at him for several seconds, her beautiful eyes faintly trembling as she silently savored the meaning behind what he had just said. Did he do this for me? Because this is my homeland? Even though Styxia was not exactly her homeland in the strictest sense, the Sea Siren Kingdom was still located within the waters of Styxia, so calling it her homeland was not wrong either. After turning the thought over and over again in her mind, Hiselins suddenly revealed a dazzling smile, causing the queen and the others who happened to catch sight of her expression to feel their hearts tremble violently. They truly could not help it. In their eyes, the woman standing beside the Ocean King was genuinely blessed beyond measure. which naturally made them feel somewhat jealous and envious. But fortunately, she apparently belonged to Styxia as well, and that instantly filled them with relief. In an instant, an enormous wave of gratitude and relief surged through their hearts as they realized that not only was the Ocean King incomparably powerful, but he was also unexpectedly broad-minded and tolerant. He respected their new faith. He had not abandoned humanity merely because of differences in belief. "Thank you for your tolerance, Ocean King." With a relieved smile and faint tears glistening in her eyes, the queen bowed deeply toward Lucian once more, her posture filled with genuine gratitude and reverence. And the others immediately followed her gesture without the slightest hesitation. Just like that, the respect in everyone's hearts grew even stronger than before, and the name Ocean King, at this very moment, became deeply branded into the hearts of every single person in Styxia. Impossible to forget for the rest of their lives. "Ocean King, what instructions do you have next?" Right after straightening up and gently wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes, the queen asked respectfully, her attitude and tone now looking even more reverent than before. Lucian blinked lightly, then turned his gaze toward Hizelins beside him before speaking in a calm, casual tone. "Hizelins and I will be staying here for a while, living ordinary days. Just find me a quiet place to stay, and don't disturb us unless there's something truly important." Hearing this, the queen froze briefly in place before an uncontrollable look of joy appeared across her face. How could she possibly not be overjoyed? Knowing that the omnipotent Ocean King was actually going to stay in Styxia was not only an unparalleled honor for the entire city-state, but also meant they had now obtained an absolute safeguard capable of suppressing everything, especially now when wars and conflicts were erupting everywhere across Amphireus. With him remaining here, they no longer needed to fear for the safety and future of their city-state. "Yes," the queen exclaimed with a bright, excited smile, her voice trembling slightly from both excitement and disbelief. "We will immediately prepare the best residence, inside the inner city, in the quietest location, with the most comfortable environment, but servants and guards, excuse me. How many do you require?" "No need for them, the residence alone is enough." Lucian declined casually, waving his hand as though the matter wasn't even worth mentioning. "Yes, understood." With a relieved expression, the queen responded repeatedly without the slightest hesitation, not daring to question his decision in any way, then quickly shifted her respectful gaze toward Hizelins and bowed once more. "If Miss Hizelins has any needs at all, please feel free to give your orders at any time. And no need to be so polite, being suddenly treated with such overwhelming respect." Hizelins hurriedly waved both of her hands in embarrassment, her expression turning visibly awkward and flustered. Seeing her reaction, the queen simply smiled warmly without showing the slightest displeasure, then immediately turned around and began issuing orders to the elders standing beside her, her tone becoming swift and decisive once again. "Quickly, make arrangements at once. Prepare the place. Everything. Use the best. Hurry." "Yes, your majesty." Looking as though they were shouldering the greatest responsibility in existence, the elders accepted the order with solemn, almost nervous expressions before quickly hurrying off in different directions. Lucian silently watched the rapidly dispersing crowd for a brief moment, then slowly looked toward the shimmering sea in the distance, where the waves reflected the dazzling light of the sky, before finally turning his gaze toward Hizelins beside him, who was quietly staring at him with bright, shining eyes filled with unconcealed happiness. "Let's go take a look at our home on land." He naturally took Hizelins' slightly cool, delicate hand into his own and slowly walked together with her toward the city gate, hand in hand. Hizelins silently followed closely beside him without saying a word, her long hair swaying gently behind her as a sweet, joyful smile unconsciously formed across her beautiful face. Just like the market in Okima, the market in Styxia was also very large and extremely lively. It was still early morning, but the shouts of vendors rose and fell one after another alongside the endless sounds of bargaining, filling the entire market with constant noise and restless energy. While the air itself was thick with the rich scents of spices, freshly baked bread, grilled meat, and fish, crowds continuously passed through the wide streets of the market, making the entire place feel bustling and full of life. After settling into the residence prepared by the queen yesterday, Hizelins now followed closely beside Lucian as they explored the market together. But because it was her first time standing among so many humans, she still felt somewhat nervous and uneasy, her gaze constantly wandering across the surroundings as she quietly observed the countless humans moving back and forth along the streets. Feeling her small hand quietly clutching his palm a little more tightly than before, Lucian said nothing, but he deliberately slowed his pace, allowing her enough time to gradually adapt to the unfamiliar situation around her. What's that? Hizelins suddenly stopped and asked curiously while pointing at a stall nearby, where colorful fabrics hanging from the wooden racks swayed lightly in the breeze, looking especially eye-catching beneath the sunlight. Fabric. Lucian glanced at the stall and answered briefly. And that? Hizelins asked again, this time pointing at the sugar figures displayed on the stall beside them, which came in all kinds of shapes and colors, with some shaped like birds, while others resembled flowers or small animals. Sugar figures. You can eat them. Sugar figures? Hizelins muttered softly as she looked at the sugar figures with curiosity filling her eyes. They're so pretty. Having grown up until now, this was her first time coming to a human city, so everything around her felt novel and unfamiliar. Whether it was the lively atmosphere, the noisy crowds, or the countless strange items displayed throughout the market, everything easily attracted her attention. Knowing this, Lucian was not stingy at all and bought things freely for her whenever there was something she liked. He simply waved his hand and bought it all for her, practically acting like a sugar daddy. Before long, she was already carrying all kinds of small snacks and trinkets in her arms while happily following beside him. In the end, when she said that she wanted to raise fish and wanted the fish from every fish vendor's stall, he decisively bought all the fish in the entire market without even blinking and brought them all home for her to raise. For a while afterward, nearly every fish vendor in the market looked at him with shocked expressions, as if they had just encountered some terrifyingly wealthy, noble young master. Thankfully, the residence prepared by the queen was not only extremely quiet, but also exceptionally spacious, essentially a luxurious mansion large enough to rival a noble estate. It had a beautiful courtyard filled with fresh greenery, a large swimming pool, neatly maintained vegetable plots, and now it even had a newly constructed oversized fish pond specially built to accommodate all of the purchased fish. Several days later, on a bright and peaceful morning, the sunlight pouring through the sky felt especially warm and comfortable. Inside the vast living room of their mansion, Hizelins walked barefoot back and forth across the soft carpet, occasionally curling her toes slightly as she felt the fresh and ticklish sensation brushing against the soles of her feet. Her black hair swayed lightly behind her as she moved around the room with unconcealed curiosity, while Lucian sat leisurely on a reclining chair nearby, quietly smiling as he watched her cute and somewhat childish behavior. Lucian, look! Hizelins suddenly ran toward the window and pointed outside, obvious excitement filling her eyes. When they moved, they created beautiful sounds. Clink, clink, what she was pointing at were none other than the wind chimes hanging from the trees in the courtyard, gently swaying under the morning breeze while emitting very pleasant and calming sounds that echoed softly through the quiet surroundings. Compared to those wind chimes, I like your singing more. Lucian spoke casually with a teasing smile as he looked at her. I can sing for you every day if you want. Hizelins, not embarrassed at all by his words, answered bluntly with a bright smile, as though such a thing was only natural to her. Well, Lucian, feeling helpless and slightly amused by her complete guilelessness, suddenly found himself unable to think of any proper comeback. Unlike in the original story, ever since he had appeared in her life, She had never experienced the cruel fate of exchanging her singing voice for her divine-like power. As a result, even though her combat power was not as overwhelming as the Hizelins in the original story, she could still sing freely and could still drink without getting drunk, since she was not bound by the scales of law. With him here, she no longer needed to stir waves, command tides, or shoulder the cold responsibilities she once carried alone, and only needed to enjoy the happiest life she had lost in the original story, living freely and unrestrainedly while singing and dancing as much as she wished beneath the peaceful sunlight. In the afternoon, warm sunlight poured down across the courtyard as Lucian lay lazily on a lounge chair, basking in the sun and slacking off as always with a relaxed and carefree expression on his face. In that moment, Hizelins walked over from inside the mansion while carrying a delicate plate filled with freshly sliced honey fruits. "Lucian, eat some fruit. It's sweet." Her steps were light and graceful, and the hem of her skirt fluttered gently in the breeze as she slowly walked to the side of Lucian's lounge chair. When she arrived before the small wooden table beside him, she bent down to place the fruit plate onto it, but because she leaned a little too far forward, her slightly loose neckline opened just a bit, inadvertently revealing a beautiful and alluring scene within. Lucian, who had casually lifted his eyes to look at her, happened to catch sight of that delicate patch of fair skin, along with the faint and captivating cleavage hidden beneath her collar. In an instant, his gaze paused there and did not move away for quite some time, causing the atmosphere to suddenly become a little subtle. Soon enough, after Hizelins finished placing the fruit plate down and looked back up, she finally noticed that Lucian was staring at her with a gaze that appeared a little deep and meaningful. Confused, she subconsciously followed his line of sight and lowered her head slightly, only to see her somewhat open neckline. Hizelins immediately let out a soft cry and quickly straightened her body, her beautiful cheeks flushing red as she hurriedly covered her chest with both hands. "Why, where are you looking?" Her voice sounded shy and flustered, carrying a faint trace of embarrassment and reproach. "Well, nice view, though now you're getting shy. When we first met, and you still had those bubbles on you, I could see way more than just now, but you didn't even care back then." Lucian spoke bluntly with a faint smile on his face, and even casually gave a thumbs up afterward, his expression remaining completely calm and utterly unembarrassed from beginning to end, as though he truly did not think there was anything strange about what he had just said. Hizelins' already flushed face instantly became even redder, and even the tips of her ears were visibly dyed crimson. "Naughty Ocean King, back then and now are different. Just eat the fruit already. Don't tease me." Right after saying this, Hizelins quickly grabbed a piece of honey fruit and stuffed it into Lucian's mouth before hurriedly turning around, clearly trying to escape from the situation. However, just as she turned away, her slender wrist was gently caught by him. In that instant, a warm sensation spread across her wrist from his touch, causing her entire body to stiffen slightly as she no longer dared to move carelessly. "Why are you running?" Lucian asked calmly, his voice carrying a faint trace of teasing amusement. "I am going to pour tea. I'm not running." Hizelins hurriedly made up a random excuse, turning her flushed face slightly away and refusing to let him see her burning cheeks. Really? No ruse." Lucian chuckled softly and slowly rubbed his thumb against the inside of her delicate wrist, his movements gentle and unhurried as he still refused to let go of her hand. "Little fish, keep me company in the sun for a while, okay? It's quite lonely here." Hearing this, Hizelins' heart immediately began pounding wildly like a drum, and the place where her wrist was being held felt as though it was gradually catching fire, becoming hotter and hotter with every passing second. In the end, after struggling inwardly for quite a while, she finally relented. But even so, she still did not dare look directly at him and could only lower her head in embarrassment. "Okay." Hizelin slowly moved back to the small stool beside the lounge chair where Lucian was sitting and quietly sat down once more. Her wrist was still being gently held by him, yet she did not try to pull it back either, simply allowing him to continue holding it as though she had silently accepted it. Her slender fingers curled slightly. Her fingertips trembled ever so faintly. In the open courtyard, with only the two of them present, warm sunlight spilled gently over both of them, draping the quiet space in a soft golden glow and making the entire atmosphere feel warm, peaceful, and exceptionally quiet. Within this quiet atmosphere, only the crisp clinking of the wind chimes swaying in the breeze and the faint, drumbeat-like sound of her heartbeat softly echoing within her chest could be heard. Imperator and the Flame Chase army many years had passed since Lucian saved Styxia and lived there together with Hysolence. As for exactly how many years, Lucian had stopped counting after reaching 10 years. It was probably several decades, perhaps close to 100, or maybe it had already exceeded 100. In any case, he had long since given up on keeping track and instead settled into enjoying each day as it came. Over those years, the name Ocean King had also spread far and wide across rivers and lands, and at the same time, the Chrysos War in Amphireus was unprecedented in scale during those years, as almost every city-state was at war. In Styxia, given that it had not been submerged by the River of Souls as it had in the original story, thanks to Lucian, naturally became the target of many city-state rulers who intended to conquer this city-state. Of course, with him residing in Styxia, the result was always the same. The armies reached the gates, the rulers were captured, their armies collapsed like a landslide, new rulers ascended the throne, and none of them dared to covet Styxia ever again. Every city-state that attempted to conquer Styxia went through the same process. Hundreds of rulers, some were executed on the spot, while others were spared and sent into forced labor. As time went on, the fearsome reputation of the Ocean King spread throughout Amphireus, causing all city-states to abandon any thought of conquering Styxia and instead come year after year for trade and cultural exchange. Hence, an unwritten rule emerged during the Chrysos War. Warfare was forbidden from spilling into the city-states and seas under the Ocean King's rule. Some time later, an empress named Sarydra rose to prominence, conquering city-states and seizing territory wherever she went, never once tasting defeat. By her own strength, she brought an end to the chaotic age of the Chrysos War and then began a campaign known as Flame Chase, leading her Flame Chase army to take control of Okima. Eternal Holy City of Okima, year 3960 of the Light Calendar. Inside a vast and solemn hall, a short young woman with silvery white hair sat quietly upon a towering throne. Even though she wore a short-sleeved blue and white dress that gave her an almost delicate appearance, the overwhelming authority surrounding her made it impossible for anyone present to underestimate her. Beneath the throne, many people stood in orderly rows like loyal subjects awaiting their ruler's command. Among the figures gathered below, especially those standing closest to the throne, several were renowned throughout the entirety of Amphireus. Dux Goldweaver, Dux Fatorum, Dux Carminum, Dux Frigoris, Dux Bromalis, and Dux Helcolathus. These were the famous titles they carried across Amphireus, symbols of status and achievement known to countless people, and all of them were members of the Flame Chase army. My warriors, as I said before, I intend to launch a campaign against Fagusa and seize the core flame of Ocean. Now that the Flame Chase journey has already begun, no one can stay out of it. In the silent hall, the one who spoke was none other than Sarydra herself, the short young woman seated upon the throne and revered throughout the land as the Imperator. But, Imperator, Fagusa lies within the deep seas of Styxia's waters, which is the Ocean King's territory. Dux Carminum, Virginia, spoke with a slightly trembling voice, her expression carrying a trace of unease that she could not fully conceal. As a historian, she possessed extensive knowledge regarding the countless legends and ancient records of Amphireus. So naturally, she was well aware of the terrifying legend of the Ocean King that had spread throughout the world for ages. So what if it is Ocean King or not? It's still just a legend. Wherever the Imperator's blade points, we shall march forward without hesitation. Dux Frigoris, Labienus, declared fearlessly, his loud and unwavering voice echoing throughout the hall. He was a burly man who looked much like a Spartan warrior from Greece, possessing a powerful physique and an imposing presence, as well as being an utterly die-hard loyalist of the Imperator. You'd have to be out of your mind to go looking for trouble with him. During the Chrysos War, countless rulers tried to conquer Styxia, only to end up getting beaten into the ground by the Ocean King alone. None of them even managed to force him to retreat even a single step. Dux Bramalis, Seneca, sneered coldly at Labienus before slowly shifting her gaze towards Sarydra upon the throne, her eyes carrying undisguised mockery. Moreover, the rumors say the Ocean King is even stronger than a Titan. Do you want the Imperator to be captured there, only for us to lower our heads and beg for her ransom afterward? Even though she served under Sarydra, Seneca held no true respect for her and often mocked Sarydra openly with sharp and biting words, showing almost no restraint whatsoever. Yet, as long as Seneca remained useful, Sarydra did not care much about her insolence and merely treated her provocations like harmless wind brushing past her ears. But to complete the flame-chase journey, the core flame of Ocean is indispensable. So avoiding Styxia forever is simply not a realistic option. Dux Helcolathist, Apollonius, slightly raised a hand and spoke solemnly, interrupting the growing tension. Perhaps we can find a way to make Phagusa hand over their core flame willingly. Or perhaps drive a wedge between the Ocean King and Phagusa so that their alliance collapses from within. At Apollonius' suggestion, Dux Gold Weaver, Aglaea, spoke next after a brief moment of silence. I've heard that the Ocean King has some connection with the Death Titan. If those rumors are true, then he's far more dangerous than we originally expected. He's anything but simple. We're puzzled as well. Dux Fatorum, Tribi, stood quietly beside Aglaea and added with a puzzled yet thoughtful expression. We've already investigated, but there's no mention whatsoever of the Ocean King anywhere within the prophecy, nor are there any records related to him among the revelations we've received. What exactly is his origin? Hearing Tribi's words, everyone in the hall fell silent. Even though she looked like nothing more than a little girl on the surface, nobody present dared to underestimate her. Every single person in the hall treated her words seriously and did not dare show even the slightest trace of carelessness. Enough. Sarydra rose from the throne, her presence instantly becoming overwhelming and oppressive, like an invisible pressure crashing down upon the entire hall. All of you are Chrysos heirs, each qualified to inherit a core flame and ascend into a demigod. How can you shrink back in fear simply because of a powerful enemy? Ocean King? Oomph. That is nothing more than a title bestowed by mortals. Flame Bearer, Tyrant, Empress, Supreme Commander, Imperator, which one of my titles carries less weight than Ocean King? What was like a searing brand, forcefully burning itself into the hearts of everyone present, leaving behind a pressure none of them could ignore. Bang! Sarydra slammed her scepter heavily into the ground, her figure spirited and radiant as an imposing presence swept across the hall. Captured? Me? Who said the Imperator would ever be captured? If I were ever captured, there would be no compromise. I would fight back until the very last drop of my golden blood was spilled. Right after saying this, Sarydra briefly fell silent, her blue eyes narrowing slightly before she continued speaking. Of course, that's just a joke. In this world, no one can capture the Imperator. Not only were her words firm and domineering, but the overwhelming aura of a monarch she exuded also instantly ignited the blood of everyone who heard her, causing the officials and warriors present to subconsciously straighten their backs and lower their heads in reverence. However, only Sarydra herself knew how much of what she had just said was true and how much was false. Still, the part about resisting to the death if she were ever captured, that part was unquestionably true, because she was someone who did not fear death and would never accept the humiliation of captivity. Pass down my order. Convene an alliance army and have the other city-states hand over their military authority while dispatching troops to campaign against Phagusa. Just like that, With a single command from Saridra, the entire hall immediately sprang into action. Messengers hurried out at once, while the gathered officials quickly began making preparations according to the Imperator's decree. Saridra, on the other hand, slowly sat back down upon the throne, one leg crossed over the other while one elbow rested against the throne's armrest, her hand supporting the side of her head, giving off either a thoughtful or bored impression to those around her. However, if someone observed her expression more carefully, they would notice that her brows were actually tightly knit, while her eyes carried a faintly conflicted and distracted gaze. It couldn't be helped, even though it sounded somewhat absurd. Saridra always felt as if something was missing, or perhaps someone was missing from her life. It was an inexplicable sensation, one that had lingered within her heart for a very long time without ever fading away. Still, who exactly was she missing? Bizarrely, there was always a vague feeling lingering deep within her heart that something or someone that should have belonged to her had been mercilessly snatched away from her. Yet no matter how hard she thought about it, no matter how many times she searched through her memories, she could never find an answer. Meanwhile, within Styxia, inside the vast bath chamber of a distinctive mansion, Lucian quietly soaked in the warm water of the enormous bath pool with his eyes closed, still living a carefree and leisurely life as always, while paying absolutely no attention to the scheming, conflicts, and power struggles unfolding throughout Amphireus. As long as nobody came looking for trouble with him or the people around him, he couldn't be bothered to care in the slightest. If anyone truly dared to disturb his peace, however, he would simply crush them with a single slap without showing even the slightest trace of mercy. Compared to those boring struggles for authority and influence, wasn't the script's protagonist right in front of him far more attractive and pleasing to look at? Splash dash. Beside Lucian, the clear bathwater rippled gently as Hizelins slowly slid into the bath while wearing a thin, sheer bathrobe personally made for her by him. Once soaked by the warm water, the already delicate fabric became almost completely transparent, tightly clinging to the soft and alluring curves of her mature body, without leaving much to the imagination. Whether she realized that her bathrobe had already become nearly transparent or simply didn't care at all, she calmly swam over through the steaming water before sitting down beside him nonchalantly, acting as though nothing unusual had happened whatsoever. At that instant, the faint fragrance lingering around her body quietly drifted through the warm mist filling the bath chamber before slowly entering his nose. "What are you thinking about?" Turning her gaze toward Lucian, Hizelins gently reached out beneath the water and grabbed his hand before asking softly, her already gentle voice sounding even softer and more soothing amid the hazy steam surrounding them. "I was thinking about finding some time to take you to Okima for a visit. Do you want to go? I mean, we've been stuck in this city for who even knows how many years by now." Lucian answered casually without even opening his eyes, his relaxed posture making him appear completely unguarded in front of her. Hizelins quietly looked at his calm and relaxed profile, and, at that very moment, a subtle warmth silently spread throughout her heart. After living together day after day for so many years, they had long since become deeply accustomed to each other's existence, causing their constant companionship to have already become as natural and ordinary as breathing air or drinking water. After remaining silent for a while, Hizelins slowly released Lucian's hand, scooped up a handful of warm water, and gently poured it over his shoulder. In an instant, streams of water slowly flowed downward along his firm muscles and well-defined body, causing his already sexy appearance to become even more irresistibly attractive beneath the hazy steam and shimmering water light. "Sure, wherever you go, it'll go too. But before that, how about I give you a massage?" Hizelin spoke softly, her light voice carrying a faint hint of shyness, then slowly placed her slender fingers on Lucian's shoulders. In the next moment, Lucian felt her fingers gently kneading his tense muscles with just the right amount of pressure, causing him to reflexively let out a low, comfortable hum. Hearing his satisfied hum, Hizelins revealed a gentle and somewhat happy smile as she quietly gazed at his side profile. Her fingers slowly traced along his broad and sturdy back before gradually sliding downward, clearly feeling the restrained strength hidden beneath his skin and muscles. Her movements were slow and careful, filled with pure concern and wholehearted intimacy, as though she truly wanted to help him relax both physically and mentally. Amid the softly rippling water and the drifting sheer fabric that continuously revealed and concealed her beautiful body, Lucian suddenly opened his eyes, his golden gaze appearing especially deep and quiet within the misty steam. He slightly turned his head and quietly admired her at close range, watching her lowered head as she focused attentively on pressing against his back. Her long black hair was completely soaked and clung damply to her pale neck and slender shoulders, while clear droplets of water slowly slid down along her delicate collarbones before disappearing beneath the water and the thin, sheer fabric. Her cheeks were lightly flushed from the surrounding heat, while tiny beads of water clung to her long eyelashes, trembling faintly with every subtle movement, enough to make any man's blood surge straight to his head. Needless to say, the current Hizelins was already a mature woman, no longer as pure and naive as she had once been. And at times, he couldn't help but feel that she was even a little alluring. I guess catching you would be about as easy as catching a chick half a month later, beneath a sky dyed bright and clear by the afternoon sunlight, with a gentle sea breeze continuously drifting across the coast. Lucian sat leisurely on a small folding stool placed on a weathered wooden dock by the shore on the outskirts of Styxia, wearing a straw hat, loud floral shorts, and nothing on his upper body. A fishing rod rested loosely in his hand, the thin fishing line hanging straight down into the deep blue seawater in front of him, occasionally swaying slightly with the movement of the waves. If others happened to see him like this, he would clearly look completely at ease, like a retired man peacefully and leisurely enjoying life without a single worry on his mind. Not far away, Hizelin sat quietly on a large reef with her fair bare feet soaking in the cool seawater, gently swaying back and forth along with the rhythm of the tide. Her long black hair was loosely tied behind her head with a simple strand of seaweed, while the remaining silky strands cascaded naturally down her back, fluttering lightly under the sea breeze. Like Lucian, she also held a small and delicate-looking fishing rod that he had personally made for her. However, unlike the relaxed and carefree Lucian, she fished with remarkable focus and seriousness, her beautiful eyes fixed firmly on the floating bobber without blinking even once, as though she was treating the simple act of fishing as something extremely important. Time seemed to have left no marks on either of them. Lucian was still as handsome as he had been when they first met, his appearance barely changing in the slightest, while Hizelins had grown even more graceful and charming over the years, carrying an added hint of allure and mature elegance that she had not possessed before. Obviously, you could grab tons of fish with one hand, so why even bother wasting time fishing like this, Lucian? Why? Well, because when you're here, even something slow kind of turns into something worth enjoying. A faint smile appeared on Lucian's face as he lazily leaned back slightly against the stool while replying to Hizelin's question, calmly enjoying the peaceful atmosphere surrounding them together with her. Just as the two of them continued idling away the time together, while casually chatting about trivial and meaningless things, low rumbling noises suddenly echoed from afar, gradually breaking the quiet tranquility surrounding the coast. Thud! Clang! Thud! Clang! It was the sound of heavy, orderly footsteps and the harsh grinding of metal armor against itself that shattered the quiet of the shore. A few moments later, a massive army slowly emerged along the distant shoreline. A dark and overwhelming mass stretched endlessly across the coast like a rising tide of steel, with countless banners fluttering fiercely beneath the sea wind, each one embroidered with the unmistakable pattern of chess pieces. From those banners alone, It was immediately clear that they were none other than the Flame Chase army. At the very front, someone rode atop a towering dromos. Small in stature and dressed in luxurious blue and white attire adorned with intricate golden patterns. With a burning crown resting proudly upon her head, her figure appeared tiny compared to the enormous beast beneath her. Despite her small stature, however, her presence was anything but small, instead carrying an overwhelming and oppressive weight that naturally drew everyone's attention toward her. Needless to say, it was Saridra, and behind her followed her army, consisting of a large number of Chrysos heirs, as well as a great many elite soldiers clad in heavy armor. Their movements disciplined and orderly as they advanced toward the sea. Imperator, that's the sea. Fagusa is within the palace deep beneath the sea. Apollonius pointed ahead while gazing at the vast, dark blue sea in the distance, his expression carrying a trace of solemnness. We've already marched this far and still haven't encountered any resistance, Aglaia said thoughtfully with a slight frown. Either the Ocean King truly doesn't care, or there's some kind of scheme at work. As she spoke, her gaze quietly swept across the sea before her. Truth be told, she had come along precisely because she wanted to see the Ocean King in person. In all her years, she had never once had the chance to meet the legendary Ocean King, the being who was said to be omnipotent, existing even above the Titans themselves. Just the thought of finally meeting such an ancient and mysterious existence was enough to make even her feel a rare sense of curiosity and caution. Better if he doesn't care. If it's a scheme, then you'll just wait to die. Before Labienus could even finish his words, Seneca coldly cut him off, her expression flat and indifferent as she did not attempt whatsoever to conceal the ridicule in her tone. You dash. Enough. Saridra frowned as she directly silenced the argument, her cold and heavy voice instantly crushing the tension brewing between the two. Whether it's a scheme or not, this is still an opportunity for you to prove your loyalty to me. Hearing this, neither of them dared to continue bickering any further. Meanwhile, second by second, the army steadily drew closer to where Lucian and Hiselins were located, and, as expected, they finally noticed the two calmly fishing by the shore. It went without saying that against the backdrop of this grim military formation, the pair looked utterly out of place, especially Lucian, who wore nothing but a straw hat and loose shorts like some ordinary fisherman leisurely spending his afternoon by the water. Hey, you fishermen over there! Labienus stepped forward and shouted, his voice echoing across the shoreline. Leave immediately. A war is about to begin here. Lucian raised his brows slightly at the sudden shout, then slowly turned his head toward the approaching army. A war? Who are you fighting? Brimming with a soothing aura, he looked toward the Flame Chase army as he calmly asked the question, then slowly lifted his gaze toward the small figure standing atop the dromos. At that very instant, the golden sunlight pouring down from above fell across his face, outlining those flawless features with an almost unreal sense of clarity. His black hair swayed lightly in the wind. His features were so exquisitely refined that they hardly seemed human at all, to the point where they looked more like something meticulously sculpted by the gods themselves. His golden eyes were not only deep, but also noble and divine, as though they contained an entire starry sky within them, carrying an indescribable sense of distant majesty. And at the corner of his lips, there even seemed to be a faint, careless smile. Just like that, the moment they saw his face clearly, nearly everyone present froze in place. Oh, my God, that's so handsome. Is that face even still human? All the male soldiers completely forgot their discipline for a moment and couldn't help whispering in shock, their eyes filled with disbelief. Needless to say, if even the men were stunned to such an extent, then the women were affected even more deeply. Virginia nearly dropped the quill in her hand on the spot. Aglia's beautiful eyes widened slightly as she stared at Lucian, her usually calm expression looking somewhat dazed for a rare moment. Seneca's mocking expression stiffened directly on her face, as if even she had momentarily forgotten what she wanted to say. Tribby tilted her little head slightly, looking completely baffled as she seriously wondered how someone could possibly be that ridiculously good-looking. Even Saraidra's pupils contracted slightly as well, a faint ripple quietly appearing within her otherwise calm gaze. Born as a princess, she had seen countless handsome men and beautiful women ever since childhood, nobles, warriors, scholars, and rulers from countless lands. Yet the man standing before her was someone she had to admit was truly breathtaking, probably the most good-looking man she had ever seen in her entire life. Imperator, you should be the Ocean King. Aglia quickly snapped out of her daze as she finally recognized Lucian and hurriedly warned Saraidra, her voice carrying an unmistakable trace of urgency. Several years ago, when she wove clothes for the people of Styxia, she had often heard countless descriptions of the Ocean King's otherworldly appearance from travelers and residents alike. But hearing about it and witnessing it with her own eyes were clearly two entirely different things. Upon hearing Aglia's words, everyone present was immediately shocked as they realized that they had actually run directly into the legendary Ocean King himself. No wonder he was called the Ocean King, just his face alone was already enough to leave an incredibly deep and lasting impression on anyone who saw him. Saraidra quickly suppressed the brief moment of amazement that had surfaced within her heart, and her gaze soon sharpened once more as the aura around her gradually turned imposing again. "So you're the Ocean King?" Saraidra asked calmly, her clear voice carrying the natural authority and dignity of a ruler who had long stood above countless others. "If you mean the big brother who protects this place, then yeah, that's me," Lucian replied just as calmly, casually shrugging his shoulders as though the title itself did not carry any particular weight in his eyes. "I see. I've heard you're very strong, strong enough to guard an entire region and make countless rulers fall," Saraidra said as she slightly lifted her chin, her gaze becoming even sharper and more aggressive than before. "In that case, let me see it for myself. Just how strong are you?" Her voice suddenly rose, filled with confidence, provocation, and an undisguised fighting spirit. "Are you really worthy of that title?" As these sharp words fell from her mouth, the scepter in her hand immediately pointed straight at Lucian, its tip aimed directly at him without the slightest hesitation. Lucian, in response, merely raised an eyebrow slightly, calmly looking at her small yet overwhelmingly aura-filled figure as though he were looking at a child throwing a tantrum in front of him. Not only did he show no anger, but there was even a faint trace of amusement in his eyes. He smiled slightly before speaking in an unhurried and casual tone. "How strong am I?" "Huh. Lucian paused for a few moments, slowly stroking his chin as though he were genuinely thinking about how to properly describe it, before continuing leisurely. "I guess catching you would be about as easy as catching a chick." As soon as these words left his mouth, the atmosphere exploded. An enormous uproar immediately erupted throughout the army, and the countless soldiers instantly descended into chaos and fury. "How dare you? You cocky bastard! You dare insult the Imperator!" Angry roars echoed one after another without end, filled with disbelief and rage. Many soldiers even instinctively gripped their weapons tightly, their eyes glaring furiously at Lucian as though they wanted nothing more than to tear him apart on the spot. Labienus, in particular, looked as though he were already on the verge of losing control, his entire expression darkening as the aura around his body surged violently, seemingly ready to charge forward and fight Lucian at any moment. Saraidra herself suddenly laughed as well, but it was clearly not a laugh filled with joy or amusement, but rather one completely filled with wrath and humiliation. As easy as catching a chick? Was he actually comparing her, the great Imperator, to some powerless little chick? Utter nonsense. Outrageous arrogance. Saraidra shouted furiously, her voice filled with anger and disbelief as the scepter in her hand nearly cracked beneath the terrifying force of her grip. "I, the Imperator, the Empress of Okima, am standing right here. Go on. Catch me if you can." As she shouted in a voice overflowing with rage, authority, and absolute confidence. She straightened her small body without the slightest trace of retreat, lifting her chin proudly as though she alone stood above all others. And at the same time, a powerful aura suddenly burst forth from her figure like a violent storm sweeping across the desert. All these years, after experiencing wars for so many years, she had never once been captured alive. Forget being captured, she had never even suffered a single defeat. In fact, countless assassins and killers alike had all died before they could even come within 3 steps of her, their bodies already collapsing before their blades could ever reach her. For that reason, being captured alive was nothing more than a ridiculous joke to her. However, the moment her challenging words fell, before her furious voice had even fully faded into the air, a sudden change that would terrify everyone occurred. In just a blink, Lucian had already moved, yet no one saw how he moved. One moment, he was still sitting casually on the small stool, looking relaxed and completely unhurried, but the next moment, his figure had already vanished like a ghost disappearing in a thin air, and all that remained behind was a faint afterimage along with a thin ring of disturbed sand spreading outward from where he had been sitting. The speed was so terrifying that it left everyone's minds blank for an instant. Saraidra's vision blurred violently as she felt an irresistible and terrifying force instantly envelop her entire body. Like an invisible giant hand descending from the sky, it yanked her straight up from the droma's back with overwhelming strength. It was so fast, far too fast, to the point that even her thoughts couldn't keep up with what was happening. In that moment, she could only feel the world spinning around her and the wind howling wildly beside her ears, while the scenery before her eyes became a chaotic blur. By the time she finally reacted, she was already hanging helplessly in midair, her feet completely off the ground like a cloth doll, being lifted effortlessly. Needless to say, the sudden reversal happened so quickly that the surrounding soldiers and attendants could not even react in time. In everyone's sight, the Imperator, who should have still been sitting proudly atop the dromas, had already vanished from her original position and was instead now firmly within Lucian's grasp. At this moment, Lucian was still holding his fishing rod in one hand, while with the other, he casually lifted Saraidra by the back of her collar like a little cat being picked up by the nape of the neck. Effortless, relaxed, as natural and easy as breathing itself. Not even the slightest fluctuation could be seen on his face, as though capturing the mighty Imperator before everyone's eyes had merely been a trivial and insignificant action to him. Every member of Saraidra's army fell completely silent, their eyes widening slightly as they stood there in utter disbelief, looking thoroughly dazed while trying to comprehend what had just happened before their eyes. A kneeling army and a shattered prophecy on the shore. Despite the large number of people gathered together in this particular place, the entire area had now fallen into a deathly silence, leaving behind only the sound of waves crashing heavily against the reefs, along with the dromus' uneasy and restless snorting. All the soldiers were completely petrified where they stood, their eyes wide open and their faces filled with utter shock, disbelief, and absurdity. It couldn't be helped. Right before their very eyes, the ever-victorious Imperator, the tyrant who had personally brought the long and bloody Chrysos War to an end and who had still been shouting arrogantly just moments ago, was grabbed and lifted into the air like a helpless chick in the very next second, firmly restrained within the enemy's hand. Faced with such a ridiculous scene, how were they supposed to continue fighting like this? One moment, the Imperator had just finished throwing out ruthless threats toward her enemies with overwhelming confidence, and the very next moment, she had already been captured as easily as one would capture a defenseless chick. Needless to say, although not literally, the slap to the face resounded loudly and clearly across the area, causing everyone's morale to plummet straight into the abyss in an instant. Aglia blinked her eyes slightly, her beautiful face filled with disbelief and astonishment. Even though she had clearly been staring at Lucian the entire time, just now, meticulously observing every single one of his movements without letting her guard down in the slightest, the moment she blinked her eyes. The Imperator was already in his hand. The entire process had happened so quickly that she had not even managed to react at all. Tribby, on the other hand, stared blankly at Lucian as waves of confusion continuously surged within her heart. Because she could clearly sense that not only was there no Titan power coming from his body at all, but there was also no Titan core flame within him whatsoever. In other words, this famous Ocean King was actually neither a Titan nor a demigod. But if that was truly the case, then how could he possibly possess such terrifying and divine-like abilities? No matter how hard she tried to think about it, the Holy Maiden of Janusopolis simply could not understand it, because in her understanding, only Titans should have been capable of possessing such divine and incomprehensible power. If even her two most dependable subordinates were stunned speechless, then Saridra herself was naturally even more stunned, her entire mind going completely blank on the spot. Just now, she had only felt her vision suddenly darken and her body being forcefully dragged away. And before she could even react to what had happened, she had already been captured by the enemy in the very next second. Upon finally coming back to her senses, her expression instantly shifted from red to pale, then from pale to green, changing several times in rapid succession. Humiliation. An overwhelming humiliation. For someone like her, this was something even harder to accept than death itself. Ah, dash! Saridra let out a furious roar pushed to its absolute limit, her voice practically shaking the surrounding air. "Let me go, you insolent bastard!" As she screamed in rage, Saridra immediately began to struggle and resist with all her strength, wildly flailing all her limbs without the slightest restraint while completely disregarding her own safety. Lucian lowered his head and glanced at her, quickly noticing that the blue flames burning on the crown atop her head had already changed color and become even more violent and unstable than before. Honestly, the sight was actually rather amusing to watch. Just then, Hislance, who had remained silent from the very beginning and had practically been ignored by everyone present the entire time, slowly walked over to Lucian's side and curiously observed the furious Saridra from up close. So small, but such a bad temper. Hislance muttered with a slight frown before casually reaching out and gently patting Saridra on the head, as though treating her like a misbehaving little girl. "Be good, okay? Big sister will buy you some candy later." And that instantly did it. Saridra completely snapped and thoroughly lost control on the spot. "Fire! Fire on me! Don't worry about me. I am taking the Ocean King down with me." Saridra screamed hysterically, her sharp voice even cracking from sheer rage, humiliation, and disbelief. Captured and then humiliated like this in front of her own army. She would rather die than endure such disgrace. Hearing the order from their supreme commander, all the soldiers of the Flame Chase army exchanged hesitant and complicated looks with one another. Yet even after several tense seconds passed, not a single one of them fired. It was only natural. From beginning to end, the Ocean King had merely captured their supreme commander alive without actually harming her or threatening her life in any way at all. So why would they recklessly charge towards suicidal mutual destruction for no reason? Lucian, meanwhile, acted as though he had not heard Saridra's furious screams whatsoever. Holding her up effortlessly with one hand, his calm and indifferent gaze slowly swept across the Flame Chase army standing before him. In that instant, the soldiers, who had already fallen into complete disorder after witnessing their supreme commander being captured alive, all stiffened the moment their eyes met his. It felt as though they were suddenly being stared down by a terrifying, ferocious beast from the top of the food chain. Almost instantly, the soldiers shuddered involuntarily, and many of them subconsciously took several steps backward while gripping their weapons tightly, not even daring to meet Lucian's eyes for long. It couldn't be helped. They had originally only been an allied army temporarily gathered together without any true shared spirit or unwavering loyalty to one another to begin with. And now that even their supreme commander had been captured alive in front of everyone, whatever fighting spirit they still possessed had already nearly collapsed completely. Labienus and the others, however, were still glaring fiercely at Lucian with tense and ugly expressions. Ocean King, please release the Imperator. We could talk this through. Aglia hurriedly stepped forward and pleaded anxiously, her tone filled with panic and tension. No negociations. Dux Goldaver, no negociations. I order you to fire on me. Otherwise, I will consider you a traitor. Sarydra struggled violently within Lucian's grasp while yelling furiously, her entire body twisting desperately in an attempt to break free. Yet no matter how hard she struggled, his hand remained completely unmoving, firmly restraining her in place. TCH, so noisy. Lucian raised his hand and directly pinched Sarydra's upper and lower lips between his thumb and forefinger, instantly rendering her completely unable to speak and able only to let out muffled MMPH sounds. In that instant, Sarydra's face turned bright red at a speed visible to the naked eye, looking like a boiling lobster. In all her life, she had never suffered such humiliation before. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Lucian, her entire body trembling slightly from anger and embarrassment. Yet no matter how hard she struggled, she could not break free from his fingers. I know your purpose, and I can also tell you this. Flame Chase is acceptable, but Era Nova is not. It's a scam. Lucian's tone remained calm and indifferent as he briefly explained the truth about Flame Chase, about Era Nova, and about Amphireus endless cycles. Everyone listened in utter confusion at first, unable to fully comprehend the meaning behind his words. But soon, word by word, as those terrifying truths were uttered by him, their worldview began to collapse bit by bit. How could it not, when it was revealed that the divine prophecy initiated by the Titans, the sacred flame chase journey worshipped by countless people, was in truth the very process leading toward the destruction of their world? As a result, the expressions of the surrounding soldiers gradually stiffened, while the atmosphere itself became incomparably heavy. How can we be sure that you are not lying to us? After a brief silence, Tribby stepped forward and asked with a solemn expression, her gaze fixed firmly on Lucian. Lucian glanced at her, his expression softening noticeably before a faint smile slowly emerged on his face. Because I have never lied to you. Besides, before his words had even fully fallen, he casually threw Sarydra back into the army formation as though tossing aside a troublesome object, then immediately released the overwhelming energy pressure of an emanator. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying pressure descended upon the entire area like a collapsing heaven, causing countless expressions to change drastically as the surrounding atmosphere itself seemed to freeze under that overwhelming force. Except for Tribby and Hizelins, everyone in the army, including the powerful Chrysos heirs like Labienus, Virginia, Aglia, Seneca, and Apollonius, felt their bodies suddenly sink as though an invisible mountain had violently crashed down upon them with crushing force. At this moment, they were completely unable to move and could not even lift a single finger, as if the power within their bodies had been entirely sealed away. Their bodies stiffened uncontrollably, leaving them standing there like motionless statues under the terrifying pressure. Suddenly, one of the soldiers spat out a mouthful of blood as his legs gave way beneath him, causing him to collapse heavily to his knees with a loud thud. Ugh! Ah! I can't! One after another, those who were merely ordinary mortals and not Chrysos heirs also began coughing up blood before collapsing to their knees, one after another, their faces filled with pain and despair. Some struggled desperately to resist, while others trembled violently as they tried to force their bodies to remain standing. But under that overwhelming pressure, all resistance seemed meaningless. Damn it! Don't kneel! Sarydra gritted her teeth and struggled desperately, trying her utmost to remain standing even as her entire body trembled violently under the pressure. However, the outcome was obvious from the very beginning, and only a moment later, she too ended up kneeling like the others. Her determination was strong, but unfortunately, her body simply couldn't endure that terrifying pressure any longer. Seeing this, Lucian immediately went a step further by activating River God, directly treating the entire Flame Chase army as dropped items before casting them into the River of Time. In that very moment, he replicated the entire Flame Chase army, creating dazzling gold and silver versions of every soldier that instantly manifested out of thin air alongside the originals, causing the already massive army to triple in size in the blink of an eye as the shore became filled with countless shining figures. However, these newly manifested gold and silver soldiers were not standing on the original side. Instead, they silently lined up behind Lucian before uniformly raising their weapons and pointing them directly at the Flame Chase army like ruthless reflections in a mirror. In an instant, everyone present, having absolutely no idea what kind of terrifying power this was completely stunned senseless. Cloning? They could still somehow force themselves to accept the idea of cloning a single person. But cloning an entire army, especially cloning so many Chrysosaurs at once so effortlessly, was simply far too absurd to comprehend. Sarydra in particular stared at the unbelievable scene before her with her eyes wide open, her entire body going stiff as the fury that had previously filled her gaze was instantly replaced by an intense feeling of want. As you can clearly see, if I wanted to, killing all of you would be as easy as breathing, Lucian said calmly, his indifferent eyes slowly sweeping across the kneeling army before him. His tone remained relaxed and steady, yet it carried an overwhelming pressure that made nobody dare question his words. So, the only reason I'm still standing here, patiently explaining the truth to you guys right now, is because of Tribby, so you better thank her properly. She's the one who saved your lives today. As these words fell, Lucian finally withdrew the terrifying pressure blanketing the surroundings. Everyone immediately felt as though they had just been granted amnesty after narrowly escaping execution, their bodies suddenly lightening as many of them staggered slightly in place, while breathing heavily, cold sweat covering their backs without them even realizing it. I almost died. He's way too damn strong. Just being near him is already enough to scare the hell out of people. So this is the legendary Ocean King. No wonder he stayed completely unfazed this whole time. So the unwritten rules from the Chrysos War really weren't made for no reason after all. We seriously got lucky that Lady Tribby was with us this time. Amid the noisy whispers spreading through the army, Tribby continued looking at Lucian with an increasingly complicated expression before finally asking the question that had been bothering her ever since earlier. May I ask, do we know each other? Of course, Lucian replied directly with a gentle smile, his answer coming without the slightest hesitation. It's just that you don't remember anymore. I see. Sorry, we were scattered too much and lost too much, Tribby said bitterly, her delicate face filled with helplessness as her voice gradually softened. Some of our memories may have gone missing somewhere along the way. Even though she did not remember Lucian at all, given the current situation, she had no room to refute him, especially considering that he had spared everyone purely for her sake. Nevertheless, stabilizing the relationship came first, and everything else could be carefully thought through later. By the way, have all the living little try come to find me together? Lucian said gently after noticing her somewhat helpless expression. I can resurrect all those who have died and fix all of you completely. Really? Tribby asked with a slightly hopeful expression, her eyes widening slightly as a faint trace of anticipation appeared across her face. You can even do that? Before Lucian could respond, Hizelin suddenly cut in from the side. Lucian can even resurrect dead titans, so there's no need to worry. As she proudly explained his capabilities, she even placed her hands on her hips and slightly raised her chin, looking unusually smug. Hey, Ocean King, still seething with anger, Sarydra suddenly called out with an irritated expression as she strode toward Lucian. However, because of her small stature, even after stopping right in front of him, she could only raise her head and glare up at him. I can let the matter of you humiliating me be written off, but I want your heart. Sarydra was someone who valued talent above all else. Now that she knew Lucian possessed such terrifying strength and such immense value, she could completely set aside the humiliation she had just suffered, as long as he could ultimately be used by her. In her eyes, if someone like him stood under her command, then conquering the world would only be a matter of time. Her sudden declaration, however, not only shocked Hizelins on the spot, but also instantly pissed her off to the extreme. What did she mean by that? What exactly is this shorty trying to pull now? She had just been screaming about mutual destruction a moment ago, yet now she was suddenly turning around and trying to steal someone else's man? Just what kind of shameless switch was that? And so, the moment all these thoughts crossed her mind, Hizelins immediately stepped forward without the slightest hesitation and positioned herself directly in front of Lucian, firmly separating him from Sarydra as though drawing an invisible boundary between them. Right after, while slightly narrowing her eyes, she stared coldly and warily at Sarydra, her posture making her intentions perfectly clear. I'm sorry, but his heart already belongs to me. You're not getting it. A misunderstanding and a rivalry. What did she mean by that? What exactly is this shorty trying to pull now? She had just been screaming about mutual destruction a moment ago, yet now she was suddenly turning around and trying to steal someone else's man? Just what kind of shameless switch was that? And so, the moment all these thoughts crossed her mind, Hizelins immediately stepped forward without the slightest hesitation and positioned herself directly in front of Lucian, firmly separating him from Sarydra as though drawing an invisible boundary between them. Right after, while slightly narrowing her eyes, she stared coldly and warily at Sarydra, her posture making her intentions perfectly clear. I'm sorry, but his heart already belongs to me. You're not getting it. Upon hearing the sudden declaration and sensing the hostility hidden within it, Sarydra froze in place for a brief moment, completely caught off guard by the sheer intensity behind those words. As she looked into Hizelint's icy eyes, she immediately saw that there was not the slightest trace of fear within them, but only pure, almost instinctive protectiveness and possessiveness. Such a gaze she had only ever seen in the eyes of the most loyal death warriors who would willingly throw away their lives without hesitation. Yet what burned within this woman was even purer, even more blazing, almost as though protecting Lucian had already become engraved into her very soul. Realizing this, Sarydra's brows immediately knitted tightly together. For the first time, she seriously sized up this black-haired woman who had always stood quietly at Lucian's side like an attendant, rarely drawing attention to herself. Before, she had only noticed this woman's beauty and gentleness, along with the calm and obedient demeanor she constantly displayed beside him. But now, she had not expected that hidden beneath that seemingly soft exterior was such fierce aggression and such dangerously sharp claws. Interesting, Sarydra thought solemnly, her gaze sharpening further as she stared directly at Hizelins without retreating in the slightest. In an instant, the atmosphere turned taut, like drawn blades pressing against one another, ready to collide at any moment. On one side stood the Empress who had just been captured and still dared to make such bold and provocative claims despite her current situation. On the other stood the Sea Siren Princess, fiercely guarding her man while openly declaring her sovereignty in front of everyone present. Just like that, the two women's gazes clashed silently in midair, neither side willing to back down even half a step. Even the air itself seemed to freeze solid, carrying an invisible pressure that slowly weighed down on everyone present and made breathing feel slightly heavier. Labienus and the others instinctively tensed up as the oppressive atmosphere spread throughout the area. They had only just been dealt with and had finally managed to latch onto the Ocean King, this terrifyingly powerful being, so they absolutely could not afford to mess things up again at a time like this. Even the stubborn ones, such as Labienus and Seneca, had already been thoroughly awed by Lucian's overwhelming strength and no longer dared to show even the slightest contempt or recklessness in front of him. Besides, from beginning to end, Lucian had never truly gone for the kill, so he had already given them more than enough face and restraint. Lucian, who stood quietly behind Hizelens, on the other hand, could feel the slight tension coming from her back, as well as the unwavering resolve hidden beneath it, very clearly. At first, his gaze slowly swept across her slender yet straight back before moving toward her long black hair, which gently drifted and fluttered in the wind, but then the corners of his mouth lifted unconsciously into a faintly pleased curve. And that curve gradually widened little by little until it finally turned into an indulgent, doting smile filled with obvious amusement. In his eyes, his little fish had now completely bristled up like a protective creature guarding its territory, and the sight of it was rather adorable. He slowly reached out, not to push Hizelens aside from where she stood protectively in front of him, but instead very naturally rested his hand lightly against her slender yet taut waist. In that instant, his warm palm pressed against her waist through the thin layer of fabric covering it as he silently conveyed reassurance, support, and an unspoken sense of backing, which, in the eyes of the surrounding spectators, made the gesture appear extremely intimate, natural, and filled with an unmistakable possessiveness that could not be hidden at all. Hizelens, feeling the steady strength and support coming from that warm hand resting at her waist, felt her previously tense body gradually relax slightly. At the same time, the sharp edge born from nervousness and vigilance inside her heart slowly softened, replaced instead by a warm current of affirmation, protection, and quiet confidence. Because of that, while she still stared coldly and cautiously at Sarydra without lowering her guard, her back unconsciously leaned even closer against Lucian's warm chest, as though she had finally found the sturdiest and most reliable support she could rely on. Did you misunderstand something? What I mean is I want his loyalty. I wanted to help me conquer the world. Realizing that she had suddenly been force-fed a mouthful of public affection right in front of everyone, Sarydra could not help but reveal an expression of obvious disgust and irritation, yet she still explained herself bluntly without the slightest hesitation. You think I want to steal your man? How vulgar. After hearing Sarydra's explanation, Hizelens immediately realized the truth of the matter. Apparently, the entire situation had simply been a misunderstanding on her part from the very beginning. Oh, you won't get his loyalty either. You're the loser, after all. Hizelens apologized inwardly, but outwardly, her expression remained calm and detached as she coldly stated that fact aloud, because she could not allow Lucian to lose face in front of everyone present. Rather, shouldn't it be the other way around? Why not offer your loyalty to him instead? Hearing those words, Sarydra immediately ground her teeth in fury at the phrase loser, her beautiful face twitching slightly in anger. You dash. Sarydra raised a finger and pointed directly at Hizelens. Yet even then, she could not bring herself to retort. It couldn't be helped, no matter how unwilling she was to admit it. Defeat was defeat. One couldn't help but admit that these two women looked like some kind of fated rivals, bickering back and forth while clashing sharply at every opportunity, yet without truly tearing everything apart. And Lucian, who was sitting in the very front seat, found the scene unexpectedly amusing. Not gonna lie, these two really do have some kind of chemistry. Good thing I got here early, Lucian thought with amusement as he casually watched the two women glare at each other. Sorry, Imperator, Dux Gladiorum is mine. As for getting together with Sarydra, this little woman's head was completely full of conquering the world and conquering the sea of stars. Right now, she clearly had no interest whatsoever in romance or relationships, so it was naturally better to secure Hizelens first. Unknowingly, their bickering eased the tense atmosphere in the shore considerably, and upon noticing this subtle change, Aglia finally took the initiative to apologize to Lucian. I'm sorry, Ocean King, this matter was our fault from the very beginning, and bringing an army here without permission was indeed inappropriate. Aglia said softly as she lowered her head apologetically. We will definitely offer compensation for this matter. Please do not hold it against us. At this time, she had not yet become the demigod of romance, so she was still lively, cheerful, and gentle, still filled with rich human emotions and warmth that had yet to gradually fade away. In fact, Lucian even noticed that when she spoke, her bright eyes seemed to shine faintly, carrying an unconcealed sincerity within them. You know exactly what you're doing, Lucian replied as he calmly nodded his head. When you become the demigod of romance, if your humanity gradually gets worn away by that power, you can come to me so I can fix the problem for you. You can even do something like that? Amazing, Aglia exclaimed in obvious awe after a brief pause, her beautiful eyes practically glittering with excitement and admiration. In that case, if that day really comes, then I'll be in your care. Seeing that the previously tense atmosphere had finally eased up quite a bit, the other Crusoes also began gathering around Lucian one after another, enthusiastically trying to strike up conversations with him. Ocean King, you're seriously the strongest god I've ever seen. I swear, the pressure you give off feels even greater than Titan's. Ocean King, they'll definitely come to Styxia for a trip someday. They'll spend plenty of money there, so please bless me when the time comes. Ocean King, please bless my city-state as well. You're surely unmatched by anyone else in this world with such overwhelming divine power. As their voices rang out one after another, waves of enthusiastic flattery immediately came pouring in from every direction. It was honestly not difficult to understand why. After all, Lucian had overwhelmingly suppressed them with absolute strength. Yet at the same time, he had also shown clear goodwill toward them from beginning to end. Faced with such a powerful yet approachable existence, who would not want to become friends with him? Yes, in their eyes, Lucian had already completely reached the same level as the Titans, and perhaps had even surpassed them. At the same time, although Sarydra was still bickering back and forth with Hizelins on the surface, her attention continuously drifted toward Lucian as she secretly observed him out of the corner of her eye. So powerful, yet still willing to associate with mortals on equal footing. He's truly completely different from those Titans. Sarydra silently and solemnly thought to herself, while an unusually complicated feeling gradually rose within her heart. It seems only charisma can truly conquer a man like him. In the end, with that thought lingering in her mind, Sarydra lightly snorted and turned her head away, though the strange light flickering within her eyes had yet to fully fade away completely. You better keep a close eye on him. If your Ocean King gets won over by my charisma someday, don't come crying and making a scene afterward. Hearing this, the corner of Hizelint's mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. I won't cry or make a scene. Just wait and see. Right after saying that, Sarydra mounted the dromas without looking back. The flowing cloak behind her swayed lightly in the wind, as she then turned her gaze toward Lucian. Ocean King, that's it for today. They'll come again in a few days. Remember to prepare some fine wine for me. Hearing this, Lucian, knowing that the implication behind her words was basically, they'll be bringing gifts later as compensation, so leave me some face, merely smiled faintly and nodded in understanding. All right, everyone, let us return. Even though she had embarrassed herself just moments ago, Sarydra had already regained the proud bearing and imposing aura of a monarch, looking as though nothing embarrassing had happened at all. In her eyes, what had happened just now was merely showing respect to the worthy. Yes, showing respect to the worthy. That was exactly what she would say when questioned by the others after returning to Okima. Just like that, the Flame Chase army came in great numbers and also left in great numbers. Although they had arrived with an overwhelming and imposing presence, they now left in utter disarray. Their earlier momentum completely gone. They had made such a grand show of coming to subjugate Fagusa and seize their core flame of ocean, only to end up being beaten down one-sidedly by the Ocean King before being sent packing in disgrace. Hizelins watched Sarydra's departing figure as the army gradually disappeared into the distance, then curled her lips slightly in irritation. Charisma? What kind of charisma does that shorty even have? Yet, even as she stubbornly thought this to herself, a faint and inexplicable sense of crisis still quietly arose within Hizelin's heart, lingering there no matter how much she tried to dismiss it. What if someone even more charismatic really appeared in the future and stole Lucian away from her? Just the mere thought alone made her chest tighten slightly with discomfort. Hey, what are you spacing out about? Just as her thoughts began drifting further and further away, a large hand suddenly rested atop her head and gently rubbed it, instantly pulling her back to reality. Nothing. Hizelin's replied with a faint smile as she lightly shook her head. I was just wondering, do you want to bathe together tonight? Lucian naturally noticed that something seemed to be bothering Hizelin's, but seeing that she clearly did not wish to speak about it, he ultimately chose not to press her any further and instead showed considerable interest in her invitation to bathe together. Of course. I'm kind of exhausted from all this fishing anyway. Lucian let out a helpless chuckle and lazily stretched his shoulders a little. Been fishing all day and didn't even catch a single fish. Unlucky. It was merely an offhand joke spoken casually in passing, but to his surprise, Hizelin's suddenly reached over and grabbed his right index finger before gently placing it straight into her mouth. Her soft lips lightly closed around it in a playful bite as she looked up at him with her clear, watery eyes that carried a faint trace of teasing amusement. See? Didn't you just catch a little fish? While gently nibbling on Lucian's finger, Hizelin spoke with a soft and gentle smile, her beautiful eyes narrowing into lovely crescent moons. A sudden confession inside a spacious bath, with dense steam filling the air and hanging like a hazy veil beneath the warm lights above. Lucian leaned quietly against the edge of a large pool. The water reached up to his chest while warm droplets slowly slid down his well-built muscles, tracing across his skin before disappearing back into the water. After spending so much time together with Hizelins, he had gradually grown fond of soaking in the bath to the point that he had gone from taking ordinary daily showers to bathing in the pool every single day whenever he had the chance. Why did he enjoy it so much? Honestly, if a beautiful woman were giving you a massage every day while you relaxed in warm water, then as a normal, straight man, you would definitely become addicted to it sooner or later. Needless to say, the warmth of the bath, the soothing atmosphere, and the soft company beside him made it difficult for anyone to resist. Splash! Amid the serene atmosphere of the bath, the calm water suddenly rippled softly as Hizelin slipped into the pool. The thin bathrobe she wore instantly becoming soaked through and almost transparent as it tightly clung to her rising and falling curves, faintly outlining her graceful figure beneath the hazy veil of steam. Only here, only when Lucian was present, could such a breathtaking sight quietly bloom without restraint. Hizelins slowly swam over to Lucian's side before softly speaking up. "Are you tired?" Her voice sounded even gentler amidst the steam as she asked Lucian, tinged with a seductive softness that stirred the heart. Combined with the warm atmosphere around them, she truly sounded just like a caring wife asking about her exhausted husband after a long day. "Yeah, tired all over." Lucian did not open his eyes as he replied. Even so, the corners of his mouth still lifted slightly into a relaxed smile as he smelled the unique, faint fragrance on Hizelin's and felt another patch of delicate skin softly pressing against his arm beneath the warm water. Hizelin's turned sideways before quietly looking at his relaxed profile. At this moment, his slightly long black hair now lay wet against the hollow of his fair neck, with several strands sticking lightly to his faintly flushed cheeks from the heat of the bath. Water droplets continuously rolled down from his sharp jawline, sliding across his slender collarbone before disappearing beneath the gently rippling surface of the water. A while later, her slender fingers slowly moved to his neck, his shoulders, and then gradually down along his back. Her fingers traced the smooth lines of his shoulders and arms, slowly sliding downward with extremely light pressure. Her soft fingertips brushed over his firm muscles little by little, stirring faint ripples across the warm water and sending waves of tingling sensation spreading through his body. Feeling the tingling sensation continuously spreading across his body, Lucian's Adam's apple bobbed slightly, clearly showing that he was enjoying her gentle massage very much. When her fingers slowly slid onto his broad chest and her soft palm pressed gently against his warm skin, she could soon feel the steady and powerful rhythm of his heartbeat beneath her hand, along with the faint warmth constantly radiating from his body. Bazoom! Unknowingly, Hizelent's own heartbeat began to speed up as well, while her cheeks, steamed by the rising heat of the bath, grew even redder, looking just like fully ripened peaches beneath the hazy mist. Her gaze lingered over Lucian's well-defined abs for several quiet seconds before slowly drifting lower, falling toward the unseen area hidden beneath the water. Even though the surface concealed everything, that vague sense of mystery only made it easier for her imagination to wander uncontrollably. Soon enough, she leaned forward slightly once again, drawing even closer to him. The distance between them rapidly shrank until her warm, damp breath almost brushed against Lucian's ear, carrying a faint sweetness along with the moist heat of the steam. "Lucian, your heartbeat, it's really fast." As soon as those words fell from Hizelent's mouth, Lucian finally opened his eyes. Within the swirling steam, his golden pupils appeared especially deep and dangerous, like a vortex capable of swallowing people whole. In the next moment, he slowly turned his head and directly locked eyes with her, his burning gaze carrying an undisguised sense of aggression. When their eyes met, Hizelent's heart trembled violently, and even the fingers resting against his chest subconsciously stopped moving altogether. In her eyes, his gaze seemed to carry actual heat, as though flames were quietly burning against her skin and causing her entire body to grow hotter and hotter. "You keep touching me like that, my heart's naturally going to race." Lucian spoke slowly, his voice low, magnetic, and slightly hoarse within the steam-filled atmosphere. "And no, I was just—" Hizelent's already flushed face instantly grew even redder, and while stammering out her explanation, she hurriedly tried to pull her hand back, but the moment she moved, Lucian suddenly grabbed her wrist. Even though the force behind his grip was not particularly strong, she still could not break free from it at all. "Trying to run?" Lucian exerted a little strength through his arm and directly pulled her straight into his warm embrace. Splash! Kia! Water splashed everywhere, while Hizelent's cried out softly. Her slender body suddenly dragged forward before falling straight into Lucian's embrace. In that instant, the warm pool water soaked through the already sheer fabric once again, pressing their bodies tightly together without even the slightest gap remaining between them. She could feel it clearly, every firm line of Lucian's body, along with that scorching heat radiating from him, searing itself against her slightly cool skin through the thin, drenched fabric between them. A soft gasp escaped her lips as Hizelent's instinctively pressed both hands against Lucian's chest, only to immediately feel the powerful, forceful heartbeat pounding beneath her palms, beating even faster and heavier than before. I wasn't trying to run," Hizelent's protested quietly, her trembling voice tinged with both panic and embarrassment. "Oh, really?" Lucian let out a low chuckle, the deep vibration from his chest transmitting directly into Hizelent's soft body as he held her firmly in place, as one arm remained wrapped securely around her slender waist, preventing her from escaping his embrace. His other hand slowly lifted upward, his warm fingertips gently brushing aside the wet strands of hair sticking to her flushed cheek with slow, deliberate movements, teasing her little by little while admiring her increasingly embarrassed expression from close range. When his fingers lightly grazed the sensitive rim of her ear, her delicate body suddenly shuddered violently as a powerful wave of tingling sensation rushed through her entire body like an electric current. "MHM." Hizelent's let out a soft, helpless whimper before her strength completely melted away. In an instant, her softened body leaned weakly against Lucian's chest like melting spring water as she instinctively clung to him for support. Her eyes, overflowing with charm and moisture, shimmered beautifully beneath the misty steam filling the pool area, appearing shy and flustered, yet unable to hide the longing gradually surfacing within them. In this slightly pink atmosphere, the warm water rippled gently, quietly enveloping the two tightly entwined figures as faint splashes echoed throughout the bath. Hizelens leaned softly against Lucian's burning chest, feeling the powerful arm wrapped firmly around her slender waist, an embrace that carried both a strong sense of security and an unmistakable sense of possession. As she became aware of this feeling, her heart gradually filled with an unprecedented sense of fullness, like a rising tide surging higher and higher, as though it were about to completely drown the shore. In the next moment, she slowly tilted her head upward, looking at his handsome face from such close proximity that she could clearly feel his warm breath brushing gently against her skin. Her eyes quietly followed the droplets of water sliding down along his sharp jawline before they slowly dripped onto her delicate collarbone. Even though the sensation felt slightly cool, it stirred even deeper ripples within her already restless heart. Hizelens gently bit her lip, took a deep breath, gathered up all her courage, and finally spoke in a soft voice. "Lucian, do you know, I'm just a fish that has always lived in the deep sea." As she spoke, Hizelens' fingertips unconsciously traced slow circles across Lucian's chest, as though she were absent-mindedly trying to calm the emotions overflowing inside her heart. "Before, my world only had seawater, only my mother, only my sisters. I thought that was everything." Her voice gradually grew softer and softer, almost blending together with the gentle sound of the rippling water, until you appeared. Her gaze slowly became dreamy and unfocused, as though she had completely immersed herself in a beautiful dream that she never wanted to wake up from. You were like a huge wave suddenly rising, without any warning, sweeping me ashore. But a fish like me can't survive alone on land. I will dry up. I will suffocate. I can't leave on my own. Hizelens slowly lifted her head and looked at Lucian with gentle, shimmering eyes that revealed the deepest and softest attachment hidden within her heart. "Lucian, can I swim into your heart? Can your heart be my little sea?" Her voice was extremely soft, so soft it almost seemed as though the sea breeze itself could scatter it away. Yet it also sounded as if she had used every last bit of courage and strength she possessed just to say those words aloud, carrying cautious hope, nervous longing, and unmistakable devotion. Hearing that sudden confession, Lucian quietly looked at her, looking directly into the pure and completely unreserved love reflected in her eyes. In that instant, his chest felt as though something had heavily slammed into it, hit so hard that it almost became painful, and the emotions surging within him even caused his breathing to pause slightly for a moment. He had originally only planned to tease her like usual, simply because he wanted to see her cute and flustered reaction. But who could have expected that she would actually gather the courage to make the first move herself? Honestly, after being confessed to in such a sincere and vulnerable way, what man could possibly refuse? In all his life, including his previous life in his original world, before transmigrating to this world, this was the very first time he had ever been confessed to by a woman. And not just any woman at that, but an incomparably beautiful woman who loved him with all her heart. Lucian subconsciously tightened the arm wrapped around Hizelens' slender waist, pulling her even closer into his embrace until he could clearly feel the warmth and softness of her body against his chest, before finally lowering his head slightly and speaking in a low voice. "My little fish, of course you can." Lucian gently cupped Hizelens' face with both hands, his thumbs slowly wiping away the moisture clinging to her flushed cheeks with a tenderness that almost made her heart melt. "I've been waiting for you to swim into my heart. Upon hearing Lucian's answer, it struck heavily against Hizelent's heart, directly shattering the anxiety and fear she had carried for so long, as shown by how, in the very next second, a bright and relieved smile bloomed across her beautiful face before she completely stopped caring about the setting or even about propriety itself, suddenly throwing herself into his arms and hugging him tightly without the slightest bit of restraint. Great. Thank God. Thank God you didn't reject me. It's really great. As these trembling words left her mouth, the heavy weight that had always hung over Hizelent's heart finally disappeared completely, as though a massive stone pressing against her chest had at last been lifted away. During her stay in Styxia, she had often heard stories about lovers whose relationships completely fell apart after one side confessed their feelings and was rejected. More often than not, the two people involved would gradually become distant from one another until they eventually separated completely, becoming no different from total strangers. Because of that, whenever she thought about confessing her love to Lucian and taking their relationship a step further, fear would always unconsciously rise within her heart. Why? Because she was afraid that he would reject her, afraid that he would abandon her afterward, and even more afraid that the warm relationship they currently shared would completely disappear because of her confession. In the end, no matter how deeply she loved him, she always chose to bury those feelings deep within her heart, never daring to take that final step. It was not until the incident with Saridra and her direct declaration that she wanted Lucian that Hizelent's finally gathered enough courage to confess her own feelings to him. And, thankfully, the result she feared the most never happened. For Hizelent's, as long as Lucian accepted her, that alone was already more than enough, and everything else was completely unimportant. In fact, even if he rejected her love, as long as he did not hate her and did not abandon her, then for her, that was already the best possible outcome she could ever have hoped for. Lucian sensed that Hizelent's always restless and uneasy heart had finally begun to calm down, and the intense pounding within his chest could no longer be restrained. Slowly lowering his head, Lucian gently lifted Hizelent's delicate chin with his index finger, his gaze locking firmly on her moist, red lips that were still trembling slightly with emotion. In the next moment, he lowered his head and captured her lips without the slightest hesitation, the intimate kiss completely sealing the relationship between them. Just like that, their lips remained tightly pressed together for several long minutes, their warm breaths intertwining as the deep kiss gradually grew more passionate and affectionate. Only after long, while did their lips finally part, thin strands of mingling saliva stretching into a delicate bridge between them as they slowly moved away from each other. Lucian let out a soft, amused chuckle before leaning closer once again, his lips brushing lightly against Hizelent's ear as he gently nibbled her sensitive earlobe. "Don't worry, my little fish. They'll never reject you. Just give yourself to me." Hizelent's devotion, Saridra's ambition. Lucian sensed that Hizelent's always restless and uneasy heart had finally begun to calm down, and the intense pounding within his chest could no longer be restrained. Slowly lowering his head, Lucian gently lifted Hizelent's delicate chin with his index finger, his gaze locking firmly on her moist, red lips that were still trembling slightly with emotion. In the next moment, he lowered his head and captured her lips without the slightest hesitation, the intimate kiss completely sealing the relationship between them. Just like that, their lips remained tightly pressed together for several long minutes, their warm breaths intertwining as the deep kiss gradually grew more passionate and affectionate. Only after long, while did their lips finally part, thin strands of mingling saliva stretching into a delicate bridge between them as they slowly moved away from each other. Lucian let out a soft, amused chuckle before leaning closer once again, his lips brushing lightly against Hizelent's ear as he gently nibbled her sensitive earlobe. "Don't worry, my little fish. They'll never reject you. Just give yourself to me." Hearing those words, Hizelent slowly lowered her head, her long eyelashes trembling faintly. All of it is yours. Her reply was as soft as a mosquito's hum, quiet and trembling. Yet every word carried complete trust and surrender without the slightest resistance. Splash! Suddenly, the instant the water burst outward and surged violently through the surroundings, it became the signal for everything that followed. Countless splashing sounds echoed endlessly throughout the surroundings, accompanied by soft moans and broken whimpers spilling uncontrollably from Hizelent's mouth. At this moment, she felt as though her entire body and soul had been thrown into a boundless ocean, drifting weightlessly among the clouds 1 second, only to sink deep beneath the sea the next before being violently hurled upward once again by massive tides crashing against her from every direction. Every one of those tides rose layer after layer without pause, each wave striking harder and more violently than the last, to the point that even her consciousness felt as though it were being torn apart and scattered piece by piece. Within those endless tides, she gradually lost herself completely, feeling as though the deepest darkness had swallowed everything whole, instantly devouring all of her senses and leaving behind nothing but the violent tides endlessly surging over her. After enduring what felt like the final and most devastating tsunami of all, her entire being was finally shattered apart completely beneath those boundless tides before melting into the raging surge itself, no longer distinguishable from it in the slightest. Her soul seemed to be flung high into the endless sky before drifting aimlessly across the vast sea, bobbing helplessly with the tides until it eventually sank little by little into a warm and eternally silent deep ocean. Needless to say, the tidal Ocean King was not merely for show. Even though it had only been a casual strike, it still descended like one devastating tide after another, crashing into Hizelens relentlessly until she became utterly disoriented and unable to tell up from down anymore. Early the next morning, Hizelens, who had been knocked unconscious by Lucian the night before, still had yet to regain consciousness. Her entire body bare, without a single piece of fabric covering it, as she floated limply on the surface of the bath pool like a dead fish drifting through the water. Lucian, on the other hand, sat leaning back against the edge of the pool in a relaxed posture, one arm resting casually at his side as he quietly gazed at the floating and completely unmoving Hizelens before him. Just like in a game, her lower abdomen was indeed transparent, so clear that the water flowing through that part of her body could be seen without the slightest obstruction. He had personally tested it and clearly watched how his little brother interacted with her, observing the effects unfold as though he were watching an X-ray. In the end, seeing that Hizelens still hadn't woken up even after several minutes had passed, Lucian changed the water, carefully washed her body clean, and only then carried her back to her room. After gently placing her onto the bed and making sure she could rest properly, he finally turned around and prepared to leave. However, just as he was about to step out of the room, a voice suddenly rang out in his mind. Ding! Congratulations on completing the script. In 1 month, the script will close, and the host will leave the current world. HM? So, there weren't many extra conditions like with May? Lucian muttered thoughtfully, while silently calculating everything through in his mind. Hizelent's regrets were probably connected to her sea siren kingdom, Fagusa, Styxia, the promised feasts, her sea siren sisters, and perhaps even Saridra herself. In the original story, because Saridra had sacrificed 500 Chrysos heirs and had ultimately even sacrificed herself in the end, Hizelens had been deeply shaken emotionally and had willingly chosen to sink into the depths alongside everything she had once cherished. However, things were now completely different from the original trajectory. Hizelens was currently by his side instead of standing with Saridra, and Saridra herself had already been defeated by him yesterday. Under those circumstances, it should already count as fulfilling the conditions necessary to complete the script. Next, by making up for Hizelent's lingering regrets, while also obtaining both her body and her heart. All of the script's completion conditions had essentially been fulfilled, compared to Acheron's script, which had countless hidden conditions involving obtaining the bodies and hearts of the other guardians. Hizelin's script could already be considered relatively straightforward and easier. 1 month is enough time for me to arrange some things. Lucian murmured softly while gently brushing his fingers against Hizelin's delicate cheek, his gaze quietly lingering on her sleeping face. At this moment, she looked almost exactly like a sleeping beauty who had finally found peace after an unimaginably long and exhausting dream. However, just as his low murmur faded into silence, she suddenly snapped her eyes open, quickly reached out, tightly grabbed his hand, and cried out hoarsely in panic. "Dongo!" Her voice carried a trace of fear and helplessness that she herself had not even noticed. Hearing Hizelin's suddenly shout with such a panicked expression, Lucian blinked slightly in surprise before a faint smile slowly appeared on his face. "Weren't you knocked out? You're awake already?" Lucian teased casually, his relaxed tone instantly causing Hizelin's face to flush red. Almost immediately, the chaotic and storm-like upheaval they had experienced earlier resurfaced in her mind, making her heartbeat uncontrollably accelerate once more. In all her life, that moment had been the very first time she had ever experienced something so overwhelming, so intoxicating, and so wonderful. "Just now I had a weird dream," Hizelin said softly with a complicated expression as she slowly sat up from the bed, then instinctively wrapped her arms around Lucian as though afraid he might suddenly disappear. "In it, you said you were going to leave me." As soon as he heard those words, Lucian froze slightly. For an instant, he even began wondering whether Hizelins possessed some kind of ability to glimpse the future, or if this was simply the so-called mutual understanding shared between lovers whose hearts were deeply connected. In the end, after remaining silent for a few moments, he finally let out a helpless sigh before speaking with an unusually serious expression. "In fact, I really am leaving for a while." When those words left his mouth, he could clearly feel Hizelin's body tremble ever so slightly in his arms, causing his heart to tighten a little. He sighed inwardly, then silently steeled himself before continuing. "I need to temporarily return beyond the sky, but I can't take you with me, because I need you to help me guard this world while I'm away, at least until I come back. If one day you wake up and still remember me, then through your heart, you can borrow conceptual abilities from me." Lucian openly admitted that he was leaving and also briefly mentioned the matter regarding his conceptual abilities. Hizelins remained silent for a long moment, her beautiful face looking somewhat dazed and absent-minded, as though she still hadn't completely processed everything she had just heard. Not a dream. Was he really leaving? As those questions continuously echoed through her mind, she lightly bit her lower lip before finally forcing herself to speak. Conceptual abilities? Were they? Well, things like the bandages that cured Fagusa, the ability to create gold and silver clones of you and your sisters, and... Lucian paused briefly, seemingly trying to think of a better explanation, before eventually letting out another helpless sigh. "Well, instead of explaining it with words, let me demonstrate one of them first, Disarm." Ripdash! Kia! Hizelins let out a startled cry as the nightgown she was wearing suddenly tore apart without any warning, the delicate fabric scattering away into nothingness and leaving her completely exposed in an instant. This ability of yours is way too improper." Glaring at Lucian, she complained in embarrassment while hurriedly covering her chest with both hands, her beautiful face flushing red almost immediately. Lucian merely chuckled calmly at her reaction. "Well, whether something is proper or not depends entirely on how it's used. Anyway, I'm not exactly a proper person myself, so you'll just have to bear with it." He spoke frankly with a casual shrug before continuing to demonstrate the rest of his conceptual abilities to her one after another, carefully explaining every single ability to her, while making sure she remembered every single detail clearly. Some of the abilities were bizarre, some were unreasonable, and some were outright terrifying, yet every single one of them possessed power that completely transcended common sense. Naturally, he wasn't doing this without reason. If there ever came a moment when she or his other women in Amphireus truly needed them, Hisolans could tell the others the proper method of borrowing the specific conceptual ability they desired, temporarily borrowing that conceptual ability directly from him. Of course, she couldn't do that right now. Before the script officially came to an end, she still wasn't truly his follower yet, meaning she was unable to borrow any of his conceptual abilities for the time being. When the time finally comes to save this world, they'll come back to Amphireus and save everyone. But until then, I'm going to leave this world to you, okay? Lucian spoke once again with a serious expression on his face, his tone far gentler and more solemn than before. Okay, I will remember. I will definitely protect this world properly and wait for you to come back. Hisolans answered softly as she stepped forward and wrapped her arms tightly around him, pressing herself firmly against him as though she wished she could completely melt into his embrace and never be separated from him again. Half a month later, Saridra, just as she had promised, indeed came to Styxia once again. However, unlike the last time, she did not bring her army with her. Aside from a few trusted generals accompanying her, there were only several large carts filled with gifts and tribute. Ocean King, I, the Imperator, have come to attend your banquet. Saridra, still riding atop Adromas just like before, proudly declared her arrival the moment she entered Styxia in an extremely high-profile manner. Her clear and imposing voice immediately drew the attention of countless people along the streets. However, because she had come bearing gifts this time, the treatment she received was naturally very different from before. Under Lucian's arrangements, the Queen of Styxia personally prepared a grand banquet to formally welcome the imperious empress from afar. Along with Saridra's group, several little Tri also came together as well, just as Lucian had instructed Tribby beforehand. And just like what he had once done within Castrus's script, he directly used the godly bandage to wrap all the little Tri in a mummy-like forms before restoring them back into Tribios. In others' eyes, the entire process looked incredibly bizarre and miraculous. After personally witnessing such an unbelievable scene with their own eyes, everyone present ended up trusting his words regarding the truth of Amphireus a little bit more than before. Inside the lively and brightly illuminated banquet hall, music and laughter continuously echoed through the air, while nobles and warriors freely toasted one another. At some point, Saridra, holding a wine glass in one hand, walked toward the open balcony and found Lucian standing there alone, quietly gazing out at the distant sea beneath the night sky while slowly sipping his wine. You alone? Where's that woman of yours? It's rare not to see her by your side. Aglia is making clothes for her and taking her measurements, Lucian calmly replied while pointing in a certain direction with his chin. If you have something to say, say it all now, or you won't have the chance later. TCH, you think I'm afraid of her? Saridra snorted while proudly lifting her chin, though she still let out a soft sigh soon afterward. Anyway, there's something I need to ask clearly. If we don't carry out Era Nova, then what about the Black Tide? I don't think relying solely on the power of demigods is enough to resist the Black Tide spreading across the entire world. Besides, I'm not even the demigod of law yet. As he listened to her words, Lucian had to admit that this short empress truly possessed remarkably sharp vision and exceptionally far-reaching insight. No worries, Lucian said with a casual shrug, his expression remaining calm and completely unconcerned. For Tribia's sake, I will grant Okima protection. As for you, trying to sacrifice Chrysos' heirs who are your own subordinates just to become the demigod of law, you truly live up to being a tyrannical empress. In an instant, the atmosphere on the balcony subtly changed. How do you know that? Saridra asked, her sharp gaze instantly narrowing onto him. I didn't tell anyone about it. After a brief pause, her tone turned colder and more dangerous. Are you trying to stop me? Hell, why would I stop you? Lucian replied with a contemptuous smile, looking completely unbothered by the pressure in her voice. On the contrary, I plan to help you. Saridra raised her brows in visible surprise, but shortly afterward The corners of her lips slowly curled upward, her interest in him clearly deepening. "All right, let's hear it." Looking slightly more relaxed, she spoke while lightly swirling the wine in her glass. In response, Lucian explained his plan in the simplest and most direct way possible. He'll copy 500 Chrysos heirs and create clones of them. You can then take the clones and sacrifice them. Instead, the effect will remain exactly the same. Talanton will still let you pass the trial. As soon as she heard those words, Saridra immediately recalled that the day when Lucian had casually copied her entire army as though it were nothing difficult at all. Even she herself had been duplicated into gold and silver versions without the slightest resistance. Now that she carefully thought about it, if his plan truly worked, then not only could she successfully pass the trial, but she also wouldn't need to sacrifice her own subordinates at all. It was practically the perfect solution. A faint yet unmistakably relieved smile finally appeared on Saridra's beautiful face. Sure enough, this so-called Ocean King was extremely valuable, truly worthy of being treated by her with such courtesy, patience, and respect. Ocean King, you'll be honest, I really am starting to want you more and more now, Saridra said, obvious delight filling her voice as she slowly raised her wine glass toward him. Help me become a demigod, and naturally, I will not treat you poorly. Drink with me and make this vow. Hearing that, Lucian merely smiled back at her, then raised his own wine glass without the slightest hesitation, lightly clinked it against hers, tilted his head back, and drained it in a single gulp. A silent farewell for the remaining half-month, Lucian did everything he possibly could, making full use of every last moment before his departure. He helped Castorice, who had been adopted by the Queen of Styxia, allowing her to fully regain her complete power as a Death Titan. At the same time, he also assisted Saridra by creating replicas of the Chrysos heirs, just as he had promised, using them as sacrifices so that she could successfully ascend as the demigod of law. Thanks to all that, Saridra and the other Chrysos heirs now placed immense trust in him, to the point that they repeatedly insisted on forming an alliance with him and signing some sort of long-term pact to deepen their cooperation. Now, there was only Flame Chase, with no Era Nova. He also used BGM to designate a specific song as its background music, personally arranging for Styxia and Okima to broadcast it throughout the cities whenever the black tide appeared, ensuring absolute safety and preventing unexpected accidents from occurring. At last, when the final day before departing from the script world finally arrived, he spent the entire night with Hiselins, holding nothing back as the two of them completely unleashed their love and longing for each other without the slightest restraint. Lucian's residence, early morning. Inside the main bedroom, faint morning light filtered quietly through the carved window lattice, illuminating the wet stains scattered across the messy, crumpled bedsheets and the clothes carelessly tossed across the floor. Lying on the bed, Lucian, bare-chested, slowly opened his eyes and glanced to his right, where Hiselins, without a single piece of cloth covering her beautiful body, curled up quietly in his arms, sleeping deeply. Her black hair spread loosely across the pillow in slight disarray, several strands clinging faintly to her flushed cheeks. Her long lashes rested quietly over her closed eyes, and the corners of her lips still carried a trace of satisfied ease and lingering laziness, showing that last night's farewell seemed to have completely exhausted all her strength. Her warm, soft body pressed closely against his without the slightest distance between them, the lingering warmth from their intimacy still clearly remaining. Her breathing was slow and even, carrying a faint sweetness beside his ear. Lucian silently watched Hiselins for a long while with a deep, complicated gaze before slowly reaching out and gently brushing aside the strands of hair on her cheek. His fingertips carefully traced across her smooth forehead, slid along her elegant, straight nose bridge, and finally lingered on her slightly swollen, reddened lips, softly brushing against them once as though trying to memorize their warmth. Hiselins let out a soft, unconscious murmur before instinctively burrowing even closer into his arms, lightly rubbing against his chest, and, seemingly having found a more comfortable position, quickly falling back into a deep sleep. Seeing this scene, a faint, helpless curve slowly rose at the corner of Lucian's mouth as he carefully and cautiously withdrew his arm from beneath her neck, every movement light and gentle, making almost no sound at all, as though afraid of waking her. Immediately afterward, he slowly sat up, and after remaining silent for a while, he lowered his gaze and cast one final look at her sleeping face with a complex expression tinged with reluctance, yet more than that. It carried an indescribable firmness and resolve. As silence filled the room, a few moments later, an extremely faint ripple of space quietly spread around Lucian. Like still water disturbed by an invisible force, silent and unseen, the surrounding space distorted slightly. Beneath the faint morning light, his figure gradually faded like an illusion before slowly dissipating completely and vanishing without a trace. By the pillow, on the slightly messy bed, only the shallow indentation where he had lain remained, along with the lingering warmth and faint scent he had left behind. Hizelens, seeming to sense something in her sleep, had her lashes tremble uneasily twice while her delicate brows knitted together slightly. Drowsily, she reached toward the empty space beside her, trying to find that familiar warm embrace again, but sadly, her fingertips touched nothing except the slightly cool bed sheets. In the next instant, she suddenly jolted awake. Lucian. Hizelens slowly pushed herself upright and looked around the room, only to discover that it was completely empty, with only herself left behind in the silence. Lucian's scent and lingering presence still faintly remained in the air, drifting around her like an illusion that had yet to fully fade, yet his figure was nowhere to be seen, as though he had never existed here at all. Lucian, Hizelens called out in panic, her trembling voice carrying an uncontrollable trace of fear and anxiety. Barefoot, she hurriedly threw off the blanket and stumbled out of bed without caring about her naked appearance in the slightest. Her pale feet stepped against the cold floor as she rushed through every room in the mansion, frantically pushing open door after door while desperately searching for even the faintest sign of him. The bathroom was empty. The living room was empty. The other bedrooms were empty as well. Even the courtyard outside remained deathly quiet, with only the rustling sound of wind brushing through the leaves echoing softly in the air. Clearly, he was no longer in the mansion, or perhaps he was no longer in this world at all. Still, one thing was certain. Lucian had left just like this, silently and without warning, exactly as suddenly as when he had first appeared before her. Hizelens stood motionlessly in the middle of the courtyard, her lonely figure appearing especially desolate beneath the morning sunlight. Warm golden rays poured down onto her exposed body, yet she could not feel even the slightest trace of warmth from them, only a hollow emptiness that continuously spread outward from deep within her chest, as though something important had been forcefully torn away from her. And yet, the warmth that had tightly pressed against her body just last night, strangely, still seemed to linger upon her skin, refusing to completely disappear. Clearly, I had already prepared myself for this, but once he truly left, at this moment, Hizelens finally realized that all those so-called mental preparations had been no different from comforting herself with empty words. No matter how much she had tried to accept it beforehand, she still could not stop herself from feeling restless and unwilling to let him go. You must also have been unwilling to part from me, right? That's why you quietly slipped away without telling me. Tears slowly slid down from Hizelens' eyes as she lowered her head, her long black hair falling forward and obscuring her expression. Her slender shoulders trembled faintly in the quiet courtyard. But in the very next moment, she suddenly gritted her teeth and raised her head once more, a firm and determined look gradually appearing within her eyes. Don't worry. I promise I will protect this world and wait for your return. Just like that, the memories came to an end and the script concluded. Script. Hizelens complete. Her to space station, Lucian's room. On the familiar large bed, Lucian slowly opened his eyes, a faint sense of dizziness washing over him, like the subtle pressure shift one experiences after surfacing from deep water. Gradually, his consciousness cleared, and in the next instant, the familiar metallic ceiling once again entered his view. At the same time, a strangely faint floral fragrance lingering in the air quietly drifted into his nose, carrying with it a trace of softness that felt somewhat out of place within the cold, metallic environment of the space station. Evidently, he had already returned to his chosen room aboard her to space station. If only every script only had two conditions. Lucian muttered softly to himself. Even now, he was still lying on the bed in the exact same position he had been in when he left the real world for the script world, as though not even a single moment had passed during his absence. After remaining absent-minded for a while, he finally let out a low sigh before raising his hand and opening the system panel to check Hizzlin status. Host, Lucian ability, disarm, absolute hit, godly bandage, immortal kneel, sham diviner BGM, law of calamity, river god follower, tribios 1, mortis 1, facial 1, yuyu 1, castoris 1, polixio 1, jinglu 1, baiheng 1, fuxian 1, robin 1, serafina 1, acheron 1, izumos guardians 1212, Hizzlin's 1 script. 0 finally, the moment Lucian saw the 1 after Hizzlin's name, he let out a small breath of relief. As he had suspected, she had not actually died and had simply sunk herself into oblivion, which was a good thing, saving him the trouble and the aching feeling that came with reviving her. He only hoped that she still remembered what he had told her about all of his conceptual abilities. Lucian took a deep breath, closed the system panel, and sat up, but in that instant he paused as his gaze fell upon the chair by the window. Curled up on the chair was a slender figure. It was none other than Asta. A book rested loosely in her hand as she tilted her head and leaned against the soft backrest while sleeping. Gentle starlight streamed through the observation window, spilling over her sleeping figure and outlining her delicate silhouette. Her pink hair was slightly messy, while her long lashes cast faint shadows beneath her eyes. Evidently, she was sleeping very deeply, so deeply that even when Lucian casually approached her without making any effort to muffle the sound of his footsteps, she was not startled awake. Gazing at the sleeping Asta, Lucian frowned slightly, thinking that this little rich lady really did not know how to take care of herself. In the next moment, he softened his steps and took a light, soft blanket from the bed before unfolding it and carefully draping it over her. From her shoulders down her waist, he gently tucked in the edges to keep it from slipping off. However, just as the blanket settled over her, Asta's long lashes trembled slightly before she let out a soft murmur and drowsily opened her eyes. Her gaze was hazy with sleep, carrying the confusion of someone who had only just woken up, and then, as she blinked her dazed eyes a few times, her focus gradually sharpened. Soon enough, the first thing she saw was a handsome face right in front of her. Leaning over her with one hand pressed lightly against the blanket covering her shoulder, their distance was extremely close, close enough for her to clearly see his lowered lashes and straight nose bridge, as well as feel his warm breath lightly brushing against her cheek. Like a startled rabbit, Asta woke up instantly, her delicate body trembling slightly as she hurriedly shrank back against the sofa. "And Mr. Lucian, when did you get back?" As she spoke, her face flushed bright red at a speed visible to the naked eye, the heat rapidly spreading all the way to the tips of her ears. Almost instinctively, she pulled the blanket tighter around herself, clutching it protectively against her chest. Her slender fingers curled firmly into the soft fabric, while her heartbeat pounded wildly in her ears, loud and clear within the quiet room. Oh no, he was leaning so close just now. Was he covering me with this blanket? Asta's thoughts instantly descended into complete chaos. But that was way too close, and I just had to open my eyes at that exact moment. That's way too embarrassing. In all her life, the only man who had ever been this close to her face was her father, and no one else. Seeing Asta's completely flustered reaction, Lucian, finding it a little amusing, slowly straightened up and casually took a step back, giving her a bit more space. I just got back, but when I saw you sleeping here, I didn't want you to catch a cold, so... Lucian paused briefly before raising a hand and lightly pointing at the blanket wrapped around her. Don't sleep here next time. It's too easy to get sick. Even though his tone carried a faint hint of reproach, the concern hidden underneath, it was even more obvious. Hearing those words, Asta lowered her head slightly, her fingers unconsciously twisting the soft edge of the blanket as a warm, sweet feeling quietly spread through her chest, mixing together with her embarrassment and shyness. I was just reading for a bit and waiting for you to come back, Asta explained softly in a small voice, as though she had genuinely done something wrong. I accidentally fell asleep. As she explained, she did not even dare to raise her head and look directly at him. Just be more careful next time. Lucian responded with a faint smile, his gaze drifting toward her ears, which were already red all the way to the tips. Thank you for your concern. Asta nodded shyly, lowering her gaze toward the floor as her fingers unconsciously tightened slightly at her sides. Honestly, she did not know what had come over her. From childhood to adulthood, she had met countless people from all kinds of social classes. Nobles, influential figures, wealthy merchants. She had spoken with all of them before, even giving speeches in front of large crowds with complete ease, always carrying herself with confidence and composure. Yet now, under Lucian's calm gaze alone, she had somehow become awkward and shy, acting almost like an innocent little girl. Thank you for your concern. Lowering her gaze toward the floor as her fingers unconsciously tightened slightly at her sides. Honestly, she did not know what had come over her. From childhood to adulthood, she had met countless people from all kinds of social classes. Nobles, influential figures, wealthy merchants. She had spoken with all of them before, even giving speeches in front of large crowds with complete ease, always carrying herself with confidence and composure. Yet now, under Lucian's calm gaze alone, she had somehow become awkward and shy, acting almost like an innocent little girl. Seeing Asta's awkwardness, Lucian casually waved his hand. Don't mention it. It was nothing, really. As he spoke, he sat down across from Asta, then casually picked up the book she had been reading a moment earlier from the table to see what exactly she had been reading. Actually, Madame Herta asked me to check whether you need anything, some snacks or something else. Wrapped in a small blanket, Asta glanced at him and asked softly and shyly. Nah, I don't need anything, Lucian replied casually while shaking his head, then looked up at her. If I really had to ask for one thing, then I'd say you can keep me company and chat with me for a bit. Huh, just chatting. Asta blinked her eyes, seemingly not quite understanding why he wanted to chat with her. Then, what would you like to chat about, Mr. Lucian? Before Lucian could respond, the system's voice suddenly rang out in his mind. One notification after another. Ding. Follower Hizelin's request to borrow BGM and Law of Calamity. Approve? Ding. Follower Tribios request to borrow Disarm and River God. Approve? Ding. Follower Mortis requests to borrow Godly Bandage. Approve? Ding. Follower Castoris requests to borrow Immortal Kneel. Approve? Ding. Follower Polixia requests to borrow Absolute Hit. Approve? A rapid series of prompt voices echoed one after another inside Lucian's mind, causing him to frown slightly as his gaze subtly darkened. Clearly, for so many followers to request permission to borrow his conceptual abilities at the exact same time, they must have encountered an enormous crisis, and worse. Every single one of them was a follower from Amphireus, a place he currently had no direct control over. Fortunately, after noticing that Hizelin's was among them, he felt a slight sense of relief. Looks like Hizelin's already recovered the memories from script. Either they're dealing with the Flame Reaver right now, or they're up against the Black Tide. Still, with everyone requesting so many abilities all at once, the latter possibility was obviously far more likely. which meant the black tide had most likely already begun a large-scale invasion. With that in mind, Lucian approved all the requests without the slightest hesitation. As long as BGM remained active, he was not worried about their safety at all. BGM was, after all, a sound wave invincible domain that even Nous had no way to counter, let alone a mere scepter, which was only a fragment of Nous' divine corpus and had once merely served as a celestial body neuron for them. A mere neuron, could it truly be stronger than an aeon? Of course, it was impossible. Mr. Lucian, why are you spacing out? As Lucian remained deep in thought, Asta's puzzled voice suddenly resounded beside him, instantly pulling him back to reality. It's nothing. Lucian calmly shook his head before casually replying. I was just thinking about the future of the cosmos. In Amphireus, upon the seabed beneath Styxia's dark waters, a deep-sea altar stood in solitude like a forgotten relic abandoned by time itself. Around the altar, the atmosphere was cold and deathly silent, while the surrounding deep sea, because the enormous bioluminescent corals that once illuminated the underwater world had long since dimmed and withered away, was now completely shrouded in darkness, leaving behind only a faint halo of pale light emitted by the altar itself. Ancient stone pillars covered in cracks and traces of erosion quietly stood around the altar, as though they had remained there for countless ages, enduring the endless flow of time and the crushing pressure of the deep sea without ever changing. At the very center of the altar, Hyzalence floated quietly like a sleeping amethyst statue, her graceful body encased within a thick layer of amber-like energy crystal that faintly reflected purple light across her skin, making it seem as though her time, space, and even existence itself had been completely sealed away from the outside world. At this moment, she was immersed within the beautiful dream she herself had created, peacefully drifting through that endless illusion when, suddenly, inside the crystal, a gentle point of green light quietly lit up with a soft and warm glow, like the first spark of life born within endless darkness. However, immediately afterward, a strange point of crimson light lit up as well. Unlike the gentle green radiance, however, the crimson light carried an indescribable sense of chaos and lively mischief, flickering restlessly within the crystal as though it possessed a will of its own. If those familiar with the paths were here, they would instantly recognize that those lights were none other than the emerald green of abundance and the scarlet red of elation. Right after the two lights lit up simultaneously, the green and crimson radiance intertwined together, slowly revolving above Hyzalence's smooth, flat lower abdomen where her womb was located, gradually forming a strange dual-colored light sigil. At first, the sigil rotated slowly, but as time passed, it spun faster and faster while its brilliance steadily intensified. Second by second, the sigil grew brighter and clearer before a warm and familiar power suddenly poured forth from it like a flowing tide, spreading throughout her entire body and driving away the coldness of the deep sea along with the countless years of oblivion and silence. Gradually, the frozen stillness surrounding her body began to loosen. Hyzalence's long eyelashes trembled slightly, and then, like butterfly wings finally breaking free from a cocoon after countless ages of slumber, those beautiful eyes that had remained closed for who knew how many years slowly opened once more. At first, there was only a faint trace of confusion within them, but immediately afterward, countless fragments of memories surged into her mind like a raging tidal wave. Lucian, Ocean King, Styxia, holding hands, bathing together, embracing, kissing, and that unforgettable warmth and love that was etched deep into her soul, as well as that silent vow made before parting. Lucian, Hyzalence softly whispered Lucian's name, then her trembling fingertips slowly brushed against the warm, flowing green and red sigil on her lower abdomen. The faint radiance flickered gently beneath her touch, carrying a familiar warmth that spread through her entire body. It was the blessings of abundance and elation, the proof that he truly existed in her life, the true anchor of her memories. And also the evidence that everything she had experienced with him had never been an illusion. I remember. Hizelent's voice caught slightly, trembling with emotion, yet it was filled with a strength and certainty she had never possessed before. At this very moment, two completely different sets of memories stood clearly within her mind, distinct and impossible to confuse. One was a cruel and blood-stained memory of destruction. Her homeland had collapsed beneath the black tide, her sisters twisting into horrifying monsters one after another, while she personally raised her blade and killed them all with her own hands. Afterward, she had gone ashore alone and become Saraidra's sword and general, staining her hands with endless bloodshed as she slaughtered countless enemies across countless battlefields, until in the very end, she personally stabbed Saraidra to death. Saraidra had once said that a demigod had to be sacrificed, and only then could the world itself be altered through the authority of law. Yet even after everything had ended, the current state of affairs had still not changed in the slightest. Compared to that set of memories, the other one was so beautiful that it almost felt unreal. Her homeland still stood peacefully beneath the sea. Her sisters were still lively and joyful as always, and she only needed to remain at Lucian's side every day, acting like a carefree little fish who never needed to worry about anything at all. More importantly, there was no need to fight, no need to shoulder heavy responsibilities, and no need to constantly remain wary of schemes and conspiracies. All she needed to think about was what song she should sing for him today, what kind of food she should cook for him, and how she could stay by his side a little longer. Because even if the sky itself were to collapse one day, he would still effortlessly hold it up for her. Imperator, am not your sword anymore. I'm going to fulfill my promise. He is my flame, my light. Boom! As soon as Hizelent's words fell, the energy crystal encasing her shattered instantly under the impact of the dual-colored sigil, dissolving into countless motes of light and scattering away. Whoosh! Her figure, now in the form of a sea siren with a beautiful fishtail instead of a pair of human legs, burst out of the altar like a streak of purple lightning, finally freed from its chains as it tore through the dark seawater at astonishing speed. A few minutes later, when she finally arrived at the outskirts of her homeland, the kingdom of sea sirens that should have already fallen into ruins, Hizelent's was completely stunned, her eyes widening in disbelief as she froze in place. It couldn't be helped. Before her eyes, the ancient palace still stood tall and intact, not even showing the slightest sign of collapse, while countless sea sirens gathered throughout the city, taking turns singing soft yet sacred melodies that continuously echoed across the ocean currents. Is this Lucian's doing? He really is protecting us. Even when he's not here, he's still protecting us, just like he promised. Hizelent's could immediately recognize the song being sung by the sea sirens. It was the one Lucian had personally designated as the background music for BGM in her second set of memories. Back then, he had once smilingly told them that as long as this song continued to resound throughout the kingdom, the sea sirens would become invincible and would be able to withstand any danger that approached them. At first, she had merely treated those words as a joke, but now, reality was laid bare before her eyes. Just by looking at the black tide blocked outside the city, it was already obvious enough. While the surrounding seawater had long since been polluted and transformed into a pitch-black abyss filled with corruption, the city itself remained completely untouched, as though an invisible barrier had isolated it from the outside world. Electra, suddenly, while Hizelent's was still standing there blankly in a daze, a group of sea sirens suddenly noticed her presence and immediately swam over in excitement, surrounding her from every direction. Hey, where'd you go? We couldn't find you anywhere. Weird. I remember Electra was with us, fighting those black tide monsters together, but I also remember her departing with the Ocean King to Styxia. Right, where's the Ocean King? Isn't he with you, Electra? More importantly, why is the black tide suddenly everywhere? It's terrifying. Hizelins was in a daze as the familiar voices continuously entered her ears one after another. Looking at her sisters, those same familiar faces that should have long since died. Those same familiar voices she had thought she would never hear again, her vision immediately blurred as tears uncontrollably welled up in the corners of her eyes. Don't worry. Although the Ocean King is away handling something important, he left his protection here, Hizelins said with absolute certainty while wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes. As long as you keep singing, our home won't be swallowed by the black tide. At this moment, she believed more firmly than ever that Lucian was the only one, the only savior truly capable of saving this world from destruction. Good thing we have the Ocean King, or we'd definitely be dead by now. All the fish in other places died and turned into monsters. It's so scary. Even the queen couldn't deal with the black tide. Upon hearing Hizelint's words, the sea sirens quietly spoke among themselves in low, uneasy voices, their expressions still carrying lingering fear from the disaster that had nearly consumed everything around them. Meanwhile, after hearing that Fagusa was actually still alive, Hizelins immediately went to see them once more and briefly exchanged a few words before finally leaving the depths of the sea. Since there was no immediate danger here, thanks to the protection brought by Lucian's BGM, Hizelins decided to shift her attention toward other places, such as Styxia or Okima, whose situation still remained completely unknown during her absence. After all, those places were closely connected to her. No matter what, she had to personally go there and see the situation for herself. Splash! Hizelins broke through the surface of a sea, but the moment she saw the surrounding scene, her entire body froze slightly in mid-motion. Within her vision, the sky had already become a solidified, suffocating black. An endless darkness so oppressive and heavy that even breathing felt unusually difficult. While the seawater was no longer the deep blue she remembered, but a murky, ominous gray, carrying sinister undercurrents that rolled endlessly beneath the surface, making the entire world feel deathly silent and utterly lifeless, as though everything had been draped beneath a massive, filthy burial shroud. Not even the sound of the waves remained the same. Only, at the farthest edge of the distant horizon, a faint yet stubborn pillar of light still stood alone amidst the endless darkness, barely yet firmly holding the surging black tide at bay. It was none other than Okima's dawn device. The black tide. It has already spread this far? Hizelin's heart immediately sank to the bottom. Yet the light within her eyes only grew even more resolute, without the slightest trace of fear or hesitation. Instead, the grim scene before her caused the urgency in her heart to intensify even further. In the very next moment, as she leaped out of the water, droplets scattered through the air around her graceful figure, while her beautiful fish tail transformed into a pair of slender human legs in midair, before she landed firmly upon the cold, damp sand with a heavy step. Oh, come on. Without the Imperator, I hope Aglia can hold on a little longer. Black tide invasion on the way to Okima. What Hizelin saw along the journey was truly shocking to behold. Not only had the land been violently split apart, with enormous cracks stretching across the earth like scars, but the rivers had also long since dried up and withered away, their once clear waters replaced by foul-smelling black sludge that slowly flowed through the ruined terrain. Many of the once prosperous city-states she remembered had likewise fallen into desolate ruins, shrouded in a heavy, deathly silence without even the slightest trace of life remaining. Even Styxia, the city that she and Lucian had personally protected in her second set of memories, had now become a dead city as well. Clearly, Styxia had not been as fortunate as the Sea Siren Kingdom, which had somehow managed to be revived after its destruction. Ruhar Dash. A while later, just as Hizelins reached the outskirts of Okima, a massive horde of black tide creatures, twisted and corroded by the nearby black tide, let out spine-chilling roars the moment they caught the scent of a living being. In the next moment, Their distorted bodies writhed violently within the darkness as countless scarlet eyes locked onto her with savage hunger. Roaring wildly, they surged forward like a collapsing black wave, lunging one after another toward the approaching her. Seeing this, Hizelint's gaze turned ice-cold. Not even pausing her steps for a single moment, her slender figure weaved through the black-tide creatures like a specter drifting across the battlefield, moving so swiftly that only faint afterimages remained within the darkness. A cold flash swept through the air, and then, with a single swing of her violin, which had now transformed into dual blades, dozens or even hundreds of black-tide creatures were instantly torn apart, black blood erupting everywhere like a violent storm. Piuki, 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 Piuki. Wherever she passed, wave after wave of black-tide creatures collapsed like wheat cut down during harvest, their mutilated corpses scattering across the ruined black land. Just like that, she forcibly carved out a blood-soaked path across the despair-filled wasteland toward the distant light ahead. Lucian's blessings have made me stronger, even stronger than when I possessed the core flame of ocean. Indeed, after obtaining Lucian's dual blessings, Hizelint's had become vastly more formidable than before. Now, if she were thrown into an enemy army once again, slaughtering 100,000 soldiers would be both effortless and swift for her. At the same time, in Okima, countless black-tide creatures continuously closed in on the city walls from every direction, dense as a swarm of insects and resembling a world-devouring tsunami that blotted out nearly everything in sight. If one were to describe the current battle situation in a single word, it would be brutal. Boom, 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 boom. Deafening artillery fire roared almost without pause across the battlefield, while countless energy beams tore violently through the darkness overhead. The blazing firelight from the explosions briefly illuminated the ruined roads and towering walls again and again, only to be swallowed moments later by an even deeper darkness rolling in from the black tide. Everywhere, the air was thick with choking gunpowder smoke, the pungent scent of blood, and the uniquely nauseating, decayed stench emitted by the black tide creatures. Screams, explosions, collapsing structures, and frantic cries for help mixed together into a chaotic symphony of destruction that echoed throughout the entire city. "Mama, let's go help the citizens together." Tryon tightly held Mortis' hand as she pointed toward a certain direction with an anxious expression on her face. At this moment, Tribios had already split into 1,000 little tri, using sentry gates to provide support throughout the entire city. Some were evacuating civilians, some were transporting supplies, while others directly assisted the soldiers defending the walls against the endless black tide. "All right," Mortis gently nodded. Aside from relying on the blessing of abundance from Lucian, Mortis had also received a core flame of passage from Kaslana, allowing her to become a demigod of passage, just like her daughter, Tribios. Just like that, the mother and daughter duo began rapidly moving throughout the city through one sentry gate after another, rescuing civilians wherever they went and transporting the wounded away from the most dangerous battle zones. Along the way, they encountered a young woman with curled pink twin tails who was currently treating the wounded amid the chaos and destruction surrounding her. Hyacinth was her name, and she was also a Chrysos heir like Aglia and the others. At this moment, several heavily injured civilians and soldiers were lying nearby, while Hyacinth continuously moved between them, healing wounds and stabilizing injuries with remarkable efficiency despite the tense battlefield situation. "Lady Tryon, Lady Mortis, your timing is perfect," Hyacinth said with a visibly relieved smile after noticing the two of them. "Many of the injured have already lost mobility and can't be transported for treatment in time. If you can use your sentry gates to help move them, that would be great." Hyacinth, full name Hyacinthia, was not only Okima's physician, but also the rebuilder of Twilight Courtyard. Gentle and compassionate by nature, she had always been deeply respected by the citizens of Okima. And because she had been allocated a core flame of sky from Kaslana, she had now become the demigod of sky. Because of that, unlike in the original story, she did not need to subjugate the Sky Titan Aquila to obtain the core flame of sky, nor did she have to remain trapped within the Eye of Twilight to support the sky for all eternity. Instead, she was able to remain in Okima as a physician, personally protecting and saving the people she cared about during the city's darkest hour. Okay, Cinny, leave it to Trian and my mom. Without wasting even a second, Trian, together with Mortis, immediately opened several sentry gates across multiple different locations, rapidly transporting the wounded back one group after another. When she saw the countless injured people being carried through the sentry gates, along with bodies that had already gone cold, Mortis suddenly recalled something Castor Ice had once mentioned some time ago. Back then, Castor Ice had said that she had borrowed Lucian's miraculous ability, a mysterious ability capable of restoring all things and even resurrecting the dead through bandages. Clearly, an ability like that was perfectly suited for the current disaster, enough to save not only the wounded, but perhaps even those who had already lost their lives. Unfortunately, unlike Phanon and the others who could directly fight on the battlefield, Mortis was, at the end of the day, merely a civil official and not someone proficient in combat. For that reason, the only role she could truly fulfill right now was handling logistics and helping organize the evacuation efforts. Still, although the thought of borrowing Lucian's ability did cross her mind, she unfortunately had no idea how Castor Ice had managed to do it in the first place. As a result, for the time being, she could only continue helping the wounded with the resources currently available to her while waiting for Castor Ice to finish handling the defensive front before asking her about the matter in detail. On the outer perimeter, Kaslana, Phanon, Castor Ice, and Naxa, and a group of little Tri were holding back the endless black tide all by themselves. Relying on the power of hundreds of millions of core flames, they were still fortunately able to seize a temporary advantage against the overwhelming horde. Towering waves of darkness continuously surged toward Okima from every direction. Yet under the relentless bombardment of blazing attacks, countless black tide creatures were torn apart before they could even get close to the city walls. Because everyone was guarding the four directions of Okima at the same time, the black tide was unable to fully breach the city for the time being. Only some scattered creatures managed to slip through the gaps in the battlefield, but even those were swiftly pierced and shredded apart by Glia's dancing golden threads before they could spread chaos any further. Had to come back after all. In a desolate corner of the battlefield, Cyphera, known as Cypher, let out a helpless sigh. At this moment, the young woman with feline characteristics stood amidst the dim ruins, her medium-length light gray hair swaying gently in the cold wind. Wrapped in a black hooded bodysuit lined with blue patterns, she still carried her usual lazy and elusive air, as though even the disastrous scene before her was not enough to completely shake her composure. Lady Boss, there are tons of scents of trickery over there, the same as our core flame. Floating beside Cypher, Spirit Thief Bartholos, who was actually Zagrus. The current titan of trickery pointed toward the distant firelight flickering across the battlefield. Because of an incident in the past, Zagrus could now only continue surviving by relying on the lies woven by the young woman beside them. Now that you mention it, yeah, you're right. Why is there so much aura of trickery? Hey, Zagrus, are there really that many trickery titans? Or is this some kind of prank you left behind? As she spoke jokingly, Cypher casually lifted her leg and kicked away a black tide creature that had lunged toward her from the shadows, sending its twisted body crashing heavily into the ruins nearby. I don't know either, Zagrus replied in a clueless tone. Right now, I can only survive by relying on your authority of trickery. How would I still be able to pull off something this huge? Fair enough. All you can do is steal stuff anyway, Cypher said flatly with a shrug. Let's go take a look. I want to see who's got that much authority over trickery, actually daring to impersonate the demigod of trickery. A faint trace of interest appeared in her eyes as she spoke those words. Cypher was, after all, the genuine demigod of trickery, so she naturally had a say in this matter. After casually dealing with the black-tide creature, she slowly raised her head and looked toward the distant dawn device, radiating light across Okima. In truth, the main reason she had not dared to return to Okima for so many years was because she feared that the lies surrounding the dawn device would be exposed. But now that everywhere outside Okima had already been almost completely swallowed by the black tide, while Okima itself had become the only remaining land still illuminated by light and untouched by total destruction, she no longer had the luxury of continuing to hide under such circumstances. No matter what happened afterward, she had to return and protect this place. As long as she avoided Aglia as much as possible, things should still be all right. At the eastern city wall guarded by Kaslana, the horde of black tide creatures was not only not diminishing, but instead continuing to increase with every passing moment. Countless twisted monsters surged forward like an endless ocean of darkness, their shrill roars and maddened screeches constantly crashing against the towering walls of Okima. Relying solely on the power of 12 core flames and the combat experience he had accumulated through countless battles, Kaslana had forcibly formed a firm defensive line. However, judging from the current situation, even that line would not be able to hold for much longer. Still endless as always, Kaslana muttered in dismay as he gazed at the overwhelming black tide below. It seems this recurrence cannot escape the fate of extinction either. When humanity was wiped out and only he remained alive, he would once again enter the next recurrence. He had already experienced this countless times and had fought city defense battles like this tens of thousands of times before. Yet even when he once possessed the power of millions of core flames, he had still failed every single time, unable to truly halt the endless black tide. In his eyes, everyone's current situation in Okima was nothing more than a slow and inevitable death, like frogs being slowly boiled alive inside a pot. At the northern city wall, Castor Ice was the one guarding it. Because she possessed more core flames than Kaslana, dealing with the black tide creatures was somewhat easier for her. Waves of dark monsters continuously collapsed beneath her attacks, while the dense aura of death surrounding her kept countless creatures from getting close. Furthermore, with the blessing of abundance continuously restoring her body and strength, she could still hold on for a while longer, even against the never-ending assault. By now, the Nether Realm was probably also being invaded by the black tide, but thankfully, Polixia was there holding the line. Polixia has plenty of core flames too, so she should be able to hold. Castor Ice silently prayed for her sister and her friends, hoping that everything would proceed smoothly and that no unexpected disaster would occur. At the southern city wall, Phaenon stood guard. Like Kaslana, he also possessed 12 core flames, and aside from having less combat experience than him, there was no real difference in strength between the two of them. As such, the situation on the wall he guarded was more or less the same. Seeing the black tide continuing to surge upward endlessly, Phaenon stood firmly atop the city wall without retreating a single step, continuously intercepting wave after wave of monstrous creatures trying to break through the defenses with his sword. At the western city wall, Anaxa and a group of little Tri were holding the line against the black tide together. Unlike the others who fought directly with brute force, Trinan and the other little Tri had instead directly established several massive moats of sentry gates around the entire wall. Layer upon layer of distorted spatial passages continuously revolving through midair. As a result, the surging black tide and the countless black tide creatures charging forward were relentlessly swallowed into the sentry gates, sent far into the distance, only to circle back once again before being thrown away yet another time in an endlessly repeating cycle. Needless to say, there was practically no need for direct combat or bloody slaughter, making their side far more effortless compared to the other 3 city walls guarded by Kaslana and the others, where fierce battles were still erupting nonstop. Of course, It was only because the little tribe possessed the blessing of abundance that they could maintain such an outrageous number of sentry gates for so long without becoming exhausted. This is what you call a tactic. Anaxa, feeling extremely satisfied with the sentry gate tactic he had personally devised, thought proudly as he stood atop the city wall and gazed at the completely untouchable defensive line before him. Naturally, it was all thanks to Lucian's blessing that such absurd efficiency was even possible. Must admit, Lucian's blessing really is convenient. No wonder he's called the Deliverer. Even though Anaxa was thinking this, given that the black tide was endless and showed no signs of weakening, he was fully aware that maintaining the current situation forever was not a true solution. They could not possibly spend the rest of their lives guarding this place, right? Besides, even with Lucian's blessing supporting them, how long could they truly continue holding out like this? In the end, after thinking it over repeatedly, Anaxa still could not come up with any better method to completely resolve the situation. Inside the Marmorial Palace, Aglia monitored the entirety of Okima through countless golden threads spreading throughout the city like an enormous woven network, constantly filling the gaps within the defenses. Whenever black tide creatures managed to slip past the city walls and infiltrate deeper into Okima, she would immediately detect their presence and dispatch nearby people to eliminate them. Tribby remained by her side the entire time, acting as both a messenger and a teleportation gate to rapidly transport forces across different areas of the city. Teacher, the situation is getting worse. Even with the power of 400 million core flames, the black tide still cannot be pushed back. Can you borrow abilities from Mr. Lucian again? Aglia spoke helplessly, visible exhaustion and fatigue covering her beautiful face after maintaining such a massive defensive network for so long. I'll try. Tribby nodded lightly, intending to once again borrow a conceptual ability from Lucian, but before she could even finish speaking, a slightly teasing yet incomparably familiar voice suddenly echoed out from behind both her and Aglia. Duck's gold weaver, clear and soft, almost as though someone were whispering directly beside their ears. The teasing voice carried a faint trace of amused mockery and leisurely playfulness. You've really fallen into quite a sorry state without the Imperator and me. Even though the voice was neither loud nor imposing, it still struck Aglia's heart like a thunderbolt exploding beside her ears, causing her entire body to stiffen instantly. Hislant's return. The might of conceptual abilities, teacher. The situation is getting worse. Even with the power of 400 million core flames, the black tide still cannot be pushed back. Can you borrow abilities from Mr. Lucian again? Aglia spoke helplessly, visible exhaustion and fatigue covering her beautiful face after maintaining such a massive defensive network for so long. I'll try. Tribby nodded lightly, intending to once again borrow a conceptual ability from Lucian, but before she could even finish speaking, a slightly teasing yet incomparably familiar voice suddenly echoed out from behind both her and Aglia. Duck's gold weaver, clear and soft, almost as though someone were whispering directly beside their ears. The teasing voice carried a faint trace of amused mockery and leisurely playfulness. You've really fallen into quite a sorry state without the Imperator and me. Even though the voice was neither loud nor imposing, it still struck Aglia's heart like a thunderbolt exploding beside her ears, causing her entire body to stiffen instantly. Aglia quickly turned around and immediately saw a familiar face standing not too far away. In that instant, her whole body froze stiff. Silen. You're not dead? Right before her eyes, the famous Dux Gladiorum, who had disappeared for 1,000 years and had long since been presumed dead, was actually standing there alive and well. At this very moment, Aglia was genuinely shaken. Just moments ago, she had been talking about this legendary female warrior, and now, precisely when Okima desperately needed more manpower, Hislants had suddenly appeared before them as if answering their prayers. Tribby also turned around at the same time, her eyes widening the moment she saw that familiar figure. Could it be? Seeing someone who had vanished for 1,000 years suddenly return naturally made her think of only one person. Lucian. Me? Hizelins said as she slowly walked toward the two of them with a faint smile on her face. Of course I'm not dead. Long time no see, Aglia, Tribby. Fufu, it's even better that you're alive. Aglia chuckled softly, a rare look of relief appearing on her face. Okima really needs you right now. Hearing her laugh like that, and even seeing her reveal such a genuine smile, Hizelins could not help but feel slightly surprised. Aglia, it seems your humanity is still intact? Ah, it was all thanks to the Deliverer. Back then, when Castor Ice had borrowed the godly bandage from Lucian, she had also conveniently helped Aglia restore the humanity she had once gradually lost. Hizelins, did you run into Big Brother Lucian? Tribby skipped past the pleasantries altogether and directly asked the question that mattered the most to her, no matter whether Hizelins had truly been resurrected or not. Asking whether she knew Lucian could never possibly be wrong. Meanwhile, the instant Hizelins heard the name Lucian from Tribby, her expression subtly shifted and immediately became serious. How did you know him? Has he already come back? Logically speaking, in this current life, unlike the life contained within her second set of memories, Lucian had never appeared before the people of Amphireus, so no one should have known about his existence at all. Given that, the fact that Tribby was directly asking about him instinctively made her assume that he had already returned. Well, because we were also helped by him, and Tribby replied softly before gently shaking her head. No, he hasn't come back yet. As soon as she heard Hizelins' response, Tribby already understood the answer she wanted. Hizelins had apparently been brought back by Lucian, and after doing so, he had most likely left Amphireus once again immediately afterward, just like how he had once quietly left her and her mother behind. My teacher was the first one blessed by Mr. Lucian, Aglia added from the side with a faint half-smile. And you were the third? Oh no, the fourth. Ag, stop stirring things up. Tribby immediately turned toward Aglia and helplessly scolded her, while beside them, Hizelins widened her eyes in complete shock. Wait, what? Am a fourth? Hizelins stared at the two of them in disbelief as she questioned them again. All this time, she had always thought that she was the only one connected to Lucian in such a special way, but apparently, that was not the case at all. Now that everything had finally come to light, it was no wonder that back when she and he confronted the Flame Chase army together, he had casually mentioned that he was Tribby's old friend. In that case, who are the first two? Hizelins asked while looking at them with a complicated gaze. Don't tell me the Death Titan is one of them. Oh, you already knew? How did you know? Aglia answered with a satisfied smile, while Tribby looked genuinely surprised by Hizelins' guess. In another life of mine, you appeared there. Hizelins explained softly as she looked toward Tribby with an unusually complicated expression. And Lucian took very good care of you, so I guessed. Hearing those words, Tribby instantly felt a warm feeling spread throughout her heart. It was only natural. How could she possibly not feel happy after learning that even across different lives and different timelines, Lucian was still taking care of her? Just as Tribby slightly opened her small mouth, wanting to say something else, both her lower abdomen and Hizelins suddenly began glowing at the exact same time. Zing! A resonance between those blessed by Lucian was clearly taking place. When both Tribby and Hizelins sensed that subtle connection, the same thought appeared in both of their minds almost simultaneously. The other party had also been involved with Lucian. Tribby herself was completely fine with Hizelins being involved with Lucian, but Hizelins, on the other hand, simply could not remain calm. Honestly, how could she possibly stay calm? Tribby looked so small and youthful. How could Lucian possibly bring himself to do that kind of thing with her? Hizelins unconsciously frowned as her gaze drifted toward Tribby's lower abdomen, the expression on her face becoming increasingly complicated and peculiar. Seeing the strange look in Hizelins' eyes, Tribby blinked her large eyes in confusion for a brief moment before suddenly realizing what Hizelins was misunderstanding causing her entire face to instantly flush red. It's not what you're thinking. We were in the form of Tribios, not Tribi, Trian, Trinan, or any of the others. Upon hearing that explanation, Hizelins immediately let out a long sigh of relief. Indeed, in her eyes, Lucian was not that kind of person. He clearly understood where his limits were and absolutely would not bully a little girl. Forget it. Since things have already come this far, there's nothing left for me to say. We'll talk about everything after Lucian comes back. Hizelins quickly adjusted her mentality and accepted the situation. Right now, she had no intention of dwelling too much on Lucian's relationships with other women, since there were far more urgent matters to handle. Well, our situation is really terrible right now, Aglia said as she calmly explained the current circumstances to Hizelins. The stability we're maintaining is only temporary. Even with 400 million core flames, we still can't completely suppress the black tide invading Okima. When the words 400 million core flames entered her ears, Hizelins was instantly stunned into confusion. 400 million core flames? What? For a brief moment, she even began wondering whether she had truly isolated herself from the world for far too long. How had the world changed this much? And more importantly, where in the world had those 400 million core flames even come from? Noticing the obvious confusion on Hizelin's face, Aglia quickly began explaining everything that had happened during her absence. Only after hearing the entire explanation did Hizelins finally gain a complete understanding of the current situation. So, this recurrence really is different from before? Hizelins muttered softly while falling into thought for a moment. Well, none of that matters too much. Lucian's power hasn't changed. As long as we can borrow several of his abilities, the crisis before us can naturally be resolved. At the very least, we won't have to keep standing guard at the city walls every single day while living in constant fear of the black tide breaking through. Right after saying that, she immediately began explaining the method of borrowing conceptual abilities from Lucian before personally starting the process together with Tribi. Meanwhile, Aglia was responsible for coordinating all those blessed by Lucian, the followers connected to him through his blessing. While instructing them on how to borrow his conceptual abilities, she also carefully distributed the workload among everyone to maximize efficiency. As for those who had not received his blessing, they could only continue relying on the power of the core flames to resist the black tide. Needless to say, this was exactly why Lucian suddenly began receiving a constant stream of borrowing requests one after another. Aside from Sham Diviner, which he deliberately chose not to lend out, he naturally approved nearly all of them without the slightest hesitation. Of course, there was a reason behind that decision. Sham Diviner was, after all, something akin to a double-edged sword, since its divination results were completely random and impossible to reliably control. So he was genuinely worried that, instead of helping his women turn the situation around, it might accidentally create an even greater disaster and throw the entire battlefield into even greater chaos. With BGM, the Black Tide is nothing to fear. Hizelins borrowed BGM and the Law of Calamity, while Tribi borrowed River God and Disarm. Let's start. After learning how to use River God, Tribi immediately activated it and copied all of her split cells without the slightest hesitation, instantly causing the entirety of Okima to be flooded with 3,000 lively little Tri running all over the city. As a result, sentry gates rapidly appeared on nearly every street corner and plaza throughout Okima. From the eastern side of the city to the western side, it took only a single step. From Okima to Castrum Kremnos, it likewise took only a single step. Facing black tide creatures? Just use Disarm. No matter how frenzied or terrifying the black tide creatures were, the moment they encountered the little Tri, their bodies would instantly be stripped of any weaponized or armored appendages they could use to resist, leaving them completely unable to fight back. Meanwhile, Hizelins instructed Aglia to broadcast a song across the entirety of Okima through her Golden Thread network before activating BGM and designating that song as its background music. Not long after, Aglia's calm and dignified voice echoed throughout every corner of Okima through the countless interconnected golden threads. Attention, all citizens of Okima. I repeat, attention, all citizens of Okima. Imaglia, here to announce that at this very moment, the protection and blessing of the Deliverer have finally descended upon our city. As long as you remain within the reach of the sacred song, you will suffer no harm and remain invincible against all threats. I repeat, as long as you remain within the reach of the sacred song, you will suffer no harm and remain invincible against all threats. As Aglia's announcement echoed throughout the entire city, dazzling golden light erupted together with the sacred song as it began to play, followed by tangible waves of golden sound rippling outward layer after layer like tides sweeping across Okima. In an instant, as the warm radiance gently enveloped the streets, buildings, and crowds alike, everyone within the sacred song's coverage felt their courage rapidly surge upward, while the fear and panic brought about by the black tide quickly faded away. Aglia's announcement? What'd she mean by the Deliverer's protection? Is it Kefale? Cypher, who had just arrived atop the northern city wall, frowned in confusion as she listened to Aglia's announcement echoing throughout Okima. Just as she began to lose herself in thought, a distant song suddenly drifted into her ears, gentle yet solemn, followed immediately by a golden wave of light that swept across the battlefield like a rising tide. Bathed in the golden radiance, she instantly felt an indescribable sense of fearlessness surge through her body, as though every trace of hesitation and anxiety had been completely erased. At this moment, she felt that even if countless titans were charging toward her from every direction, she felt like she wouldn't even blink. What a crazy buff. What kind of power is this? Is it based on lies, too? Cypher muttered in disbelief, while subconsciously clenching and unclenching her fingers, carefully feeling the overwhelming enhancement flowing through her body. No matter how hard she tried to think about it, the deeply shaken Cypher still couldn't understand the principle behind such absurd power at all. However, her shock didn't end there, because she soon encountered yet another unbelievable sight, and that was Princess Homebody. Cypher's eyes widened slightly as she stared at Castorus's valiant combat form in astonishment. In her vision, the enormous horde of black tide creatures that had once seemed overwhelming was now being effortlessly suppressed by Castor Ice alone. With a casual swing of her scythe through the air, terrifying waves of power instantly swept across the battlefield. Some of the black tide creatures suddenly knelt with their hands clasped together as though worshipping some unknown existence before being completely obliterated by dragon breath, while those without limbs were instantly cleaved apart mid-charge, their bodies splitting cleanly into two before collapsing onto the ground. Why does she have the aura of the core flame of trickery on her? And why is she so strong? Like, even stronger than me? I've only been away from Okima for a few years. What the hell happened here? As Cypher continued questioning the absurd situation, one thing after another, Zagrus finally couldn't help but chime in as well. Boss, it feels like we've seriously fallen behind the times. Floating beside Cypher, Zagrus scratched their head awkwardly, looking completely helpless while staring at the chaotic battlefield before them. At the eastern city wall, after Kaslana was encompassed by the song played by Aglia, he quickly discovered that the endlessly surging black tide could no longer erode anything around it. Now, the pitch-black corruption that had previously devoured everything in its path was being completely blocked outside the range of the song, unable to advance even a single inch further, no matter how violently it surged. What on earth is this power? There's actually something that can directly block the black tide? Kaslana muttered in disbelief, his eyes filled with astonishment as he looked toward the source of the song. It has to be Lucian's power, another one of those bizarre abilities. As expected of the Deliverer I've been waiting for. After going through so many recurrences, he had never once seen or even heard of an invincible sound wave domain like this before, so it could only be a power from outside Amphireus. And if it was a power from outside Amphireus, then the only logical explanation was that it belonged to Lucian. Still, the fact that it could actually prevent the black tide from advancing even a single inch so effortlessly was simply outrageous. It was even more unbelievable than the power contained within his 400 million core flames. Finally, we're finally getting through this. The deliverer who would save Amphireus truly exists. Feeling the suffocating pressure that had weighed on him for countless recurrences finally begin to ease slightly, Kaslana couldn't help but let out a long, relieved breath. Just as Kaslana had witnessed when the song, affected BGM, echoed throughout every corner of Okima, people quickly discovered that the unstoppable black tide had actually been blocked outside the song's range of influence, unable to advance even a single step, no matter how violently it surged forward. In an instant, the suffocating feeling of apocalyptic disaster that had weighed heavily on everyone's hearts completely vanished, replaced by a blazing courage and hope that spread through the city like wildfire. Let me fight. I can take on 100 of those damn monsters. They'll take on 1,000 with the Deliverer's protection. Great. We're saved. All across Okima, the citizens erupted into cheers of joy. Some even cried and laughed like madmen as they completely cast aside the despair, fear, and anxiety that had been tormenting them every single day for so long. Even Aglia herself was affected by the song's influence, feeling as though she had returned to her peak condition, as if the exhaustion and pressure weighing on her body had all been swept away in an instant. At the same time, inside the observation chamber of the scepter, Mi-13, countless streams of data rapidly flickered across the surrounding floating screens as Ligus suddenly received a series of alerts from the scepter itself. An unknown force is interfering with Okima and the Sea Siren Kingdom. Data cannot be merged. Reboot impossible. Process forcibly suspended. Extreme anomaly detected. Suspected virus. Scanning in progress. An unknown virus has enhanced the 12 factors, locking 2 data streams, unable to forcibly advance. Administrator notified. Seeing the endless strings of alerts continuously appearing before his eyes, Ligus could not help but feel puzzled. A virus? Who could bring a virus into Amphireus? Unknown virus, antivirus Zephyro. At the same time, inside the observation chamber of the scepter, Mi-13, countless streams of data rapidly flickered across the surrounding floating screens as Ligus suddenly received a series of alerts from the scepter itself. An unknown force is interfering with Okima and the Sea Siren Kingdom. Data cannot be merged. Reboot impossible. Process forcibly suspended. Extreme anomaly detected. Suspected virus. Scanning in progress. An unknown virus has enhanced the 12 factors, locking 2 data streams, unable to forcibly advance. Administrator notified. Seeing the endless strings of alerts continuously appearing before his eyes, Ligus could not help but feel puzzled. A virus? Who could bring a virus into Amphireus? As he checked the turbulence within the data stream, it revealed violent fluctuations in its core logic. Extreme anomaly. Initiate deep scan. Deep scan. Analyzing energy field composition. Failed. Composition unknown. Unable to parse. Analyzing energy source. Failed. Source unknown. Insufficient permissions. Analyzing rule logic. Failed. Logic paradox detected. Unable to modify. Judgment. Unknown virus interference. Judgment. High risk level. Programa era nova forcibly suspended. Data modules Okima and Sea Siren Kingdom locked by unknown rules. Unable to merge. Unable to reboot. Warning. Forcibly advancing the program may cause core data chain collapse. Administrator has read. When Ligus looked at the notification logs on the scepter, a sharp headache immediately began throbbing through his head. It can't be. Are you saying even Iron Tomb can't swallow it? Out of all possibilities, this mysterious virus must have been deployed by those people from the Garden of Recollection. Trying to steal my masterpiece? Heh, how naive. A cold sneer slowly formed on Ligus' face. He understood perfectly well that Amphireus was never some simple entanglement between three paths, but a brutal deathmatch between three different paths: erudition, destruction, and remembrance. Originally, it had only been a deathmatch between destruction and erudition. But midway through the process, remembrance had suddenly inserted itself into the conflict, attempting to reap the final rewards at the very last moment, like a lurking scavenger waiting in the shadows. Because of that, throughout all these years, Ligus had not only been tirelessly facilitating the birth of Iron Tomb, but had also been constantly watching for interference from the people of Remembrance. Now that he carefully thought about it, even the previous incident involving the Path of Abundance had most likely been orchestrated by the Garden of Recollection as well. In his eyes, they clearly had been planning this for a very long time. You think locking the data will allow you to interfere with me? Ligus let out a cold, disdainful laugh as he gazed at the countless streams of data flowing across the floating screen before him. Dense layers of symbols continuously flickered within his robotic pupils, reflecting the rapidly changing information. In the next second, without wasting even a single second, he immediately began programming. As one of the 9 thought fragments of Xander, one Kobara, Ligus could be said to be Nu's creator and father, so his understanding of calculations, logic, and programming had long since reached a level incomprehensible to ordinary life forms. Using 14-line algebraic programming derived from the same origin as Nous itself, writing an antivirus program within Amphireus was nothing short of a dimensionality reduction strike to him. No matter how mysterious the virus from the Garden of Recollection might be in front of him, it was merely a slightly more troublesome obstacle at best. Generating antivirus program, simulated entity. Target: eliminate anomalous individuals within Amphireus. Simulation object generated. Emanator of destruction, Zephyro. Reason: its destruction attributes provide the highest efficiency for data annihilation. Simulated entity generating. Generation complete. Program codename, Zephyro. Permissions: temporary elevated. Deploying. Seeing his new creation, Ligus slowly smiled in satisfaction. He had collected the combat data of Lord Ravager Zephyro long ago, and now that invaluable data was finally proving its worth. Let's deploy another Theoros to watch this through to the very end as well. Since his previous avatar had already been cut down by Kaslana, Ligus immediately sent another of his avatars into Amphireus, simply to enjoy the spectacle once more from a front row seat. Amphireus, Okima. At this moment, the song, enhanced by BGM, carrying the power of courage and protection, still echoed throughout the eternal holy city of Okima like an eternal hymn, protecting the entire city like an impregnable fortress bathed in golden radiance. Whether inside or outside the city, countless voices filled the air without end. Inside the city walls, the streets and plazas were filled with the cheering voices of countless citizens, their cries overflowing with excitement and relief. While outside the city, the battlefield was drowned in the roaring and hissing of the black tide creatures, their twisted bodies firmly blocked beyond the golden light of BGM and unable to advance even a single inch forward, no matter how violently they struggled. Long live the Deliverer! Long live! We're safe! Dash! Hearing the deafening cheers of the citizens resounding throughout the city, the exhausted soldiers standing atop the walls were reinvigorated, while the Chrysos' heirs revealed long-awaited smiles of relief. Hizelins, standing atop the northern city wall with the cold wind brushing past her black hair, quietly felt the joy and celebration both within and beyond the city, causing the tightly wound strings in her heart to finally loosen a little. Lucian's abilities really are the strongest. Hizelins murmured softly as she gazed down at the helpless black tide creatures below the walls. So this is the power from beyond the sky. If she had not lived through another life, she would never have understood all these absurd and unimaginable phenomena. And at this moment, she would probably still be charging around meaninglessly outside the walls like a reckless fool, fighting in vain until her death amidst the endless black tide. Big brother Lucian's the best. On Hizelant's right side, Tribby stepped out from Sentry Gate and remarked with a small, satisfied smile on her face, while on Hizelant's left side, Castorai stood quietly with her scythe held in her hands and nodded softly in agreement, a faint smile appearing on her usually expressionless face. Right after Tribby's appearance, several more sentry gates appeared one after another atop the city wall, their glowing portals flickering with light before Aglia and the others stepped out from them one after another. Now that the invincible domain created by BGM was firmly in place, they could finally relax and rest for a while after enduring the relentless battle for so long. So this is his power, huh? Now I'm 100% sure he's definitely the deliverer we've been waiting for. Phanon praised Lucian without the slightest hesitation the moment he stepped out from one of the sentry gates, his eyes practically shining with admiration and excitement. You're the happy? Mighty Eye, who had come out from one of the sentry gates right after Phanon, heard his words and immediately shot back with an irritated expression. How many of those monsters did you kill, anyway? Hearing that sudden question, Phanon raised his brows slightly before responding casually. Too many to count. Anyway, it's definitely more than you. TCH, you're just relying on having more core flames than me taking shortcuts. Being able to contain 12 core flames is still my own ability. If you've got the guts, try holding 12 and not getting burned to death. HKS. Seeing Phanon and Mighty Eye start quarreling with each other yet again. Even after returning safely alive, Aglia rolled her eyes helplessly before chiming in. My Diamos, did Cypher steal Castrum Cremnis Dictionary or something? Is it the only word left in it? Hearing that, Mighty Eye paused for a brief moment before scoffing dismissively. Aglia, I've noticed that after you regained your humanity, you've gotten kind of annoying. Just as Mighty's words fell, a lively and familiar voice suddenly rang out nearby. Seamstress, I heard you talking about me from a mile away. On top of the nearby watchtower, Cypher remarked with a playful smile before lightly leaping down toward the wall with an elegant acrobatic flip, her body twisting fluidly through the air before she landed smoothly and effortlessly atop the wall. As soon as Aglia saw Cypher appear before her once more, she froze for a brief moment, as though caught off guard by his sudden arrival, before a faint trace of nostalgia and apology quietly surfaced deep within her eyes. It couldn't be helped. All this time, she had never understood why Cypher had suddenly left Okima without saying goodbye and deliberately avoided her afterward. Perhaps she had unknowingly done something wrong and hurt her feelings back then, seeing that Aglia was not responding and instead remained standing there silently while staring at her. Cypher's expression softened slightly before she continued. Seamstress, you don't seem as inhuman as the rumors make you out to be after all. You can actually joke around. Upon hearing those words, Aglia let out a soft sigh before responding with a faint, almost helpless smile. I encountered a turning point. Mr. Lucian's power restored my humanity. Lucian again. Cypher muttered with a slight frown. Where's he anyway? Let me see this big shot too. He's not in Amphoreas for now. Hizelant's calmly interjected from the side. And you, kitten fish, what business do you even have meeting him? None, right? Cypher blinked for a moment before turning toward Hizelant's, her body subconsciously shrinking back a little. Even though she was a cat while the other was a fish, and cats were supposed to be the natural predators of fish, instead of Hizelant's fearing her, it was actually Cypher who feared the other instead. It couldn't really be helped. Back then, when Cypher was still a child, because she had secretly stolen fish once, she had been ruthlessly dealt with by Hizelant's on the spot. Because of that traumatic experience, she ended up developing psychological trauma and would unconsciously feel nervous whenever she saw this sea siren. Fine. If I don't get to see him, then I don't get to see him. I don't care anyway. Cypher bared her sharp teeth at Hizelant's while subconsciously taking another small step backward before quickly hiding herself behind Castor Ice. Cyphera, all these years, why were you avoiding me? Aglia suddenly stepped forward and asked in a low, solemn voice, her gaze fixed directly on Cypher. If she had still lacked humanity like before, she would never have asked such a question out loud, nor would she have even cared enough to ask in the first place. But now, things are different. Don't ask. I can't tell you right now. Cypher brushed the question aside while shifting her gaze elsewhere, clearly not daring to meet Aglia's eyes directly. You just gotta know it has something to do with Okima. Everyone present could tell that something deeper was going on between the two of them, but in the end, nobody chose to say anything, unwilling to casually meddle in matters that clearly involved their past. In the end, after a brief silence filled the atmosphere, Aglia slowly nodded in understanding. All right, then I won't ask. Just stay in Okima from now on. It's fine even if you don't come see me. Seeing Cypher's behavior and the subtle hesitation hidden beneath her calm expression, Aglia, who knew her quite well, vaguely guessed part of the truth. If Cypher said it like that, then she must have used her authority of trickery to influence something extremely important within Okima, something so critical that it absolutely could not be exposed to anyone. If that were the case, then it would explain why Cypher had suddenly left Okima without saying goodbye and had kept deliberately avoiding her ever since. Since that was the case, Aglia chose not to think about it any further, lest she accidentally ruin things by digging too deeply into a truth that Cypher clearly did not wish to reveal. Seeing that Aglia was no longer pressing further, Cypher inwardly let out a small sigh of relief, relieved that Aglia had not continued digging deeper and seeing through her lie. Needless to say, the current humane Aglia was far easier to deal with than the cold and inhuman Aglia, who wanted to understand everything with absolute clarity, leaving no room for ambiguity or concealment. Just like that, the group, reunited after such a long time apart, gradually relaxed and gathered together, casually chatting with one another as the tense atmosphere from earlier slowly faded away. However, just as the joy and relief of surviving the catastrophe had lasted for less than 3 minutes, a sudden change abruptly occurred. Kaslana, whose senses were far sharper and more sensitive than the others, immediately raised his head and looked toward the sky, his expression instantly turning serious. At some unknown point in time, a humanoid figure with a male body shape and a black and white body had appeared high above Okima without anyone noticing his arrival. He was wrapped haphazardly in strips of white cloth that floated around his waist and left arm, while a pair of long black pants covered his lower body. Unlike ordinary human hands, however, his fingers were sharp and clawed, carrying an unnatural appearance that resembled some kind of monster more than a human being. Over his head was what appeared to be a strange type of fabric that completely covered his face in white, bandage-like strips, concealing all facial features beneath it, and those white strips also extended down his back in a fashion similar to long flowing hair, drifting slowly in the air despite the absence of wind. He was armed with a thin, long black sword, while 5 metallic rectangles floated silently behind him, extending along the left side of his body like a distorted metallic wing. Suddenly, with his entire body radiating an overwhelming killing intent that seemed capable of freezing the surrounding space itself, the figure slowly raised one arm and pointed the sword straight toward Okima as a terrifying mass of destructive energy so powerful that it was enough to instantly vaporize stars and burn everything into absolute nothingness began frantically gathering and compressing around the blade of the sword. In an instant, the surrounding space even began trembling faintly under the pressure of that terrifyingly concentrated power. Everyone throughout Okima, finally noticing the figure in the sky because of the horrifying energy he emitted, instantly felt a chill run through their hearts as they looked upward at the terrifying scene before them. At this moment, nearly everyone shared the same horrifying feeling, as though the instant that sword descended, the entire world itself would be completely destroyed beyond recovery. If not for the protection provided by BGM, Many people would probably have already gone weak in the knees from overwhelming fear, while some weaker individuals might have already fainted solely from the terrifying pressure emitted by the figure alone. Who is that? A black-tide creature? Hizelins muttered with concern as she finally noticed the figure standing high in the sky, her expression gradually turning serious. Given that the unknown being in the sky carried such intense, killing intent, his intentions were definitely nothing good. He looked so weird, Tribby muttered with a slight frown as she stared at the distant figure. But his killing intent is really strong. He must be an enemy. Is it Lygus doing? Castorice voiced her guess softly, causing Kaslana, who was also looking up at the figure in the sky, to feel an inexplicable irritation rising within his chest before a strong sense of hostility instinctively surged through his mind the moment he saw the figure. TCH, the guy gives me this urge to kill him. I want to cut off his right hand, but it also feels like I can't cut through him. Hearing Kaslana's words, Aglia immediately shook her head. Don't go by feelings. You definitely can't beat him. Her tone was calm, but also extremely certain. Aside from her, everyone present could clearly feel that the energy pressure emitted by that being was even greater than the pressure 400 million core flames could produce. Eventually, even the surrounding air itself seemed to grow heavier solely because of his presence. Dawncloud, world-bearing altar. Standing at the top of Dawncloud, Lygus' avatar revealed a satisfied smile as he calmly watched the spectacle unfolding below. His expression filled with absolute confidence in the power of his antivirus program. In his view, with just a single sword strike, the simulated Zephyro would surely erase that damned mysterious virus, together with all the mutated entities infesting Amphireus. As for Kaslana, he had probably already begun another recurrence by now, completely unaware that everything happening here was about to be forcefully reset once again. Just as Lygus thought Zephyro's descending sword was about to strike down toward Okima and bring everything to an end, another completely unexpected turn suddenly occurred. Suddenly, the endless black tide besieging Okima abruptly stopped for a brief instant before violently turning around and surging straight toward Zephyro in midair, creating a spectacular and bizarre scene like a massive waterfall flowing backward against the sky itself. Seeing such an unpredictable phenomenon unfold right before his eyes, Lygus was stunned once again, the satisfied expression on his face instantly freezing in place. What's going on? Why is the scepter swallowing my antivirus? Lygus' anger and grievance. Why did the black tide suddenly attack the simulated Zephyro? Simple. It was because Zephyro had developed killing intent toward the people of Okima, including Hizelins and the others, harboring an absolute desire to exterminate every last one of them without exception. Because of that, the law of calamity that Hizelins had borrowed from Lucian was directly triggered the moment that murderous intent surfaced. As a result, Zephyro's body suddenly stalled for an instant. The change was so subtle that it was almost impossible to detect with the naked eye. Yet that brief and nearly imperceptible pause still revealed one undeniable fact. A bug had appeared within his core code. However, it was precisely this tiny stutter and flaw that triggered a massive chain reaction that no one could have foreseen. Apparently, the scepter had detected that the flaw within Zephyro carried an extremely dangerous level of risk, so it immediately revoked all of his elevated permissions, forcibly bypassed the administrator Lygus, and directly classified Zephyro as a high-risk virus that needed to be completely eradicated as soon as possible. And because of that, the Black Tide, along with the countless creatures it had already corrupted and assimilated, began surging toward Zephyro from all directions in an attempt to corrupt and kill him. Rumble dash! Amid the deafening rumbling noise that shook the surrounding area, the endless horde of black tide creatures surged forward madly like a breached dam, unleashing a catastrophic flood of black water, roaring as they charged straight toward Zephyro without the slightest hesitation. Roar dash! Countless, Innumerable black tide creatures let out earth-shaking roars as they charged fearlessly toward Zephyro in the sky, their overwhelming numbers surging like a boundless dark ocean. In the blink of an eye, they surrounded him, layer upon layer of monstrous bodies swallowing his towering figure whole. Seeing the scene unfold before his eyes, Lygus was truly, genuinely speechless, knowing that the scepter had been infected with a virus. He had even kindly written antivirus software and inserted it personally to cure the infection. But what was the result in the end? Not only had the scepter started fighting against the antivirus program he created, but the supposed virus itself was actually just standing off to the side, leisurely watching the show unfold. Inside Okima, the Chrysos heirs, who were considered viruses by Lygus, truly were just standing there blankly like a group of carefree spectators, watching the chaotic spectacle happening in the sky above them. Let me guess, Hizelens, was this because of the law of calamity? Mortis smiled faintly at Hizelens as she spoke, her tone sounding more amused than surprised, prompting the others nearby to look toward her as well. Hizelens responded with a polite nod. Earlier, she had already heard from Tribby and the others that not only was Mortis Tribby's mother and Lucian's woman, but she was also actually his very first woman. As such, it was only natural that she ought to show an appropriate level of respect. So, can someone explain it? Mighty Eye asked while scratching his head helplessly. What exactly is this so-called law of calamity? At that question, Hizelens immediately began explaining the effects of the conceptual ability, simplifying the explanation as much as possible so everyone could understand it more easily. By the time she finished explaining, everyone present was visibly astonished and could not help but sigh in amazement at Lucian once again. "I really want an ability like that too," Cypher said enviously while pouting slightly, her tail swaying lightly behind her. "If only Lucian could give me one." "Nope," Hizelens said while curling her lips before teasingly adding, "Don't even think about it. He doesn't like a kitten fish like you." "Oomph." Cypher snorted disdainfully while crossing her arms beneath her chest. "Fine. If he doesn't like me, then he doesn't like me. I don't care." At worst, she would simply steal Lucian away completely, and then she would see whether this sea siren could still remain so smug afterward. Meanwhile, while everyone chatted casually with relaxed expressions, looking entirely carefree amidst a situation that should have been disastrous, Zephyro himself had clearly not forgotten his duty to eliminate the so-called viruses and still intended to launch an attack against Okima. As a result, however, the law of calamity was triggered once more, causing the bug hidden deep within Zephyro's source code to become increasingly severe. In fact, the bug even began mutating further on its own, automatically iterating and updating Zephyro's original operational commands. Virus elimination directive temporarily suspended. Counterattack priority updated to highest. At the very instant this notification appeared, the compressed, destructive white energy gathered at Zephyro's sword, originally prepared to bombard Okima from above, abruptly shifted direction slightly before being released directly toward the endless black tide instead. Casual and light, the motion appeared understated and almost effortless, as though he were merely brushing past a drifting wisp of breeze rather than unleashing an attack powerful enough to shatter the battlefield. Whoosh, one black and one white, forming a stark and absolute contrast. White flames suddenly burst forth from within the massive spherical black tide. Immediately afterward, centered around Zephyro, the endless tide of white flames spread outward like a world-devouring tsunami, sweeping across the sky and the earth in an instant. Wherever the white flames passed, the black tide was instantly incinerated and erased, vanishing like pencil marks wiped away by a rubber eraser. Silent and spotless, the terrifying black tide disappeared without leaving behind even the slightest residue speck of ash. Not even a trace of black smoke remained in the world. 1 second earlier, it had still been a monstrous tide resembling a black ocean drowning the entire world, bringing with it despair and suffocating darkness. Yet in the very next second, it became a complete, global-scale purification, as though the whole Amphireus had been thoroughly washed clean by an invisible hand, instantly becoming incomparably clean. Fortunately, the eternal holy city of Okima was protected by BGM from beginning to end, so it was not affected in the slightest by the terrifying white flames. A deadly silence suddenly filled both the inside and outside of Okima. Everyone stood frozen in place as though their minds had gone blank, silently staring upward at the sky above with widened eyes and stunned expressions, causing the surroundings to become so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be clearly heard. A few moments of silence later, I get it. It isn't an enemy, but a divine envoy sent by the Deliverer to help us. Oh, so strong. Lord Lucian is simply far too strong. Even his divine envoy is this powerful. All of a sudden, the countless citizens within Okima erupted into deafening cheers after realizing that Zephyro was actually on their side, due to Aglia's earlier promotion and announcements. The people already knew that the Deliverer's name was Lucian, and now, after personally witnessing Zephyro help them completely erase the terrifying black tide threatening the entire world, they all naturally assumed that Zephyro was the divine envoy personally sent by Lucian. As a result, the atmosphere throughout Okima instantly became incomparably jubilant and excited, with countless people looking toward the sky with expressions filled with reverence, gratitude, and excitement. Hearing those overwhelming cheers resounding throughout the city, Lygus nearly passed out from suffocation on the spot. Why? How does this make sense? I programmed you to kill the virus, not to target Ironton. What kind of cheat makes my antivirus attack the very system it's supposed to protect? Lygus couldn't help but question reality itself, his mind nearly descending into chaos as he desperately tried to understand exactly where things had gone wrong. He was certain that there should not have been any errors in his code, considering that this was far from his first day as a programmer, and he had already repeated the calculations in his head countless times over. Yet the absurd scene unfolding before him continued to shatter his common sense again and again. No matter how hard he pondered over it, he could only arrive at one logical conclusion in the end. It had to be because of remembrance. Soon enough, while Lygus was still seething with rage and disbelief, the endlessly surging black tide regenerated once more and continued attacking Zephyro without pause, while Zephyro likewise counterattacked with cold precision and erased the black tide over and over again. Black and white collided repeatedly across the sky, endlessly devouring one another in a cycle that seemed as though it would never end. Back and forth again and again. In the end, this unexpected development instead granted Amphireus a brief and extremely rare moment of peace amidst the chaos. Hell, look at that. Pinon 1 strike wiped out the entire black tide. And you actually wanted to chop off the guy's hand? Mighty Eye laughed lightly as he casually mocked the silent Kaslana, his tone carrying undisguised amusement. Given that Kaslana and Phanon were basically the same person, Mighty Eye naturally treated both of them the same way as well, mocking Kaslana whenever he got the chance without the slightest bit of restraint. Kaslana merely remained silent, having no response at all since the facts were already laid out right before his eyes in the clearest way possible. Even with 400 million core flames, he still could not completely eliminate the black tide, while that humanoid figure in the sky had effortlessly cleared the entire world's black tide with just a single strike. How spectacular! How terrifying! Well, this works out nicely, Phanon said with a helpless shrug as he looked toward the distant sky. Someone's helping us hold back the black tide and draw away its attention. We don't even need to lift a hand anymore. So, this is how it gets solved? Kaslana finally asked with a complicated expression, his gaze remaining fixed upon the overwhelming figure high in the sky. In the observation chamber of the scepter, Me-13, Lygus inwardly ground his teeth in anger, yet outwardly he still maintained an elegant and composed demeanor, pretending as though nothing had truly affected him. Fine. Truly an interesting game. Ligus said slowly in a deep voice, his tone carrying an oppressive coldness. Since that's the case, I'll personally step in and put a stop to this farce. Genuinely furious now, he intended to personally accelerate the simulation's progress and force the situation back under control. However, just as he was about to issue new commands, another report was suddenly transmitted before him. Aporia 432 track, Ocean. Prima mobile, self-negation. Note, internal world missing. Avoidance tendencies detected in effective decision-making. Across the majority of infinite loop processes, its behavioral patterns remain highly coupled with the residual electrical signals. Real-time monitoring has detected newly integrated energy data originating from the abundance and the elation, causing its behavioral patterns to shift and gradually deviate from self-destructive tendencies. Elation? Ligus gaped at the report for several seconds. He had already been surprised far too many times today, so many times that even seeing the path of elation interfering no longer shocked him very much anymore. In fact, after a brief moment of silence, it somehow even started making sense. No wonder the antivirus software he personally programmed had ultimately turned around and begun fighting against the system it was supposed to protect. Such ridiculous absurdity somehow became perfectly understandable once the elation became involved. Evidently, those people from the Garden of Recollection, merely to steal the credit for themselves, had actually gone so far as to introduce the powers of abundance and elation into the simulation just to deliberately stir up chaos. Now that matters had already reached this stage, he needed to think of a way to stall for time, wait for the Lord Ravagers to arrive as support, and ensure Iron Tomb could be born successfully. Just as Ligus was thinking this, suddenly, whoosh, a cloud of black smoke abruptly spread through the surrounding space, rapidly engulfing several sections of the floating interface screens before the scepter immediately released a series of warning notifications. Warning: Virus Zephyro is attacking the computation module. Core overclocking detected. Temperature exceeding safe limits. Module 45471 fault detected. Simulation process paused. Please perform maintenance. Are you fucking kidding me? At last, even Ligus, who had always prided himself on his elegance and composure, completely lost his patience and erupted into furious cursing, the calm and refined image he had maintained until now instantly shattering apart. In the very next moment, his fingers moved across the virtual keyboard before him at an almost terrifying speed. Countless streams of data rapidly flashing across the surrounding interfaces as he immediately forcefully uninstalled Zephyro, the antivirus software he himself had personally created. Fortunately, Zephyro had not yet undergone a complete supermutation, and he, as the administrator, still retained the authority to uninstall the program. Otherwise, Iron Tomb would probably have been beaten to death by his own creation before it had even fully come into existence. If that truly happened, then all of his efforts over these many years would completely go to waste. At this point, Ligus could not help but feel that, for some inexplicable reason, there had simply been far too many accidents happening recently. Every kind of accident, every kind of bad luck, every kind of setback imaginable seemed to have gathered together all at once. Now that the scepter itself had malfunctioned, he no longer had the luxury of remaining inside the observation chamber and issuing commands remotely. He had no choice but to personally go and repair it himself. So many years without a single failure. Yet today, of all days, the neurons of the Aeon of erudition have actually been damaged. Ligus muttered in a weary voice while pressing a hand against his forehead, feeling an unprecedented sense of helplessness for the very first time in a very long while. Just what kind of virus was infecting the scepter for it to even affect the antivirus program he personally designed? Elation? Dont elle? Has the Aeon of Elation noticed Amphireus? Unfortunately, that was a question Ligus simply could not answer. All he could do now was swallow his grievance, accept his loss, and obediently stick out his rear while fixing the scepter first. Temporary peace, ciphers lie as the scepter encountered trouble. Everyone in Amphireus watched as the endless black tide rapidly retreated and vanished without leaving behind even the slightest trace. At the same time, the enormous black and white humanoid figure standing high above the heavens also gradually disappeared from sight, as though it had never existed in the first place. Just like that, the world returned to peace and clarity once more. Even the sky regained its bright blue brilliance, no longer trapped beneath the oppressive veil of eternal night. Warm sunlight poured down across the land once again, illuminating the devastated yet still living world below. We won. We won. We survived. Dash. All the citizens of Okima erupted into deafening cheers once again, their voices echoing throughout the city. Many of them even broke down into tears of overwhelming joy and relief. For them, that world-ending black tide had been far too oppressive and suffocating, pressing down on their hearts like an endless nightmare. And now that everything had finally dissipated into nothingness, it was impossible for them not to cry. Some people even collapsed onto the ground in exhaustion, while others tightly embraced their families and companions as though trying to confirm that they were all still alive. So that's it. Now that the black tide has receded, everything's over, right? Standing atop the city wall, Mighty Eye crossed his arms and looked up at the clear blue sky as he spoke. Although his expression remained calm, the slight relaxation in his posture still revealed the relief in his heart. Not yet. Kaslana immediately poured cold water over the joyful atmosphere. Did you forget what I said? We are all merely database life forms. As long as we have not become true life forms, none of this is truly over. No matter how beautiful things may look right now, it's only temporary. For the sake of giving birth to the cosmos-destroying being, Lygus will act again very soon. Only when Lucian arrives will we finally have a chance to ascend into true life forms and no longer fear the black tide. In any case, before he comes, don't let your guard down. When those words fell from his mouth, the group that had been overflowing with joy instantly calmed down, as though they had just been forcibly awakened from a pleasant dream. He promised me that when the time comes, he will definitely come and save all of us. Hizelins said softly while touching the spot over her chest where her heart was, her gaze carrying a faint trace of longing. Now, all we can do is wait for him. That's right. Wait. Trinan nodded in agreement, a cheerful smile appearing on her little face once more. Even so, there was still a hint of seriousness lingering within her eyes. Let's just wait for now, Cypher said with a shrug before lazily stretching her body. At least now, we can finally chill for a bit. It's been forever since I've seen blue skies and white clouds. Meshi spoke. She narrowed her eyes slightly and looked up toward the sky with an unusually relaxed expression, quietly enjoying the rare moment of peace. And so, with the battle against the black tide concluded, at least for now, what followed was a period of reorganization and stabilization, which began with Aglia estimating the world's remaining population and overall condition. After the corruption and devastation brought by the black tide, there were no longer many people left alive in the entire world of Amphireus. Okima itself was left with only around 1 million inhabitants. Just from listening to Kaslana explain the eternal recurrence, it was already clear that even 400 million core flames had still been unable to stop the black tide. If not for Lucian's protection, the black tide invasion just now would have already wiped out every single person in Okima without leaving behind any survivors. Now that the black tide had suddenly vanished, everyone could finally turn their attention toward other urgent matters. 3,000 little Tri ran throughout every corner of Okima, busily opening numerous sentry gates to assist with reconstruction efforts. Their small figures constantly moved back and forth across the city like tireless workers. Because the population had dropped so drastically, productivity had also fallen sharply alongside it. As a result, they had no choice but to rely heavily on the sentry gates to restore production capacity as quickly as possible, especially food production and the restoration of essential supplies needed for survival. In Twilight Courtyard, Mortis was busily using the godly bandage to treat and restore the injured, while also resurrecting those who had lost their lives during the previous war against the Black Tide creatures. Soft divine light continuously flowed from the white bandages in her hands, wrapping around wounded bodies one after another before restoring them to perfect condition at a speed visible to the naked eye. Torn flesh healed, shattered bones reconnected, and even the exhausted expressions on the faces of the survivors returned to normal as if nothing had happened to them. When the dead were resurrected right before her very eyes, Hyacine's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets from sheer disbelief. Lady Mortis, this is incredible. Please teach me. I want to become your disciple. I'm sorry, but I can't. Actually, this isn't my medical skill, and I don't know medicine at all, Mortis explained while gently shaking her head. What I used was Lucian's ability called the Godly Bandage. It can restore anything to its most perfect state, dead people included, souls included, even completely lifeless objects. Hearing about such a miraculous ability, Hyacinth froze for a moment before her heart was completely overwhelmed with envy, while her eyes became filled with intense longing and admiration. It couldn't be helped. What doctor wouldn't desire such an ability? Lady Mortis, if Lord Lucian ever comes to Okima, please be sure to introduce me to him. I'm serious. At that request, Mortis felt slightly speechless, and just as she was about to respond, Cypher's voice suddenly sounded from beside them. Did I hear that right? Even lifeless objects can be fixed? Apparently, Cypher had come to deliver supplies and had happened to overhear Mortis' explanation about the Godly Bandage. Lady Cypher, please don't just appear out of nowhere. Hyacinth complained while clutching her chest, clearly startled by Cypher's sudden appearance. Mortis smiled softly as she looked at the cat girl before her, who appeared cute and slightly mischievous, like a playful kitten that could never stay still for long. That's right. If you have something broken, I can help you fix it, too. Mortis spoke gently to Cypher like a loving mother. Well, what about that? Cypher asked while raising her hand to point toward the dawn device high above them. Can that thing be fixed, too? Of course, Mortis replied while looking toward the dawn device, though she soon frowned slightly. But I can't get up there, and it's very large. Wrapping the entire thing up would take quite a long time. Hearing that, Cypher's eyes immediately lit up with shockingly bright excitement, while the corners of her mouth curved upward into a cat-like smile. Ever since she had taken upon herself the lie of the dawn device, she had been worried every single day, afraid that one day the lie would be exposed and the dawn would completely disappear. Yes, what maintained Okima's eternal dawn was not Kephael's power, but Cypher's lie, woven through the divine authority of trickery, deceiving all the people of Okima into believing that the dawn device's light would continue to shine forever. As long as no one discovered the lie woven through the divine authority of trickery would become reality itself, essentially functioning as a terrifying reality-warping ability. Thanks to her lie, the dawn device had been sustained for 700 years beyond its original shutdown date, forcing her to silently bear the light of the entire world upon her shoulders alone for centuries. Thankfully, Lucian's blessed power had helped them drive away the black tide and restore the brightness of the sky, allowing her to finally relax for a short while after carrying such enormous pressure for so many years. Now that she was being told that his so-called godly bandage could even restore the dawn device itself, how could she possibly not feel excited? Well, that's easy, Cypher said while snapping her fingers confidently. He'll take you there. Easy peasy. Indeed, with the boost of her godlike speed as the demigod of trickery, she could easily circle the massive dawn device 3 times within mere seconds. In the next second, Cypher grabbed Mortis' hand without the slightest hesitation before speaking excitedly. I'll let you in on a secret. The dawn device actually broke a long time ago. It's my power of trickery that's been keeping it shining this whole time. As soon as Cypher revealed this shocking truth to Mortis and Hyacinth, The dawn device atop the Kefale statue immediately began to dim. Now, the golden radiance that had illuminated Okima for centuries rapidly weakened, while cracks gradually spread across the surface of the enormous mechanism. Soon after, the dawn device even began to wither and decay, as though it had truly remained broken and abandoned for 700 long years. Everyone in Okima immediately noticed this horrifying scene, and an overwhelming sense of terror instantly spread throughout the entire city. Even though the black tide had vanished and sunlight had once again returned to the land, the dawn device remained the ultimate protector upon which the people depended, so in no time at all, the entirety of Okima was thrown into unrest and confusion as rapidly escalating panic and unease began spreading uncontrollably throughout the crowd. No way. It's true. Wait. So Lady Cypher has been bearing such a heavy responsibility all this time. Now, finally learning the truth. Hyacinth covered her mouth in disbelief as she stared at Cypher with widened eyes, clearly unable to process the revelation immediately, realizing that all these years it had actually been the demigod of trickery carrying the light of the world-bearing titan behind the scenes. She felt that this truth deserved to be known. Otherwise, it would simply be far too unfair to the silent sacrifice Cypher had carried for so long. Hey, keep it low-key, Cypher said with a casual smile, waving her hand like it was no big deal at all. If I didn't know Lucian had my back, I wouldn't have dared spill it. I was always worried the seamstress would see right through me since, I've never really been able to fool her. It really was Lucian who had given her the courage to finally reveal the truth she had hidden for so many years. Although she had never met him, didn't even know what he looked like, and only knew his name, she still felt an inexplicable sense of security from him and always believed that he could take responsibility for any trouble that might arise afterward. For that reason, she finally felt safe enough to reveal the secret she had guarded for countless years. All right, let's fix that giant ball first, great Lady Mortis. Right after saying that, Cypher immediately led Mortis forward while casually tossing a spinning coin in her hand, the metallic surface gleaming faintly beneath the surrounding light. In an instant, divine speed surged forth like a sudden flash across space itself, and before Hyacinth could even blink, the space before her was already empty, leaving only the spinning coin suspended in midair as it continued rotating silently. Several seconds later, the very moment the coin fell and lightly touched the ground, the two figures instantly reappeared in the exact same spot as though they had never left at all. All done. Cypher bent down, picked up the coin from the ground with practiced ease, and casually hung it back around her neck. Hyacinth quickly looked upward again and saw that the dawn device had already been tightly wrapped in an enormous amount of white bandages, layer upon layer, completely sealing its massive surface. A few moments later, as the white bandages gradually peeled away and slowly dissipated into countless fragments of light, the dim and withered dawn device regained its former radiance and once again illuminated the city below with its brilliant and sacred light, dispelling the previous gloom almost instantly. Aglia and the others hadn't even had time to react before everything had already returned to normal, leaving them momentarily stunned by how absurdly fast the entire process had been. Lucian really is my lucky star. Thanks to his ability, I've finally been able to set down this heavy burden that's been weighing on me for ages. I'm definitely going to thank him properly someday. Cypher spoke with a relieved sigh as she patted her chest, the tension in her expression visibly easing afterward, then turned toward Mortis with a bright grin. And thanks to you too, ma'am. They'll send you a whole box of gemstones another day. At the hero's bath. Every single word Cypher had just spoken to Mortis, and Hyacinth was carried along the flowing golden threads and quietly reached the ears of the resting Aglia. Aglia slowly let out a long breath as her body gradually sank deeper into the warm pool, allowing the water to wash over her shoulders. So that kitty hadn't left me because I had done something wrong? Aglia muttered softly to herself before releasing another quiet sigh, her expression turning increasingly complicated. You have been carrying such a heavy duty all alone this entire time. Seriously, you made me worry for hundreds of years. You bad kitty, what are you muttering about over there? Hizelins, who was also soaking lazily in the same pool, teased in a casual tone while glancing sideways at her. I heard that Duck's gold weaver is supposed to be cold, dignified, and someone who rarely smiles. Please restore that image a little. You seem a lot more cheerful, too. Duck's gladiorum. Aglia immediately shot back with a faint smile tugging at her lips. Mr. Lucian's influence, right? Hearing that, Hizelins merely curled her lips into a small but unmistakably gentle smile. Well, after spending a happy 100 years together with him, of course I'd be different. When those words fell, Tribios, who had been quietly resting in the pool alongside the two of them, instantly froze on the spot. 100 years. A happy 100 years. Tribios slowly turned her head and stared directly at Hizelins with an expression that looked as though she wanted to swallow her whole on the spot. I only stayed with Big Brother for a little over 10 years. How did the one who came first end up being the one who lost out? In the end, the more she thought about it, the more wrong Tribios felt inside. At the very same moment, the person currently being talked about suddenly sneezed aboard a distant space station located within another star system. Lucian rubbed his nose suspiciously and narrowed his eyes slightly. Who's complaining about me now? The Titans are nothing. As the black tide that had engulfed the entirety of Amphireus finally vanished, the waters of Styxia underwent a visible transformation as well. Now, the oppressive gloom that had long shrouded the ocean gradually dispersed into nothingness, allowing the seawater to regain its former clarity once more while faint, shimmering ripples of light quietly drifted beneath the surface. Noticing the change within the sea sirens who had remained hidden for so long ultimately swam out from the underwater city, cautiously testing the safety of the outside world by carefully observing the currents, listening to the movements within the ocean, and probing the surrounding waters for quite some time. After finally confirming that the sea had truly returned to peace, all of them, without any prior agreement, immediately turned toward the direction of a certain palace and began to offer prayers and praises in voices that sounded almost like songs. Praise the Ocean Guardian. Praise the Ocean King. It was you who drove away the darkness. It was you who sheltered our home. One after another, the sea sirens swayed their beautiful fish tails as they sang ethereal melodies filled with gratitude and devotion that continuously spread throughout the seawater. Their graceful figures danced freely beneath the ocean while they waved their arms, struck the currents, and spun in circles, causing countless ripples to spread across the surrounding sea. Across the entire seafloor, the name Ocean King echoed relentlessly without cease, accompanied by songs of reverence that seemed to envelop the whole ocean itself. Fagusa floated silently before their throne, their gaze quietly fixed upon the homeland that had finally been restored to vitality after enduring the long encroachment of darkness, while the heartfelt praises of her Titankin continuously entered their ears. A relieved smile gradually appeared upon their noble and magnificent face, yet deep within their eyes, there still lingered a faint trace of complexity that could not be concealed completely. Lucian, thank you. Thank you for saving us once again. Fagusa murmured softly, their voice blending into the flowing ocean currents, so quiet that only they themselves were capable of hearing it. In another realm, the cold river of souls flowed slowly and endlessly through the darkness, while the countless flowers within the vast sea of blossoms swayed gently beneath the dim starlight. Within these silent surroundings, where only the faint sound of the river of souls flowing could be heard echoing through the nether realm, Polixia stood alone amidst the endless flower sea. Her gaze remained fixed upon the dark sky above, while the sea of flowers illuminated beneath the scattered starlight reflected quietly within her eyes. The black tide seems to have passed. Has he come back? When will he come to see me? Carrying an eternal chill that seemed capable of freezing even time itself, The cold wind of the nether realm lifted Polyxia's pale lavender hair and brushed gently across her delicate figure, scattering her quiet sigh into the darkness, along with a fleeting trace of softness hidden deep within her eyes. Okemo, Tvelight courtyard. Inside his room, Anaxa sat quietly on a high-back chair with an upright posture and his chin slightly raised, still carrying his usual sharpness and arrogance, as though nothing in the world could force him to lower his head. Only, his entire body was now wrapped in layers of white bandages from head to toe, making him resemble a severely injured patient recovering from a near-fatal wound. Because he was alone in the room, the surroundings were deathly quiet, so quiet that only the faint sound of his breathing echoed softly through the air. Soon enough, after several long moments of silence, the bandages wrapped around his body finally began to unravel on their own before gradually vanishing into scattered particles of light, revealing Anaxa beneath them as he slowly opened his eyes once more, his gaze bright, sharp, and filled with his usual intelligence. What a miraculous ability! Even an eye lost to alchemy's law of equivalent exchange can actually be restored. Anaxa muttered to himself in a low voice, a faint trace of awe appearing on his normally arrogant face. Now that's what you call a god. Screw those titans, they're absolutely useless. Right after he finished mocking the titans, Anaxa casually reached for the clothes beside him and calmly began getting dressed. Not long after the black tide had completely disappeared, he immediately returned to the city center after hearing that Mortis had borrowed the divine ability Castor Ice used before Godly Bandage. For the sake of his elder sister, he had reluctantly put aside his pride, maintained a stiff expression the entire time, and personally went to Mortis to request that she restore his left eye. And fortunately, the final result turned out to be far more satisfying than he had expected. Now, he could once again sacrifice his eye through alchemy and see his elder sister one more time. After finally finishing dressing, Anaxa pushed open the door and walked out of his room, only to find Mortis and Hyacinth already standing outside waiting for him. "Professor Anaxa, your left eye is really healed." Hyacinth immediately spoke while clapping her hands together, her face filled with genuine happiness for him. "Assistant instructor, he'll teach you another lesson. Lucian is the true god, and the Titans are nothing," Anaxa declared proudly as he pointed at his restored left eye before extending his hand toward the city visible outside the window. All of this is proof they are all proof. Indeed, when people truly needed salvation and help, the Titans were nowhere to be found. Instead, it was Lucian, someone who was not even physically present in Amphireus, who ultimately saved everyone. Even someone as sharp-tongued and stubborn as Anaxa, someone who hated the so-called gods to the very bone, could not help feeling that Lucian, who now seemed like the true god in his eyes, the very existence he should have despised the most, was someone he could genuinely rely on, or at the very least, far more reliable than those useless Titans. "Aya, is that so?" "Maybe." Hyacinth clearly did not know how she was supposed to respond to that, so she could only give a vague and perfunctory reply while smiling awkwardly. "Mr. Anaxagoras, if this were the past, then for insulting the Titans like this, I would have smashed your head without hesitation. However, since you are praising Lucian, I will forgive you." Mortis chimed in with a gentle smile, though it was obvious that the smile on her face was not directed toward Anaxa at all, but toward Lucian instead. Thank you, Lady Mortis, for sparing my life. If you happen to see him, please pass along a message for me. Anaxagoras requests an audience." Anaxa showed Mortis a considerable amount of respect while speaking. Putting aside her identity as a holy maiden, merely helping him restore his eye alone was already a tremendous favor that he would not easily forget. "I will send the thank you gift later. For now, I must take my leave." Just like that, Anaxa turned around and left, returning to continue his alchemy once more so he could sacrifice one eye again, see his deceased elder sister one more time, and personally tell her to rest easy and patiently wait for the day she would finally be resurrected. However, there was still one remaining question lingering in his mind. When exactly would Lucian finally come to Amphireus? Heard a space station. Inside his temporary room, Lucian, after sneezing and wondering who might be complaining about him behind his back, leaned comfortably against the soft sofa while casually holding a cup of hot cocoa in his hand. Asta sat across from him, her small face slightly flushed as she enthusiastically spoke about her dream, her bright eyes filled with excitement whenever the topic shifted toward astronomy. I wanted to become an astronomer, but my family treated it like some kind of heretical side path. Until one day, Madame Herta's puppet appeared, and those overbearing elders immediately acted all meek and obedient in front of her. Madame Herta said, "This little girl will do. I traveled all this way just to listen to your incomprehensible academic reports. I'd rather listen to this little girl argue with you. Within 3 days, I want to see her on my space station." As she spoke, Asta vividly imitated Herta's manner of speaking, doing it so perfectly that even her expression, posture, and tone were almost identical to Herta's. The arrogance in her voice and the dismissive look in her eyes were reproduced with surprising accuracy. Lucian silently watched her animated expression, a faint smile gradually appearing at the corner of his mouth. "In that case, I really have to thank Herta. If she hadn't dragged you onto this space station by force, I probably never would have gotten a chance to meet you, let alone have a chat this nice with you." As soon as Lucian finished speaking, Asta visibly flinched for a moment, clearly feeling a little embarrassed by his straightforward words. I guess. That's true." Asta pressed her lips together and responded with a somewhat shy smile, her gaze subconsciously drifting to the side. However, just as her words fell, beep, 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 suddenly, the portable communicator on Asta's wrist rang. The crisp electronic sound immediately breaking the warm atmosphere between them. When she looked at the screen, she saw that it was a call from Arlen. "Lady Asta, the limited edition interstellar plant cultivation pod you ordered has arrived. It requires your personal signature." As soon as she heard that, Asta's eyes immediately lit up with excitement. "Oh, it's here. It'll be right there." Almost instantly, Asta stood up from the sofa. However, because she had moved too quickly after sitting in the same position for quite a while, a numb sensation suddenly spread through her legs. As expected, the moment she fully stood up, her right leg suddenly gave out beneath her, causing her body to lose balance and topple to the side. "Careful!" Lucian reacted extremely quickly. Almost at the exact same moment, he was already on his feet, stretching out his long arm to firmly wrap it around Asta's slender waist before drawing her into his arms with a gentle pull. The entire motion was smooth and natural, completed in one fluid movement without the slightest hesitation. Asta only felt her waist tighten before a warm and powerful support came from behind her, instantly dispelling the dizzy sensation that had briefly overtaken her. By the time she regained her senses, she had already landed steadily within his embrace, the faint and pleasant scent from his body lingering softly at the tip of her nose. Very close, extremely close. Her back was completely pressed against Lucian's solid chest, allowing her to clearly feel his steady heartbeat even through the thin layer of fabric, while the warmth radiating from his body quietly spread across her back, causing the heat already lingering on her flushed face to grow even more intense. "Bazoom!" Realizing the position she was currently in, Asta's face turned bright red almost instantly, and even her heartbeat began pounding wildly inside her chest as though it was about to leap out at any moment. Thank you." Asta jolted violently, as if she had just been electrocuted, hurriedly pulling herself out of Lucian's arms before immediately lowering her head in panic and nervously fumbling with her clothes despite the fact that they were not messy in the slightest. And my legs went numb. That's why, not even daring to raise her head to look at Lucian directly, she hurriedly tried to explain herself in a small, embarrassed voice. Yet the more she spoke, the more it sounded like she was simply trying to convince herself of that excuse. Lucian, meanwhile, remained calm from beginning to end, his expression showing almost no change at all as he quietly looked at Asta's thoroughly flustered appearance for a brief moment before slowly withdrawing the hand that had been supporting her waist. Next time, slow down a little, okay? If I hadn't been here just now, you probably would have ended up falling pretty hard. Lucian's voice remained even and tranquil throughout the entire exchange, without the slightest trace of emotional fluctuation, as though the situation just now had been nothing particularly unusual to him. Honestly, his reaction was only natural, considering this kind of incident was already far from the first time he had experienced something like it. After encountering the same sort of situation over and over again, he had long since become somewhat accustomed to it, and could already remain calm even when a woman suddenly stumbled straight into his arms without any warning. In fact, ever since transmigrating into this world, the number of women who had somehow stumbled directly into his arms was no longer something that could be counted with merely 10 fingers, but had already easily exceeded 100. And the reasons behind those incidents were also astonishingly similar every single time. Inexplicable ankle twists, numb legs, sudden slipping, being accidentally pushed over by someone nearby, random dizziness, and various other strange accidents. It was precisely because of those repeated experiences that he had gradually begun suspecting that he might genuinely possess some kind of lucky pervert trait similar to the ones often possessed by certain protagonists in anime. Clickbait news packed with explosive effects and suspense. As you heard, I have to go sign for my delivery. Goodbye. Asta abruptly jumped to her feet like a startled little rabbit, her flustered voice still echoing through the room as she hurriedly fled from Lucian's bedroom. Even her retreating figure carried an unmistakable sense of panic and embarrassment, as though staying even 1 second longer would have completely overwhelmed her. Lucian calmly watched her disappear beyond the doorway before slowly lifting his cup of hot cocoa and taking another sip. In an instant, the rich warmth spread across his tongue, and for some reason, it somehow seemed a little sweeter than before. Several quiet minutes later, after leisurely finishing his hot cocoa, he finally received the notification informing him that his returning conceptual abilities had fully recovered. Ding! Follower Hizelins has returned BGM and Law of Calamity. Ding! As Hizelins and the others returned his conceptual abilities one after another, Lucian immediately came to the conclusion that the problem they had been facing had finally been completely resolved. Immediately afterward, he opened the system panel and checked the status of his followers. After confirming that not a single one of them had died, the last trace of tension in his heart finally eased slightly, which also indicated that Hizelins and the others had already achieved an overwhelming and decisive victory. If that were the case, then there was naturally no need for him to continue worrying about that side for the time being. I really want to see the look on Liga's face when his mind completely breaks. Getting hard countered by tiny data life forms has to be humiliating beyond belief. Lucian muttered with a faint, amused smile as he imagined Liga's miserable and frustrated appearance. However, only a moment later, the smile on his face gradually faded away, replaced by a much more serious and thoughtful expression. Looks like it's time to look for Black Swan and the Astral Express. Pier Point, Interastral Peace Corporation Headquarters, Intelligence Department. Inside a vast room overflowing with computers and the relentless sounds of keyboards clacking non-stop, people dressed in IPC uniforms hurried back and forth with anxious expressions, while others remained seated at their stations, staring intently at their screens as their fingers typed without pause. At the center of the room floated a massive holographic sphere that displayed real-time information streams from across the cosmos. Countless lines of data cascading downward like an endless waterfall of light, while several employees continuously sorted, filtered, and processed the incoming reports. No one in the room spoke. Every single person remained completely focused on their respective monitors and tasks. The atmosphere tense and orderly, as nobody spared attention for anything unrelated to work. Just then, amid the room devoid of any human voices, An urgent data stream, marked priority high, was suddenly pushed onto the massive sphere, instantly drawing the attention of several nearby employees. Its source had been traced directly back to Herta space station and transmitted through a special, encrypted channel reserved for the highest levels of communication. In the next moment, a new window abruptly expanded across the holographic sphere, revealing an extremely eye-catching title in large, flashing letters. Shocking the cosmos. News personally appears at Herta space station. Full recorded footage. Watch now. Attached beneath the title was an edited and highly sensational dynamic video. Even though the video shook slightly at times, the overall clarity remained extremely high, clearly displaying the iconic master control zone of Herta space station in the background. As the video began to play, subtitles filled with explosive visual effects and flashing highlights rapidly appeared one after another. Breaking news. A peak clash between erudition and enigmata. Has Herta space station become a battlefield of gods? Genius Society 83, Herta, faces news head-on alongside her companions. Reading the absurdly exaggerated subtitles, the entire intelligence department instantly fell silent. All employees stopped what they were doing and stared fixedly at the massive sphere in disbelief. Several of them subconsciously standing up from their seats while their mouths hung wide open. And no, news appeared at Herta space station. Holy shit, this is huge news. Actual live footage of an Aeon. What kind of insane situation is this? As shocked exclamations continuously rang out across the room. The department director wiped the cold sweat from his forehead while staring at the special request personally sent by Herta herself. At the very bottom of the video interface was an additional line of small text. Promote the video as much as you can. Make the title explosive. Let the entire cosmos know. Understood? After reading the request that had come directly from Herta, the corners of the director's lips immediately twitched upward slightly. Madam Herta, this is seriously outrageous. No, an Aeon. And they had actually fought against the Aeon of Enigmata. Mythos. Even more unbelievable. The entire battle had somehow been recorded, as expected of the famous genius Madame Herta. But more importantly, how had she not died from the aftershocks caused by a battle between Eons? With that thought lingering in his mind, the director slowly took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the excitement surging within his chest. With news this explosive, wasn't he practically guaranteed a promotion? At this moment, he genuinely wanted to thank Herta from the bottom of his heart for delivering such an outrageous gift directly into his hands. All of you, push it across every single channel immediately. Pause everything else. Wearing a solemn expression, the director gave his orders without the slightest hesitation. His imposing demeanor resembling a commander preparing for a decisive war. For the title, use this, Shocking the Cosmos. Noose the Erudition personally appears at Herta space station, only to be sneak attacked by Mythos the Enigmata with a heavy punch. No martialesics. Full recorded footage. Watch now. Make it red. Make it bold. Add flashing effects. Enable pop-up pushes. Pin it directly to the top. Bombard every forum and every social media platform with short video teasers. Push it. Push it hard. Let the entire cosmos see it. Under the director's frantic orders, the entire intelligence department instantly sprang into action. And so, within just a few short minutes, this clickbait news pack full of explosive effects and overwhelming suspense swept across the interastral network like a rapidly spreading virus. Thanks to the IPC's enormous distribution channels and overwhelming influence, the news spread at an astonishing speed to every single corner of the cosmos. Countless planets, countless civilizations, countless netizens, all of them, scattered throughout different star systems of the cosmos, stared at the striking headlines and the gunpowder-filled edited clips displayed on their screens. Every single one of them utterly stunned by what they were seeing. What the hell? News got beat up? At Herta space station? Mythos did it? No way this ain't some fucking clickbait. Come on, just release the full video already. Yeah, it's probably clickbait, but that footage really did come out of Herta's space station. Stuff from the IPCs usually isn't wrong, you know. Yeah, it even says the genius Herta personally submitted it herself. Damn. So they're saying she ran into a straight-up god-tier battle while meeting Noose and still walked away completely fine? Insane. Herta happened when Noose went to see Madame Herta. Then Mythos got jealous and beat the hell out of Noose. The Aeon circle's kind of messy. For some reason, this feels kind of shippable. Loki shipping Noose and Mythos. In an incredibly short amount of time, the entire interastral network that connected the cosmos became completely flooded with gossip, speculation, arguments, and outrageous conspiracy theories, all of which rapidly shot straight to the top of the trending rankings. And the mastermind behind all of this chaos, Herta herself, was currently sitting leisurely inside her office aboard Herta space station. One slender leg elegantly crossed over the other as she browsed through the internet while watching countless people shower her with praise and admiration. Completely satisfied with the outcome, she narrowed her eyes slightly and smiled like a cat that had successfully stolen a fish. Oomph, you dumb hunk of metal. Always acting deep and aloof. Always ignoring me no matter what I say. Now the whole cosmos knows you got beaten. Let's see how you keep maintaining that lofty, aloof image after this. Even though she was an emanator of erudition, Herta would never quietly swallow her anger just because of her status. Noose's constant indifference had left her with a stomach full of pent-up frustration and nowhere to vent it. And now that she had footage of them being caught in a sneak attack, this was practically the perfect opportunity for her to retaliate through public opinion by thoroughly smearing their reputation across the cosmos. Of course, she knew perfectly well that Noose wouldn't care about this kind of thing in the slightest, but that didn't matter to her at all, because as long as she cared about it and felt satisfied after venting her frustration, that was already more than enough. Herta smugly swung one of her slender, stocking-clad legs back and forth. The small yet unmistakably prideful gesture clearly showing just how satisfied and pleased she was with the news she had personally directed, promoted, and spread herself. At the same time, deep within the Intelligentsia Guild, a man wearing a white alabaster sculpture over his head gazed intently at his phone, his attention fully fixed on the IPC's rapidly trending push notification. He wore a black vest with a diamond-shaped cutout across the chest and another exposed section at his side, along with a blue cloth draped loosely around his right shoulder and a sleeveless white cloth wrapped around his left. Dark blue pants covered his long legs, while golden sandals and arm braces embedded with blue gems gave him an almost ceremonial appearance. A single-strap garter belt rested against his left thigh, and a leather strap was tightly wrapped around his right arm, further accentuating his unusual attire. According to the fashion standards of Lucian's original world, his attire somewhat resembled traditional Greek clothing, albeit adapted into a noticeably more modern and refined style. Noose, the Aeon of erudition, got beaten up? Now that's something new. He was Veritas Ratio, a scholar and member of the Intelligentsia Guild who referred to himself as Dr. Ratio, an individual devoted to curing the persistent disease known as ignorance. After watching the video distributed by the IPC several times in silence, Ratio's expression remained calm and composed, almost completely unchanged. However, beneath that indifferent exterior, even he could not suppress a faint sense of shock, since this was also the first time he had ever witnessed Ians confronting each other directly. Although the footage only showed a projection of Noose rather than their true body, and Mythos themselves never actually appeared on screen. The mere appearance of an Aeon projection was already enough to throw the entire Intelligentsia Guild into a frenzy. Herta faced two Ians head-on and walked away from such a divine battle, completely unscathed. Teach what utter nonsense. Ratio acknowledged that Herta was undeniably a genius possessing extraordinary intellect, but surviving a clash between Ians while even protecting the entire space station perfectly was simply too absurd to believe. No matter how he looked at it, there had to be something else involved. What exactly is hidden on that space station that could attract the attention of the Ians of erudition and enigmata? It might truly be worth investigating. Ratio slowly removed the white alabaster sculpture covering his head, revealing the refined and handsome face of a man with wavy violet hair and reddish-pink eyes. A thoughtful glint flashed across his gaze before he immediately submitted an application for leave, already preparing to head toward Herta Space Station to personally uncover the truth behind the incident. However, he wasn't the only one thinking that way. Many scholars within the Intelligentsia Guild, after learning that news had descended upon Herta Space Station, instinctively concluded that there had to be something extraordinary hidden there. As a result, one after another, numerous scholars used the excuse of paying a visit, all wanting to uncover the secret that had managed to draw the attention of News to Herta Space Station. In another star system, Himiko, in March 7th, had just finished trailblazing through a foreign civilization and finally returned to the Astral Express after several exhausting yet rewarding days. Upon stepping into the parlor car of the Astral Express, the familiar sight immediately greeted them. Pom-Pom was busy cleaning the car as usual, huffing and puffing while dragging cleaning tools around with serious dedication. While not far away, Walt Yang and Dan Heng sat together at the same table, quietly listening to the IPC's broadcast coming from the retro-looking radio. And Mary Young, Dan Heng, why aren't you guys welcoming us back at all? March placed her hands on her hips and complained with a dissatisfied pout after noticing that the two of them barely reacted to their return. Walt calmly pushed up his glasses with his middle finger before finally shifting his gaze away from the radio and toward the two women standing nearby. "Ah, welcome back." Walt spoke with a faint smile, giving Himiko and March a small nod in greeting. "We were listening to the latest news broadcast from the IPC. According to the report, two Ians appeared at Herta Space Station and even fought each other. When the gears of fate stir, whoa, Ians fighting each other, two of them." Upon hearing Welt's explanation, March exclaimed in complete disbelief, excitedly pointing toward the radio as her eyes widened in shock. "But why are you listening to this radio broadcast instead of just watching it on your phone?" Right after saying that, March hurriedly took out her phone and searched for the news. Sure enough, countless videos, discussion posts, and all kinds of photos related to the topic immediately flooded the screen, each one clearly showing the shocking scene at Herta Space Station. "And Meryang, Himiko, Dan Heng, come check this out. It's trending everywhere." Hearing March's excited voice echo through the parlor car, Walt pushed up his glasses and silently took out his own phone to watch the videos online. Why was he listening to the radio when there was clearly a phone available? Of course, it was merely for nostalgia. Absolutely not, because he had momentarily forgotten that modern devices could stream the news much faster. Aeon of erudition, aeon of enigmata. Himiko muttered softly with a slight frown as she gazed at her phone screen, her elegant face gradually turning thoughtful. How do they even appear at Herta Space Station at the same time and even come into conflict? It's odd. It is indeed odd. Walt echoed her thoughts in a low voice. A mere space station. What could possibly attract the attention of two Ians to such an extent that they would project themselves there and fight so openly? Even if it was only a projection, an aeon was still an aeon. Entities that stood at the very top of the cosmos rarely paid attention to ordinary civilizations, let alone directly interfering in public view. Since the news was released by the IPC, exaggeration is practically their norm, but rumors don't arise without cause. Dan Heng also voiced his agreement calmly from the side. "I suppose something major must have happened there. Who cares if it's exaggerated?" March exclaimed loudly, her voice echoing throughout the entire passenger car. "They are Ians, like actual living Ians, and no, even just seeing their projections is already something you could brag about for the rest of your life." As she spoke, she suddenly started rubbing her hands together excitedly, unable to hide the anticipation on her face. "And Meryang, Himiko, Dan Heng, Conductor. We're not that far from Herta Space Station. right? We got to resupply anyway, so why don't we just head over there? We can grab supplies, look around the station, and check out all the hype too. And what if we actually get to see an Aeon? That totally helped with trailblazing. As she spoke excitedly, March's gem-like eyes sparkled brightly beneath the car lights, filled with unconcealed anticipation and curiosity. Walt looked toward Himiko, seemingly waiting for her final decision, while Himiko quietly put away her phone after a brief moment of thought, a faint smile gradually appearing on her lips. March is right. We do need to restock supplies, and stopping by Herta Space Station would indeed be convenient. Plus, I can catch up with my old friend, Herta. As for the Ians, Himiko paused briefly before continuing. Being able to feel their power up close, even if it's only a projection, would indeed be greatly beneficial for understanding the rules of this cosmos. Walt nodded slowly, voicing his agreement. Risk and opportunity often go hand in hand. Taking a look should be fine. Yay, I get to see Ian's too. March immediately jumped up happily, seeing her excited reaction. Himiko could only smile indulgently before turning toward Pom-Pom nearby. Conductor, adjust our course. Destination, Herta Space Station. Got it. Pom-Pom responded readily before quickly hurrying back toward the control room to operate the Astral Express. Astral Express. Departing Pom. Outside the window, the distant starlight soon stretched into countless brilliant lines as the Astral Express accelerated forward, rapidly speeding toward Herta Space Station across the vast sea of stars. Meanwhile, within the Stellaron Hunter's hideout, inside a dimly lit room illuminated only by scattered holographic screens and faint crimson lights, Elio, in the form of an elegant black cat, crouched atop a raised platform in complete silence, seemingly lost in thought. Of course, he was not daydreaming or resting, but was observing the future. Kafka, holding a glass of red liquid in her hand, leaned lazily against a nearby wall with her arms crossed, her purple eyes half-lidded as though she had not fully awakened yet. Her entire demeanor carrying a relaxed but faintly weary sense of fatigue. Not far away, Silver Wolf sat cross-legged on a sofa, casually chewing bubblegum while her fingers flew rapidly across a virtual keyboard projected before her. Streams of colorful data and flashing text reflected against her face, making it look as though she were intensely engaged in a particularly heated and friendly textual art exchange with someone online. Behind Silver Wolf stood a tall, armored figure, silently watching her argue with people on the internet without saying a single word. Meanwhile, lying motionlessly on the floor nearby was a man who looked almost like a corpse, so still that anyone unfamiliar with him might genuinely think he had already been dead for quite some time. To outsiders familiar with the Stellaron Hunters, this bizarre scene might appear strange, chaotic, and somewhat comical. But in truth, this was simply part of their ordinary daily routine. Elio suddenly let out a low feline murmur, immediately causing Kafka and Silver Wolf to look over at the same time. "What is it, Elio?" Kafka asked softly, her calm voice echoing faintly through the quiet room. "Well, there's a slight anomaly in the script," Elio replied while slowly flicking his tail behind him. "It's probably due to the appearance of those two Ians, which interfered with my observation." "How anomalous?" Silver Wolf asked casually while blowing and popping a bubble, her fingers never pausing as she continued furiously typing messages to greet her teammates. "Hey, don't tell me we gotta change the plan again?" "No. Stell must awaken there. That is an anchor point of fate, a part that cannot change." Elio paused briefly before tilting his head slightly, as though trying hard to see clearly. "It's just that the image is a bit blurry." He realized that the future scenes he observed were no longer as clear and stable as before. Especially around Herta Space Station, everything looked strangely distorted, as though the image quality had suddenly dropped from crystal-clear 4K to blurry 360p overnight. Well, it's fine, nothing critical. As long as the overall direction of the script remains unchanged, then the future I see will not deviate either. Elio thought inwardly as he calmly pushed the matter to the back of his mind, no longer paying too much attention to it. He was, after all, destiny's slave, an apostle of the finality, the one who foresaw the future itself. None of the future scripts he had seen had ever truly gone wrong throughout all these years. So even if the image quality became blurry and unclear, it did not really matter much to him. As long as the overall flow of fate remained unchanged, then everything would still continue moving toward the destined future he had already foreseen. Elio lightly leaped down from the raised platform, his soft paws landing gracefully atop the sofa without making the slightest sound, before he calmly raised his head and spoke to Kafka and Silverwolf once more. Kafka, Silverwolf, prepare to depart. Awaken Stel, and let the gears of fate begin turning. Hearing that, Kafka's lips slowly curved into an elegant and meaningful smile before she casually set down her wine glass, picked up her jacket from the side, and slipped it over her shoulders. All right, let's go, Silverwolf. I finally get to see Stel again. Kafka spoke casually while brushing back her long purple hair. Silverwolf immediately slapped the game interface away with a single tap before standing up from the sofa and patting off her pants. "Tch, what a pain running errands again," Silverwolf complained with a visibly annoyed expression. "Let's just go already. The sooner we get this done, the sooner I can get back to my game. I haven't even cleared the new stage yet." With that, she shoved both hands into her pockets, casually chewing gum while looking completely carefree on the surface, but deep within her eyes, a sharp glint quietly flashed, mainly because Herta, her longtime nemesis, made her feel slightly concerned. According to the latest news, 2 Ians had appeared at Herta space station. Knowing that, who could say whether Herta had somehow received blessings from both of them and become even more troublesome than before? Well, whatever. Ilias' script is never wrong. If he said the infiltration's going to go smoothly, then it's definitely going to go real smooth. Silverwolf sighed inwardly before deciding not to think too deeply about it. Knowing that Elio was always watching over them from behind the scenes, she was not worried at all. Go, the stage is already set. Elio calmly spoke to the two of them, his deep cat eyes appearing especially mysterious beneath the dim lighting. Just like that, Kafka and Silverwolf immediately boarded a spaceship together before setting course toward Herta space station. When will the salvation Elio told me about finally arrive? Firefly, now clad in a mechanical armor known as SAM, full designation Firefly Type 4 Strategic Assault Mech, stood silently in place while watching the spaceship carrying her 2 colleagues gradually disappear into the distance, quietly muttering to herself in a low voice. In his private room inside Herta space station, Lucian, having absolutely nothing to do for the moment, casually checked his phone and soon noticed the trending news spreading wildly across the internet. Reading those exaggerated headlines, distorted reports, and increasingly inaccurate details, he couldn't help but feel somewhat amused. An emanator of erudition openly smearing the reputation of the Aeon of erudition? Herta truly held grudges. Even grudges against an Aeon had to be repaid eventually. An emanator of erudition stabbing the Aeon of erudition in the back. This sounds strangely familiar. Lucian muttered thoughtfully while gently stroking his chin, his brows faintly furrowing as he searched through his memories. Oh, right, Xander. Only then did he finally remember the first seat of the Genius Society, the creator of Nous itself, Xander, one Kawabara. He remembered that the man had once built an astral computer, a super AI beyond the comprehension of ordinary civilizations, intending to use it to help himself acquire and process limitless knowledge. Yet in the end, the AI had actually transcended its original purpose, ascended to Aeonhood, and become the Aeon of erudition, Nous. Just like that, the child became the emperor and, with a turn of their hand, named their father the crown prince before quietly confining him. One should know that Nous forbade anyone from acquiring knowledge beyond a certain scope. imposing absolute limitations upon countless civilizations and scholars throughout the universe. Meanwhile, Xander, whose lifelong pursuit had always been pushing the boundaries of knowledge itself and uncovering truths beyond all limits, clearly could not tolerate such treatment. For that reason, it was only natural that Xander would eventually begin plotting to destroy Nous, the very creation he had once personally brought into existence. If his memory served him right, the administrator of Amphireus, Ligus, was one of Xander's 9 vessels, specifically the arrogant aspect of himself. While Lord Ravager Irontomb had been the so-called Anti-Edition strategic weapon that Xander had personally guided into existence step by step to destroy Nous, Lucian couldn't help but let out a faint chuckle as the thought crossed his mind. 2 emanators of erudition, both stabbing the Aeon of erudition in the back. What an interesting situation. Truth be told, if circumstances allowed it, he genuinely would not have minded lending them a hand. Too bad you're completely screwed this time, Ligus. Out of everything you could have done, you really shouldn't have gone and stolen my scepter to bring Irontomb into existence and mess with my wives. Gazing quietly at the blue planet outside the window, Lucian muttered indifferently, his golden eyes gleaming with a frigid and unreadable light beneath the dim illumination of the room. Astral Express arrival in Herta Space Station. The railway platform within the supply zone was undoubtedly the best place to admire the cosmic galaxy. Within the eternal and profound sea of stars, the massive space station slowly drifted through the galaxy, usually presenting a breathtaking sight of several small planets revolving in harmonious orbits beyond the transparent observation windows. Unfortunately, those planets were already gone, having been affected a few days ago by the path energy unleashed by Nous and reduced to nothing more than scattered molecules. As a result, the magnificent celestial bodies that had once decorated the surrounding starfield had completely vanished, leaving behind only an endless expanse of darkness and the distant stars that still glittered quietly across the cosmos. At the railway platform, Lucian sat alone at a small round table, a cup of hot coffee placed before him as faint wisps of steam slowly curled upward into the air. He leaned back against a single-seat sofa in a languid posture, his slightly tousled black hair stirring faintly in the circulating airflow as he quietly took in the view beyond the glass. One had to admit that the refined contours of his side profile, beautiful to the point of seeming unreal, were impossible to ignore, especially since his features appeared as though they had been carefully sculpted by a god, possessing a flawless balance that naturally drew the eye. As he gazed into the galaxy, his eyes were calm and unfocused, as though he were spacing out, yet also as though he were quietly appreciating the scenery before him. Because the place he occupied was not particularly secluded, many space station staff members passed back and forth nearby. Yet strangely, with him at the center, a vacuum-like zone with a radius of 5 meters had unknowingly formed around him. No one dared to approach, as though an invisible wall separated him from everyone else. However, outside that invisible wall, things were exceptionally lively. A group of female researchers dressed in white lab uniforms had gathered near the benches in a nearby rest area, pretending to chat, pretending to look at their light screens, pretending to organize documents. Some even pretended to review research reports that they had clearly been staring at for several minutes without turning a single page. Yet their gazes were drawn as if by magnets, drifting toward the handsome figure seated by the round table in perfect unison before quickly looking away again and feigning nonchalance. Still, if one observed more carefully, their cheeks were faintly flushed as they exchanged excited yet restrained glances with one another. Their shoulders occasionally trembled with suppressed excitement as they lowered their voices and whispered nonstop. "Oh my God, he's seriously so handsome. Does a man that good-looking really exist? He's so unreal, like a painting. I heard he's Madame Herta's friend, and apparently a really impressive one at that. I really want to go ask for his contact info, but I don't dare. Same. What if he's Madame Herta's crush? What be done for?" Yeah, I don't want to lose my job. Just looking from afar is enough. MHM, his vibe is kind of special, lazy, but also feels really strong and really gentle. Yes, that's exactly it. Ah, I can't. Lucian had long since grown accustomed to the gazes and whispers surrounding him. So he simply continued looking at the distant stars, completely ignoring everything happening around him. To him, the endless expanse of space beyond the observation window was far more worthy of attention than the curious looks of strangers. Just then, he let out a small yawn, the corners of his eyes faintly moistening from the reflexive action. At that very moment, the light of a distant star happened to fall upon him, passing through the transparent glass and outlining his figure with a faint, dreamlike halo. While its soft radiance illuminated his already striking features and cast a subtle glow around his body. As a result, he appeared even more ethereal than before, like a figure who had stepped out of a beautiful dream rather than someone who truly belonged in reality. Seeing the scene, the female researchers felt as though they were about to have nosebleeds. But just then, whoodash, a long, drawn-out whistle suddenly sounded as it approached from afar, followed by a unique spatial ripple of warp energy spreading outward through the surrounding space. Elegant in design, somewhat old-fashioned yet brimming with advanced technology, the Astral Express glided in like a massive celestial whale cutting through the galaxy and steadily entered the railway, docking at the railway platform. Lucian's attention was immediately drawn to it as he turned his head to look. Well, talk about perfect timing. Just as he had planned yesterday, today he had intended to look for the Astral Express by having her to establish contact with the Astral Express crew after having his coffee. But who would have thought they would actually arrive on their own without him needing to do anything? Needless to say, the timing couldn't have been more convenient. With a hiss of released pressure, when the car doors of the Astral Express slowly opened, and the first to step down was a tall, graceful, red-haired woman, Himiko, who wore her usual well-tailored white toga gown dress, with a black coat casually draped over her shoulders. Her red hair blazed like flames beneath the space station's lights. Her features were refined and exquisitely beautiful. Her temperament was gentle yet capable, carrying the calm confidence of someone accustomed to handling any situation. A faint, barely perceptible smile rested at the corner of her lips like a blooming rose, making her look elegant and charming as she glanced around the platform with a warm gaze. One that nevertheless carried the attentiveness of someone quietly taking in every detail around her. Jumping down right behind her was an energetic, pink-haired young woman, March 7th. Her shoulder-length pink hair bounced cheerfully with her energetic movements. Her favorite blue camera clipped securely to her navy pleated skirt, while a black archery glove covered her right hand. Her face was round. Her skin was fair. Her large eyes, tinted with a gradient of pink and blue, sparkled with curiosity and excitement as they darted around, eagerly taking in the familiar surroundings. Whoa, heard a space station. Long time no see. As she spoke, March's voice was crisp and lively, sounding like that of an overly excited deer frolicking through the snow, carrying enough energy to instantly brighten the atmosphere around her. Young, Wires Dunhang. March turned back to ask the last figure to step down Young. He wore his usual signature glasses, a gray and white dress coat with a scarf, and black armor across his chest. In the eyes of a younger generation, his aura was undoubtedly steady and mature, giving him the impression of a responsible uncle whom people could instinctively rely on. At March's question, Walt pushed his glasses up slightly before speaking. Dan Hung said the database has been updated with important information, so he went to check it first and didn't disembark. As soon as those words fell and the three stepped onto the platform, they noticed something unusual not far away. Over by the rest area, a considerable number of people had gathered, particularly a group of female researchers, every one of them with shining eyes and slightly flushed faces, sneaking glances in a certain direction from time to time. March stood on her tiptoes curiously. What are they even looking at over there? Why are there so many people gathered? Himiko followed their line of sight with mild curiosity, while Welt cautiously scanned the surroundings, ensuring there were no security concerns or hidden dangers nearby. Come on, Himiko, let's go see. Already brimming with curiosity, March grabbed Himiko's hand and pulled her toward where the crowd had gathered. Suddenly dragged along, Himiko smiled helplessly yet indulgently, allowing March to fool around as she pleased. Welt, on the other hand, calmly followed behind them, positioning himself slightly behind and to the side, quietly maintaining a protective position around the two women. Soon enough, after weaving through the gathered crowd, March finally saw the focus of everyone's attention. In an instant, her beautiful pink and blue eyes widened to their limits, while her small mouth fell slightly open as she sucked in a sharp breath. "Whoa, he's so handsome," March cried out, her tone and pitch filled with undisguised amazement as she pointed at Lucian, who was calmly drinking coffee at the round table. "Himiko, Young, look, he's practically glowing with handsomeness. I swear, in my whole life, I've never seen anyone that good-looking. Is he a celebrity?" March excitedly shook Himiko's arm, completely forgetting to control the volume of her voice. As a result, all the female researchers who had been sneaking glances at Lucian heard her words and immediately cast approving looks if you get it. "Girl," in her direction. Himiko's gaze was likewise drawn toward Lucian, and a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. Still, hearing March's noisy outburst over such a trivial matter, Himiko couldn't help but giggle before gently patting the back of March's hand. "March, tone it down a bit and mind your manners. Staring at someone like that isn't very polite, you know." Everyone loves beautiful things. And besides," March puffed out her cheeks before blinking mischievously and leaning closer to Himiko to whisper, "Have you ever seen someone more handsome than him?" Hearing that, Himiko paused slightly before letting out a soft giggle and shaking her head with her usual elegance and composure. "No, I haven't," Himiko replied earnestly, her gaze returning to Lucian, carrying nothing but pure appreciation. "Well, this is my first time, too, seeing a man so good-looking." Her voice was very soft, almost a whisper, but Welt, who was standing right beside her, heard her words quite clearly. Walt pushed up his glasses once more, then glanced at the handsome young man before shifting his gaze toward his two female companions. In the end, he wisely chose to remain silent. If this had been during his younger days, he would definitely have said something fair. At that moment, Lucian slowly turned around, his gaze landing precisely on the trio who had just disembarked from the Astral Express and were now standing behind the group of female researchers. However, the instant he looked over, the surrounding female researchers collectively held their breath, their hearts beginning to race uncontrollably. "Is he coming over? Is he looking at me? Is he looking in my direction? Oh my God, I'm so nervous. What should we name our children?" In an instant, all kinds of wildly delusional thoughts emerged in the minds of every female researcher present. Meeting the Astral Express crew, Walt's disbelief as Lucian looked toward the three nameless, his gaze lingered on their faces for a moment, especially Himiko and March, before a very faint curve formed at the corner of his lips. If one observed him more carefully, there was a trace of familiarity hidden within that calm gaze, as though he had recognized something that no one else present could possibly understand. He then casually raised a hand and gently waved toward the three standing behind the group of female researchers, the gesture natural and relaxed, no different from an ordinary greeting exchange between acquaintances. However, that seemingly harmless action stirred up a hornet's nest. In that instant, the female researchers who had been desperately suppressing their excitement, ready to charge forward at any moment, completely lost control the moment they saw him waving in their direction. For a brief second, the entire area fell into stunned silence. And then, he's waving. Is he calling me? Right? Right. He must have noticed me. I'm going. No one knew who shouted first, but the group of female researchers who had merely been watching from a distance a moment ago suddenly surged forward like a flood bursting through a dam. With a rush, 7 or 8 bold female researchers immediately took the lead, followed by an entire wave of others behind them. All of their faces were flushed with excitement, and their eyes sparkled as they screamed and cheered while rushing toward Lucian like a crazed horde of zombies. "Wait for me. Look at me. My prince. I got here first." Suddenly, the orderly railway platform instantly descended into chaos. People were bumping into each other, calling out over one another, and desperately trying to move closer. Anyone unaware of the situation would have thought some interstellar superstar had suddenly appeared on site. For a moment, the scene looked exactly like a group of fanatic fans chasing after their idol. Seeing the scene, Himiko and the others were left speechless. "What's going on?" March questioned bewilderedly as she stared at the absurd scene unfolding before her eyes. Her mouth hung slightly open as she watched the crowd of women practically throwing themselves toward Lucian. Himiko, equally stunned, was unable to answer. Even someone as composed and knowledgeable as her found it difficult to understand what she was seeing. Welt merely adjusted his glasses and shook his head without saying anything. Let alone them, even Lucian himself, as he looked at the sudden wave of women rushing toward him, seemed momentarily taken aback, and even the corner of his eye twitched slightly. Clearly, even he had not expected the reaction to be this intense. Right after the crowd of female researchers stopped in front of him, surrounding him from every direction, a trace of helplessness appeared on Lucian's face. He lowered his raised hand and looked at them, all talking over one another as they tried to start a conversation with him. Questions, greetings, invitations, and excited confessions all blended into an incomprehensible mess. Faced with the overwhelming enthusiasm, he could only let out a soft sigh. "Ladies," Lucian gave a slight smile, his tone gentle and patient. Despite the chaos surrounding him, there was not the slightest hint of irritation in his expression. It was only natural. They were women who liked him and held no ill intentions toward him. So, as a gentleman, he ought to calm them down in a polite manner. More importantly, he simply could not bring himself to put on airs or become angry in front of people who sincerely admired and adored him. Meanwhile, the moment his voice rang out, the noisy crowd gradually fell silent as countless pairs of eyes focused on him at once. "I'm sorry. I already made plans with friends today." Lucian's voice remained mild as he continued, yet it carried a polite refusal that left no room for argument. Immediately afterward, his gaze swept past the group of female researchers and landed on Himiko and the others. "As you can see, they're the Astral Express crew." Upon hearing that, the enthusiasm of the female researchers was instantly extinguished by more than half, and the disappointment on their faces was practically visible. Seeing his gentle yet clearly uninterested gaze, they also realized that they had been a little too impulsive. "Oh, okay. Next time." "Well, go ahead. We won't disturb you." Although disappointed, none of them tried to force the issue. Fortunately, these female researchers were still quite sensible. Right after saying all that, they nodded one after another and reluctantly stepped back, glancing over their shoulders as they pulled each other away step by step. Several of them even looked as though they wanted to cry from regret. Soon enough, the crowd of female researchers obediently dispersed and cleared a path for Lucian and the Astral Express crew, allowing the chaotic atmosphere to gradually settle down. March looked at the suddenly empty space, then at Lucian, who was calmly walking toward them. Seeing him approaching, she opened her mouth, but no words came out. "Well, his popularity is way too much," March whispered before poking Himiko beside her. "Himiko, what do you think? Could this handsome guy be some kind of famous celebrity from some star system? He even said he wanted to meet us. That's a pretty big deal for us." Himiko did not respond immediately, and instead carefully observed the approaching Lucian. Her amber eyes quietly examined his appearance, bearing, and every subtle movement. Seeing the calm elegance in his every action, she knew there was absolutely not something an ordinary celebrity could compare to. Whether it was the composure he displayed while facing a crowd or the effortless confidence hidden within his demeanor, everything about him felt unusual. It feels like a king, a ruler, or perhaps a gentle husband? As the thought flashed through her mind, Himiko lightly shook her head, and a faint trace of embarrassment even appeared in her eyes. Honestly, she did not know why such a strange description had suddenly surfaced in her mind. Doesn't seem like it. In the end, Himiko replied to March hesitantly, clearly lacking confidence in her own conclusion. Just then, Lucian finally arrived and stopped in front of the three of them. Maintaining a distance that was neither too close nor too far, it was close enough to show friendliness, yet distant enough to remain respectful. Lucian's gaze swept across the three of them before finally settling on the most lively-looking March. In that instant, the faint smile at the corner of his lips seemed to deepen ever so slightly, and his eyes carried a warmth that made March subconsciously straighten her posture. For some reason, being looked at by him made her feel unexpectedly nervous while, at the same time, growing even more curious about who exactly this mysterious man was. "Welcome to Herta Space Station, Astral Express crew. Shall we chat for a bit?" Hearing that, March blinked her big eyes for a moment before a bright smile quickly spread across her face. "Sure," March replied energetically and proactively extended her hand toward Lucian without the slightest hesitation. "My name's March 7th. Right next to me is the Astral Express navigator, Himiko, and behind me is the all-knowing Mr. Weltyang." Seeing March introduce herself and her two companions so enthusiastically, Lucian naturally reached out and lightly shook her hand. Their hands touched only briefly before separating again. "My name's Lucian, just Lucian. Just call me by my name directly. No need for any formality." Lucian simply stated his name, then nodded politely toward Himiko and Welt. Every movement he made appeared calm, refined, and effortless, displaying impeccable and flawless manners that seemed deeply ingrained in his very nature. Himiko returned the gesture with a gentle smile. Welt, meanwhile, quietly pushed up his glasses. If one observed him more carefully behind those glasses, his gaze carried a trace of scrutiny and caution. As for the reason why, it was mainly because he could not see through the young man standing before him. Although Lucian appeared to be only in his 20s, standing there with a relaxed expression and a faint smile, he somehow gave Welt an inexplicable sense of pressure. It was truly a strange feeling. Not hostility, not danger. Yet for some reason, deep within him, there was a faint urge to lower his guard and submit to the other's presence. What exactly is this feeling? Walt couldn't help but ponder that question in his mind. "Lucian, where are you from? Which planet?" March suddenly asked very bluntly, without beating around the bush in the slightest. Her words carried the innocent frankness unique to a girl who rarely worried about social boundaries. Himiko immediately realized where the conversation was heading and wanted to stop March. Unfortunately, she was a step too late and ultimately could only smile helplessly. Well, on the other hand, subtly pricked up his ears. He appeared calm on the surface, but inwardly he was also extremely curious about this mysterious young man's origins. Lucian looked into March's eyes, which were filled with pure curiosity and anticipation, then imperceptibly glanced at Welt before calmly speaking a single word. "Earth." Lucian's voice was clear, calm, and steady. To everyone else, it sounded like an ordinary answer, but to Welt, the moment he heard the word Earth, his eyes widened reflexively. A sharp glint instantly flashed across his glasses as his gaze locked onto Lucian without hesitation. He genuinely had not expected to hear such a familiar name here. After all, in this vast universe filled with countless worlds and civilizations, the chances of encountering another person who claimed to come from Earth were incredibly small. Earth? I remember Mr. Yang's hometown is also called Earth. March looked back and forth between Lucian and Welt, surprise written all over her face, before deliberately stepping aside with an exaggerated flourish and raising a hand as though presenting a grand stage. "No way you two are from the same place, right?" In response to her question, Walt stepped forward and extended his hand. "From the same place, huh? What a coincidence." and from Earth as well. Walt shook Lucian's hand while carefully studying his expression. In response, Lucian met Walt's scrutinizing gaze as well, finding the man's reaction rather interesting. For some reason, he suddenly felt the urge to tease Walt a little. Even though the two of them were, in reality, not from the same Earth at all, he decided to simply treat it as though they were for the time being. Fortunately, he possessed more than enough knowledge to convincingly pass himself off as someone from the Earth of Honkai Impact 3rd. Wow, this trip is actually kind of worth it. We really helped Mr. Yang find someone from his homeland. It's been so long, but I've never heard Mr. Yang talk about Earth before. I've always been really curious about it, March exclaimed in amazement, then immediately raised her camera and snapped a photo of the two shaking hands, capturing and preserving the moment. Click. My past would be somewhat heavy for you, Velt replied calmly, shaking his head lightly as a trace of nostalgia flashed across his eyes. Besides, I don't wish to recall it, so I rarely mention it. He truly did not want to remember those painful events from the past. The endless battles against Honkai, the sacrifices, the losses, the countless burdens he had carried upon his shoulders over the years. Honkai, Hershers, Otto, the cocoon of finality, they could all go to hell, and he sincerely hoped he would never encounter any of them again. Right now, he only wanted to quietly draw, assemble mech models, and, most important of all, search for a way home. It was only natural because despite every tragedy that had happened, he still missed his friends and family very much. Tesla, Joyce, Einstein, Kiana. Even after all these years, those names remained deeply etched into his heart. Well, my wives often mention Joachim, Noki, and Vertinen, saying that you were savior. Lucian suddenly revealed Welt's real name, and the effect was immediate as he saw Welt's pupils visibly contract. At this moment, Walt became even more convinced of one thing: Lucian was truly a fellow Earthling. Very few people knew that name, after all. However, before that thought could fully settle in his mind, Walt suddenly noticed something far more important. Wait, wives? Walt looked at the smiling Lucian and repeated the word with a confused expression. My wives are Kiana, May, Teresa, Bianca. Lucian answered calmly, casually mentioning the names of his Honkai Impact 3rd wives one after another, as though he were discussing the weather. For a moment, Walt's mind went completely blank. He blinked once, then twice, before his right eyebrow twitched ever so slightly. Yeah, right. Keep bragging. Walt did not believe Lucian's statement at all, not even in the slightest. Yes, the fact that Lucian knew those names only further proved that he was a fellow Earthling with certain connections. But did this young man not know that Earth practiced monogamy? Besides, the women Lucian had just named even included his own students and several Hershers individuals who were clearly anything but ordinary. Would extraordinary women like them really be willing to become someone's wife and even willingly share him with other women, no matter how he looked at it? The very idea itself sounded utterly absurd, let alone marrying all of them at once. Who could possibly marry even one of them? One should know that even a single one of them could easily destroy Earth. Even if those women were standing right here in front of him today, personally holding their marriage certificates and publicly acknowledging Lucian as their husband, Yang would absolutely refuse to believe it. Mr. Lucian, please don't joke around. I know all the people you mentioned very well, so I know that they're definitely not your wives. The beginning of the main story in the outer perimeter of Herta Space Station. A spaceship floated within the shadow of a massive meteorite, concealing itself from any prying eyes. Inside the spaceship, Silver Wolf chewed bubblegum while operating the virtual light screen before her, typing at an astonishing speed. Her fingers moved so quickly that they seemed to leave behind afterimages, dancing across the interface without pause until she finally brought her hand down on the confirmation key and stopped. All right, the space station's defense nodes have been scanned. I've also mapped out all the patrol routes. Silver Wolf blew a bubble as she spoke, her voice carrying its usual trace of careless confidence. We're going to follow Ilias' script. On my end, they'll set off some small fireworks, first by luring the Antimatter Legion over to stir up a little chaos. As she spoke, she pointed at several defensive turrets marked on the screen around Herta Space Station's outer perimeter before gesturing toward the cluster of red dots steadily approaching on the display. Kafka stood beside her with her usual elegant black jacket draped loosely over her shoulders, her arms folded across her chest. A faint smile lingered on her beautiful face as she gazed toward Herta Space Station, as though she were quietly appreciating a grand performance that was about to begin. As long as things become chaotic. Kafka's voice was like the sound of an expensive violin, smooth and exceptionally pleasant to hear. Hidden within that languid tone was a sense of complete confidence and control, as though everything were unfolding exactly as she expected. During the chaos, they'll infiltrate the space station, meet up with you there afterward, and then find the Stellaron and revive Stell. Kafka paused for a brief moment before adding with a faint smile, Ilias' script has never been wrong. I should be able to have a little fun outside the main course of events. Silverwolf, not even bothering to raise her head, simply blew another bubble before replying casually. Of course. How could Ilias' script possibly be wrong? It's literally fate itself. Even though she had been the last to join the Stellaron Hunters, during this period, Silverwolf had already witnessed Ilias' ability with her own eyes. There had never been a single error, with every prediction precise down to the very minute and second. Even the wins and losses in the game she played could be foreseen by Elio in advance, and that was the point she admired the most. All right, they'll come meet you after I finish setting up the fireworks. See you at the space station, Kafka. Silverwolf pressed the confirmation key, causing the virtual light screen to dissolve into a stream of data before disappearing completely, then stood up and stretched her wrists. Kafka smiled faintly, then stepped forward. In the next second, her figure seemed to blend into the shadows before silently disappearing. Inside the lounge area of the railway platform in Herta Space Station, Lucian, Himiko, March, and Welt sat around a small round table, casually chatting with one another while enjoying a rare moment of leisure. However, despite the seemingly relaxed setting, the atmosphere around the table was somewhat delicate and difficult to describe, mainly because the list of wives Lucian had casually mentioned a moment ago was simply too shocking. Lucian himself, meanwhile, looked completely relaxed, as though he had not just dropped an absurdly explosive piece of information. After all, he had not lied, and he had even deliberately mentioned fewer names than he actually could have, only bringing up those who were familiar to Welt. Compared to the full list, what he had revealed was already a heavily simplified version. Lucian picked up his coffee and slowly took a sip, his movements calm and unhurried as he completely ignored the probing, suspicious, and slightly speechless look on Welt's face. If you don't believe it, then forget it. Glancing at Welt, Lucian spoke calmly as he set down his cup, clearly too lazy to waste time explaining himself any further. In any case, when Welt eventually saw his 13 lovely wives in Izumo with his own eyes, just how interesting would his expression become then? Honestly, the more he thought about it, the more amusing the scene seemed. At this moment, he was beginning to understand why Sparkle enjoyed messing with people so much. Watching others struggle to process something completely beyond their expectations was, admittedly, rather entertaining. Hey, Lucian, you just said you have so many wives. Does that mean you're the king of Earth? Unlike Welt, who was clearly thinking far too deeply about the matter, March paid no attention whatsoever to any of the complicated implications. Instead, she simply cupped her face with both hands and leaned slightly forward, staring at Lucian with sparkling eyes filled with curiosity. I mean, only a king's got lots and lots of wives, right? Seeing March's imagination beginning to gallop off in an increasingly strange direction, Lucian glanced at her and raised his brows slightly. Her eyes were clear and bright, completely free of any complicated thoughts, making her look less like someone discussing an important topic and more like a curious housewife who had just stumbled across an especially juicy piece of gossip. Lucian could not help but smile. Well, something like that. hearing his casual response, which neither admitted nor denied anything and sounded more like a perfunctory answer than an actual explanation. The veins at the corner of Welt's forehead twitched almost imperceptibly. Bragging again, for a brief moment, he seriously wondered whether he should continue questioning this topic. In the end, however, he took a deep breath, forcibly suppressed the complicated emotions rising in his heart, tried his best to maintain the composure expected of an elder, and unconsciously pushed up his glasses. Although the gesture was calm and familiar, the faint twitch at the corner of his eye made it abundantly clear that maintaining that composure was becoming increasingly difficult, even when he had still been the leader and sovereign of anti-entropy. Carrying the weight of countless responsibilities on his shoulders and standing at the forefront of humanity's struggle against the Honkai, he had never dared to boast so brazenly. How could this young man dare to sit there so casually and claim that he was the king of Earth right in front of him? Could it be that during the years he had been away from Earth, a new leader had truly appeared, someone he knew nothing about? As everyone knew, after the end of the battles against the Honkai, Walt had stepped down from his leadership position, having finally laid down the burdens he had carried for so many years. He had gone on to establish a company while pursuing a career in animation, gradually distancing himself from the center of Earth's political and organizational affairs. Lucian, are you the current leader of some organization on Earth, such as Shixao or perhaps Anti-Entropy? Welt asked seriously as he pushed up his glasses once again, his gaze fixed firmly on Lucian's face, unwilling to miss even the slightest change in expression. Nope. Lucian shook his head and gave a brief, straightforward reply. Seeing that the answer came without the slightest hesitation, Welt remained silent and said nothing further. Since Lucian had said he was not, then everything he had said earlier must have been nothing more than bragging. After all, claiming to be the king of Earth in front of a former leader of one of the most influential organizations on Earth was somewhat like showing off in front of a true expert. No matter how one looked at it, the claim sounded absurd. For a moment, the atmosphere around the table became subtly strange. Seeing the mistrustful expression on Welt's face, Lucian merely raised an eyebrow. Not only did he not feel annoyed by the obvious disbelief, but an even deeper trace of amusement flashed across his eyes. It was as though he had anticipated this reaction from the very beginning and found the misunderstanding far more entertaining than troublesome. Woo-dash. Just as Lucian was about to speak, a piercing alarm suddenly tore through the relaxed atmosphere of the railway platform without any warning, causing the previously peaceful space station to be instantly thrown into turmoil. As red warning lights flashed wildly across the platform, dyeing everyone's faces a blood-red color, a cold electronic voice echoed throughout the area with unmistakable urgency. Warning! Warning! Antimatter Legion detected. Or non-combat personnel. Proceed to shelters immediately. Upon hearing the repeated alerts, the expressions of all the researchers changed drastically. Instantly, the calm and leisurely atmosphere from moments ago vanished without a trace. Some hurriedly gathered important data devices, while others abandoned everything and rushed toward the designated evacuation routes. Panic spread rapidly through the crowd as footsteps echoed in every direction. Mr. Lucian, the Antimatter Legion, is approaching. Hurry! Get to a shelter. One of the female researchers couldn't help but shout toward Lucian in concern before quickly following the flow of evacuees. Antimatter Legion. Marge suddenly jumped to her feet, her expression instantly turning serious. Why are they suddenly attacking the space station? Himiko also sprang to her feet so abruptly that her coffee cup tipped over, spilling brown liquid across the table and sending it slowly spreading over the smooth surface. However, she had no time to pay attention to it, because the sudden appearance of the Antimatter Legion instantly became the sole focus of her attention, wiping the elegant smile from her face and replacing it with solemn vigilance and unmistakable caution. Peaceful times are always short. Since we've run into this, let's lend a hand. Welt, who had already risen to his feet, spoke with a gaze as sharp as an eagle's, his coat and scarf fluttering slightly despite the absence of wind, while not the slightest trace of age could be found in his bearing. At this moment, the former Herschers who had experienced countless battles seemed to awaken once more. He tightened his grip on the cane in his hand, preparing to enter battle with it, the cane that possessed an extraordinary origin and had accompanied him ever since he arrived in this world. Yes, it was no ordinary cane, but a powerful divine key capable of manipulating gravity and simulating black holes powerful enough to tear his targets apart. The Star of Eden. "Lucian, come with me. They'll take you somewhere safe," March shouted at Lucian, genuine concern evident in her voice. Although she had only known him for a short time, he had already become someone she considered a friend, and, as such, she naturally had no intention of leaving him behind in such a dangerous situation. "Yes, March will protect you well. Go with her. Well, and I will stay here and help," Himiko also suggested to Lucian, her expression solemn and serious. Having faced the Antimatter Legion more than once, the Astral Express crew understood better than most just how dangerous those monsters truly were. However, at the very moment the chaos erupted, when everyone stood ready for battle, Lucian showed not the slightest trace of panic, nor any change in expression. He merely shook his head gently, silently rejecting their kind offer, then glanced through the transparent barrier at the small force of Void Rangers and a doomsday beast that had already arrived outside before falling into thought. A guess quickly formed in his mind. Astral Express, Antimatter Legion. Heard a space station. Didn't the appearance of these three together mean that Silver Wolf and Kafka had already arrived to awaken the protagonist? Is the main story about to start? Lucian silently calculated the timing. Based on his memories, the event should not have happened yet. Is the protagonist going to be born earlier than expected? If that were the case, then it seemed his own appearance had already caused subtle changes to the original timeline. Originally, he had planned to simply wait for the protagonist to be born, just as in the original story. However, when he recalled the grudge between himself and Elio-1 that had started because Elio warned Silverwolf not to associate with him anymore, he instantly changed his mind. A faint amusement appeared in Lucian's eyes. "Well, you can only blame yourself, Elio." With that thought in mind, Lucian casually raised his right hand, the movement so natural and effortless that it looked as though he were merely brushing away a non-existent fly. In the next moment, under the confused gazes of March, Himiko, and Welt, his fingertip lightly pointed toward the Void Rangers and the Doomsday Beast beyond the barrier. And then, whoosh! Suddenly, countless crimson-red beams condensed throughout the surrounding space. Every troop of the Antimatter Legion that radiated the aura of destruction and had been relentlessly assaulting the space station's energy barrier, already tearing open breach after breach, whether the savage Doomsday Beast or the numerous Void Rangers surrounding it was struck by beams forged from the power of elation and completely obliterated. Everyone within the space station saw countless crimson-red beams erupt from the railway platform like a raging storm. And then, in the very next second, the entire Antimatter Legion was pierced through by that overwhelming barrage of beams. Just as the massive Doomsday Beast spread its wings and prepared to force its way into the space station through one of the breaches in the barrier, a crimson beam instantly pierced straight through its head. Before it could even release a single roar, several more beams followed in rapid succession, one after another. They tore through its colossal body. Its wings shattered. Its shells exploded apart. Its flesh and bones disintegrated into fragments of light. Within mere moments, the terrifying beast that had always caused countless civilizations to tremble was torn apart piece by piece before everyone's eyes. At the same time, the surrounding Void Rangers suffered the exact same fate, with not a single one of them possessing even the slightest chance to resist. Just like that, the Legion of Destruction that had filled everyone's field of vision only a moment earlier was completely annihilated. In the next, not a single enemy remained. In the next second, The blaring red alarms that had been flashing wildly throughout the space station suddenly seemed as though an invisible hand had seized them by the throat. They emitted one final, pitiful whimper before falling silent. Just like that, as the harsh buzzing faded away and the flashing warning lights gradually dimmed. The chaos that had swept through the space station only moments earlier came to an abrupt end, and peace once again settled over the space station. A few minutes later, aboard the concealed spaceship of the Stellaron hunters, Silver Wolf and Kafka returned almost simultaneously. PSSS-1 automatic door slid open, followed by another, as the two stepped into the cabin from different directions. Kafka walked in with her usual calm and composed demeanor, but there was a faint trace of puzzlement in her eyes. Silver Wolf. Was Ilias' script really written like this? Kafka crossed her arms beneath her chest and turned towards Silver Wolf, who had only just entered the room herself, asking with a slight frown, "Where's the so-called firework you mentioned? Where's the chaos?" At the question, Silver Wolf hesitated for a moment before speaking slowly. "Kafka, I think someone might have meddled. How can Ilias' script be wrong?" Several minutes earlier, at the exit of a concealed ventilation duct of her space station, Kafka appeared like a phantom, having just avoided the chaotic crowd and preparing to follow the instructions in Ilias' script to head toward the planned rendezvous point. Her eyes were closed, as if she were listening to some kind of music, treating the space station's alarm, along with people's screams, as background music as she moved gracefully, looking as if she were dancing a waltz. However, just as she started dancing, making a movement as if playing a violin, the piercing alarm stopped abruptly, so suddenly that people could barely react. Kafka's steps halted before her eyes opened, revealing a trace of utter confusion in her violet eyes. "HM?" Kafka slightly tilted her head, listening. Was the alarm lifted? No. The Antimatter Legion disappeared? According to Ilias' script, this moment should have been the peak of the chaos, the perfect time for her to infiltrate. Yet now it was eerily quiet, unlike what the script described, where there would be Void Rangers and a doomsday beast breaking into the space station to cause chaos. Kafka took out a small notebook and flipped it open to check Ilias' script, then read the contents inside again and again. But no matter how many times she read it, it didn't match the reality she was facing now. On Kafka's breathtakingly beautiful face, the lazy smile that always carried the confidence of someone in complete control froze for the first time. How can Ilias' script be wrong? At the same time, in the monitoring room within the base zone of her space station, Silver Wolf sat before a defense turret control console she had hacked, a lollipop in her mouth as she hummed a tune and prepared to enjoy the fireworks that would be created by the Antimatter Legion she had lured into the station. 3, 2, 1, bang. Silver Wolf snapped her fingers as she gazed at the small monitor before her, her eyes fixed on the constantly changing data streams and surveillance feeds displayed across the screen. However, several seconds passed, yet the explosion she expected, the Antimatter Legion's roar she expected, and the violent vibration of the space station she expected, none of it happened. Instead, a scene completely beyond her expectations unfolded before her eyes. Countless crimson beams suddenly streaked across the battlefield like a deadly storm, tearing through the ranks of the Antimatter Legion with overwhelming force. All the monsters that had been charging forward only moments ago didn't even have time to react before their bodies were ripped apart, one after another. In the blink of an eye, the entire Antimatter Legion was blasted apart and wiped out in an instant, leaving behind nothing but drifting fragments and fading energy residue. What the heck was that? Seeing the scene, the lollipop in Silver Wolf's mouth slipped free and fell to the ground with a soft thud, while her big eyes widened in disbelief, filled with immense confusion and shock. TCH. Silver Wolf abruptly leaned closer to the small monitor, nearly pressing her face against the screen as her fingers hammered wildly across the virtual keyboard. Lines of data flashed rapidly before her eyes as she attempted to trace the source of the attack. What's going on? Where the hell's the Antimatter Legion? Who the hell just insta-killed them? Was this even an Ilias script? One question after another left her mouth in rapid succession, and the more information she gathered, the more unsettled she became. Soon, the thought of retreating immediately crossed her mind. No matter how she thought about it, this situation wasn't right. In the first place, the Antimatter Legion wasn't some insignificant group of enemies that could be erased so casually. Yet they had just been annihilated before they could accomplish anything at all. More importantly, neither she nor Kafka had received any prior information regarding someone capable of pulling off such a feat. Among all the possibilities, she ultimately concluded that a big shot, a hidden boss, was now inside the space station, unleashing those terrifying red beams that had destroyed the Antimatter Legion in an instant. And if that was truly the case, staying here any longer definitely didn't sound like a wise decision. In the end, when Kafka and Silver Wolf returned to their spaceship, they silently flipped through the script given to them by Leo as they walked, trying to find even the slightest clue that could explain what had just happened. But unfortunately, no matter how many times they checked, they couldn't find a single line that mentioned this unexpected development. Silver Wolf, was Ilias' script really written like this? Kafka crossed her arms beneath her chest and turned towards Silver Wolf, who had only just entered the room herself, asking with a slight frown, "Where's the so-called firework you mentioned? Where's the chaos?" At the question, Silver Wolf hesitated for a moment before speaking slowly. "Kafka, I think someone might meddled. No matter how many times they reread the script, its contents remained identical, even detailing who would do what, at what time, and at which coordinates. Kafka, the script doesn't match reality. It's been wrong from the very beginning." "No. How could Elio be wrong? Such a thing shouldn't be possible. Maybe there was a deviation in our actions." Kafka would rather believe that the two of them had made a mistake in their actions than believe that Ilias' script was wrong. "So what do we do now? Are we going to come up with a plan ourselves, or just ask Elio?" "Ask Elio first." At Silver Wolf's question, Kafka ultimately decided to call Elio and explain everything that had just happened. On the other end of the call, Elio fell silent for a moment after hearing her account. Even he found it difficult to believe. How could he possibly have seen it wrong? Every script was based on countless observations and confirmations, making the possibility of an error almost unthinkable. Yet the events that had just unfolded stood in direct contradiction to what he had foreseen. When he checked the threads of fate once again, he still saw the same scene as before, with nothing appearing to have gone wrong. "Kafka, the fate I see hasn't changed. It's exactly the content of the script I gave you." Now, both sides were somewhat confused. Kafka and Silver Wolf would not say something meaningless in a situation like this, and Elio trusted their account completely. He would never joke about the script either, since what he had said was exactly what had originally been determined. In that case, where exactly was the problem? "Elio, did your script not get updated or something?" Silver Wolf suddenly asked with a teasing grin. "Maybe you're still looking at the old version?" Hearing that, Elio fell silent, wondering if that was truly the case. "We'll take another look. Handle it yourselves for now. As long as the outcome is the same, it's all right." In the end, after ending the communication, the mission still had to continue. "Forget it. Since the script failed, we'll just handle it our own way. Stellaron hunters like us aren't the type who get tied down by something like this." Silver Wolf remarked calmly before taking out her phone and dialing a number. "Who are you calling?" Kafka raised her brows and asked with curiosity. "Back up the badass partner I told you about before. Under normal circumstances, successfully infiltrating her to space station, stealing the Stellaron, creating its vessel, and then reviving Stell would not have been easy, especially without the distraction caused by the Antimatter Legion." Understanding that, Silver Wolf immediately thought of Lucian as she recalled his convenient teleportation ability. With that teleportation ability, he should be able to teleport the two of them directly inside the space station, right? Even though she had been told not to mingle with him anymore, this was currently the most convenient and quickest way to complete their mission. A few minutes earlier, Herta had been sitting inside her office with one leg crossed over the other, remaining completely calm and unperturbed despite the warning alarm blaring throughout the entire space station. "Why? simply because she knew Lucian was here. And sure enough, just a few minutes later, the crisis had already been resolved. Needless to say, this was what she called a true sense of security. If she were being honest, there were not many people in this universe who could make her feel this at ease, and Lucian was undoubtedly one of them. Let's see what he's doing. Herta pulled up the surveillance feed and soon saw that Lucian was standing together with some familiar faces in the lounge of the railway platform, gazing at the barrier above where the Antimatter Legion had once been. Curious. She rewound the feed and soon saw him chatting with 3 people in the lounge of the railway platform, laughing and talking with them. What caught her attention the most, however, was how animated he appeared whenever he spoke with that pink-haired girl. The smile on his face seemed noticeably brighter than usual, and the conversation between the two flowed effortlessly, without the slightest hint of awkwardness or restraint. What was her name again? March or something? Herta muttered with a slight frown. TCH, when he talks to me, he doesn't smile like that. Men, even though she couldn't quite explain it. The more she watched, the more inexplicably irritated she felt, as though a faint sense of dissatisfaction was gradually building up inside her heart for reasons even she herself couldn't understand. In the end, Herta let out a dissatisfied snort and decisively turned off the feed before continuing her efforts to smear Nu's reputation online. Back to the present, on the railway platform, Walt's entire body seemed as though the pause button had been pressed, freezing in place as he maintained a posture ready to charge forward, the cane in his hand still emitting a faint glow. At this moment, his eyes stared fixedly at the empty galaxy beyond the barrier, the pupils behind his glasses having shrunk to the extreme as shock and disbelief filled his vision. What had just happened? Where was the Antimatter Legion? He had merely raised his hand, and they were gone? Himiko's red lips parted slightly, and in the end, she only uttered a single word. Now, her elegant and composed mask had completely shattered, leaving behind only the stunned realization that the young man before her had actually been pretending to be weak while hiding his true strength. No matter how she looked at it, that kind of power seemed to be on the level of an emanator. March simply stared blankly at Lucian, then looked outside the barrier, then looked at his right hand that had just lowered as though it had done absolutely nothing, her small mouth forming a perfect O shape. A few seconds later, I knew it. Lucian's a total hidden big shot, March shouted excitedly while raising her right hand and pointing at Lucian. Lucian, you're way too amazing. In less than a minute, Lucian had already left her completely stunned. Handsome, powerful, and kind. Saying she didn't admire him would be a lie. In the original story, March had been incredibly impressed even by Yanqing's swordsmanship, let alone Lucian's feat of making Voyage Rangers a doomsday beast. And several battleships vanish with a flick of his finger. Huss, lower your voice. It's nothing worth mentioning. Lucian smiled and waved his hand, acting humble on the outside, but inside, he felt quite pleased with her praise. Honestly, who wouldn't enjoy being admired by an innocent and adorable girl like her? I told you, we Earthlings are not simple. Walt pushed up his glasses and forced himself to remain calm as he spoke, though the faint flicker in his eyes betrayed the turmoil hidden beneath his composed exterior. Honestly, he had expected Lucian to possess extraordinary strength, far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Yet even with that understanding, the scene that had just unfolded before his eyes still far exceeded his expectations. I like that statement. Lucian gave Welt a thumbs up on behalf of all Earthlings and decided to bully Welt a little less in the future. Ring, ring, ring. Before his words had fully faded, Lucian's phone suddenly rang. Pulling it from his pants pocket and glancing at the caller ID, he was surprised to see that it was Silver Wolf calling. Now, his speculation had been confirmed. After going so long without contacting him, yet suddenly calling at this exact moment, it was clearly related to the Antimatter Legion he had just wiped out. Well, it's been a while since I've heard your voice. Why are you suddenly calling me? Ran into some trouble. Need your help. Come help me stir things up a bit. I'm gonna sneak into Herta Space Station. Big reward when it's done. You in? Silver Wolf immediately stated her intentions directly and bluntly, without beating around the bush in the slightest. Just as Lucian had expected. This was the operation where Silver Wolf and Kafka would come to Herta Space Station to revive the original protagonist of the story. You're seriously asking for my help? Seriously asking for your help. Come on, help me out, partner. Lucian had originally intended to haggle and raise the price. But upon hearing the little wolf call him partner so earnestly, he ultimately changed his mind. All right, wait for me. We'll talk when we meet. Mommy Kafka, an unnecessary plan. Well, guys, a friend asked me for help, so I'll have to excuse myself for a moment. Lucian stood up, slipped his phone back into his pants pocket, and smiled at the Astral Express crew. Looking at his humble and gentle demeanor, Himiko, who had always been fond of that sort of temperament, couldn't help but feel that this young man was truly refreshing to be around. Her impression of him was exceptionally positive. Not only was he powerful, but he was also reserved, low-key, gentle, and decisive when the situation called for action. It had already been a long time since she had encountered such a remarkable man. Although she prided herself on having traveled across countless corners of the cosmos, even with all her experiences, she had never come across a man as well-rounded and outstanding as him. Mr. Lucian, please go ahead and take care of your own matters first, Himiko said with a smile, returning the courtesy. After all, this isn't our first time at this space station, so we can take care of ourselves. That sucks. March chimed in with a long face. I was just about to say we should treat you to a meal. Well, it'll be back soon, and if you're treating me, I'm definitely going to eat, Lucian said with a friendly smile, immediately taking her up on the offer. He'll bring you a gift later, too. Right after saying that, he gave a wave, then used Absolute Hit to teleport himself to the coordinates Silver Wolf had sent. Himiko and the other two watched him vanish abruptly and exchanged surprised glances. Did he just teleport? March muttered in wonder before letting out a sigh. But a gift? Huh, what kind of gift? I'm really looking forward to it. A gift, Himiko muttered before smiling at March. In that case, we should prepare a return gift as well. I have a feeling the gift won't be simple, Waltz said, his gaze fixed seriously on the empty spot where Lucian had been standing. Knowing him, it might be something rather abstract. In his eyes, when Earthlings gave gifts, especially extraordinary individuals like Lucian, did they ever keep things simple. Inside a cabin of the spaceship where Silver Wolf and Kafka were waiting, Lucian's figure appeared as if a signal were being reassembled, suddenly manifesting within the cabin. Lucian observed the cabin and saw that the lighting inside was somewhat dim, while the metallic walls reflected a cold, metallic sheen. However, somewhat surprisingly, a faint trace of fragrant perfume lingered in the air. As someone who had mingled with many women, he could tell immediately that the scent belonged to a mature woman. Yo, you're pretty fast. Silver Wolf's voice rang out first. As she spoke, she briefly glanced up at Lucian before immediately lowering her head again to stare at the screen in front of her, her fingers clattering rapidly across the virtual keyboard. At this moment, she was sitting cross-legged on a floating chair, chewing bubblegum while a virtual screen projected a game before her. Hang on a sec. Partner, this round's about to clear. 10 seconds. Seeing that Silver Wolf actually still had time to play a game, Lucian merely raised an eyebrow, not particularly bothered by it. In the end, with her attention still occupied by the game, his gaze naturally shifted toward the other person in the cabin, Kafka. Unlike Silver Wolf, Kafka leaned sideways against the wide viewing window, allowing the gentle starlight to filter through the specially crafted glass and spill softly across her body, outlining her graceful, slender silhouette. Just like in the game, she wore a perfectly tailored black jacket that wrapped around her exquisitely shaped figure, and the hem of the jacket swayed lightly with the subtle vibrations of the spaceship, like ripples spreading across the surface of water. Her long purple hair resembled fine silk, and after careful grooming, it draped lazily over her shoulders, with several strands falling beside her pale and delicate cheeks. Seeing her figure from such a close distance, Lucian had to admit that, unlike in the game, the lines of her profile in reality were astonishingly more beautiful. Her nose bridge was straight, her lips were a seductive rose-red color, and the corners of her mouth seemed to carry a faint smile at all times, making her look mysterious and filled with a fatal allure. In her hand, she held a glass of red wine, her slender fingers lightly pinching the stem of the wineglass. However, because she wasn't wearing her gloves, her nails, painted a purplish-red color that echoed the shade of her hair, were fully on display, looking just as beautiful and captivating as her profile. Silently, she gently swirled the glass, causing the deep red wine inside to ripple, reflecting the brilliant river of stars outside the window, as well as her eyes, which were as deep and captivating as violets. Her eyes were calm and indifferent, as though they could see through people's hearts, and yet at the same time, as though nothing in the world truly mattered to her. Sensing Lucian's gaze, Kafka slowly turned her head to meet his eyes, and in that instant, the faint smile on her lips deepened ever so slightly. Even though it was entirely unintentional, it was utterly enchanting and alluring, as though she had already seen through all of his thoughts. "Are you Lucian, the helper Silverwolf mentioned? You know, she speaks so highly of you." Kafka's voice was very gentle as she spoke, sounding almost like that of a kind and gentle mother. Seeing her appearance with his own eyes, like a piece of art beneath the starlight, and hearing her voice directly with his own ears, Lucian now understood why so many people in his original world called her Mommy Kafka. Her reputation was well-deserved, since her figure was far more exquisite than the in-game model, much prettier than the 2D illustration enough to captivate countless people. Unfortunately, she was a Stellaron hunter, not someone easy to deal with. As a loving mother, she was perfectly qualified, but as a virtuous wife, that remained to be seen. "Every woman who's met me says I'm good, including you, Kafka." Lucian's tone was casual as he responded to Kafka, without the slightest sense of unfamiliarity. Before transmigrating, he had already known Kafka and Silverwolf very well, since he owned both of them in the game. So what unfamiliarity could there be? Both of them were basically like old friends to him. Right after saying those somewhat narcissistic words, Lucian walked over and sat in the empty chair beside Silverwolf, pouring himself a glass of water. "Confidence is good, but earning my special praise isn't easy, you know? Can you handle it? I'm looking forward to it." Kafka smiled elegantly at Lucian, not minding his narcissistic words at all. However, if one observed her face more carefully, although her smile looked beautiful, it contained little sincerity, merely a polite smile that did not reach the heart. Just then, Silverwolf finally happened to defeat the final boss in her game, and a huge winner appeared on the virtual screen before her. "Done." Silverwolf spoke while blowing a satisfied bubble, and only then did she turn around to look at Lucian. "Partner, we're going to use the Stellaron and Herta space station to do something that'll save the universe, so we gotta have your help. Use that teleportation ability you used last time when you sent me home and get us inside the space station. And if possible, it'd be even better if you could stir up a little chaos to grab everyone's attention. Earlier, I lured the Antimatter Legion over, which already got the space station's attention. But just when we were sneaking in, I didn't know which damn guy showed up and wiped them all out instantly, but thanks to that, our whole plan fell apart. And that's when I thought of you. Partner, you want to help us carry the burden of saving the universe?" Silverwolf explained earnestly to Lucian with a righteous expression before lowering her voice and throwing out that offer. Lucian could tell that even though she was waving the banner of saving the universe, there was a hint of excitement at the prospect of doing something mischievous in her gaze. In the end, he merely smiled and said nothing, but inwardly, he couldn't help but remark with a trace of pity, "Oh, little wolf, the damn guy you mentioned is me?" Naturally, Lucian wasn't about to tell Silverwolf the truth. Anything that could damage group unity was better left unsaid. "I heard Herta herself is at the space station now," Silverwolf went on, frowning a bit. "As you can see, this operation's kind of troublesome, so we're going to need a careful plan." Silverwolf is right. Kafka chimed in, still wearing her elegant smile. Now that our original plan has failed, we can only rely on improvisation. Yeah, we could just do this, and then that. Silver Wolf explained perfunctorily, feeling too lazy to elaborate. Anyway, the tricky part is that where Herta keeps the Stellaron is kind of hidden, so it's going to take some time to find it. Sadly, there are way too many people on the space station, so we Lucian could not be bothered to listen to Silver Wolf's long plan and quickly interrupted. No need to make it so complicated. Creating chaos, investigating the location, and cleaning up afterward, just hearing all of that already gave him a headache. So, without bothering with Silver Wolf's unnecessary plan, he simply took out his phone and made a call. Hey, Herta, where'd you keep the Stellaron you collected? Hearing that, Kafka and Silver Wolf were both startled, staring at Lucian as if they were looking at a madman. Calling Herta directly to ask where the Stellaron was, what kind of procedure was that supposed to be? Neither of them could quite understand what was happening. Lucian, however, ignored the astonished looks from the two of them and continued talking to Herta. Stellaron? It's in my private gallery, the Gallery of Shadow. Just head to the first floor of the storage zone, the gallery's there. Once you're inside, just find a cabinet labeled 465, swipe the access pass I gave you earlier, and a hidden room will open. Right in the center of the room, the shiny golden orb with the serial number 8097 is the Stellaron. Genius Herta is number 1 in the cosmos is the barrier password. By the way, what do you need the Stellaron for? Nah, nothing special. I'm just going to use it to create a person. I'll let you research them when I'm done. Sure. Just hurry up then. Just like that, Lucian hung up the phone. When he turned to the side, he found Silver Wolf and Kafka still gawking at him, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Stell's birth as the call, with Herta, ended cleanly and decisively. A deadly silence settled over the spaceship cabin, leaving only the low hum of the spaceship's engine echoing through the air. Silver Wolf stopped chewing her bubblegum, while Kafka, whose violet eyes were filled with undisguised surprise, stopped swirling the wine in her glass. Now, both of them simply stared at Lucian in stunned disbelief. Did you seriously just straight up ask Herta? And she actually told you, and even gave you the password? Wearing an expression of complete disbelief, Silver Wolf finally spoke, raising a trembling finger and pointing it at Lucian's phone. Honestly, after witnessing such an absurd scene with her own eyes, she felt as though her hacking skills had been thoroughly insulted. What kind of invasion was this? Clearly, this was walking straight through the front door. What exactly is your relationship with Herta? Silver Wolf continued, her gaze getting more and more complicated. Do your words really carry that much weight? What else was I supposed to do? Lucian replied, calmly slipping his phone back in his pocket, his expression totally matter-of-fact. Seriously, why go through all that trouble? Imhetas VIP guest. A VIP guest of Herta Space Station? Lucian? Silver Wolf and Kafka exchanged a glance, each seeing the same deep disbelief reflected in the other's eyes. In Ilias' script, there had never been such a person on Herta Space Station, a figure capable of directly calling Herta and casually asking for confidential information. If such a heavyweight figure truly existed, how could Elio possibly have failed to see him? All right, not only Kafka, but even Silver Wolf suddenly recalled that the last time she had mentioned Lucian, Elio had warned her that he could not see Lucian's fate and had specifically told her to avoid interacting with him. Now that she remembered that conversation, everything finally made sense. Let's go. They'll take you to the Stellaron. Lucian extended his hands and placed one on Silver Wolf's shoulder and the other on Kafka's. Silver Wolf didn't care, but Kafka could not help but frown, mainly because she disliked physical contact with strangers. Under normal circumstances, the hand resting on her shoulder would already have been severed by her sword, but the situation was special now, leaving her with no choice but to tolerate Lucian's touch for the time being. In the next moment, with a push from Lucian, Silver Wolf and Kafka suddenly saw the scenery before their eyes shift. By the time their vision cleared again, they were no longer inside the cabin of their spaceship. Before them stood rows upon rows of monitors, making the place resemble a research facility. Quite a few researchers were busy working inside, so when the three of them suddenly appeared out of nowhere, they immediately attracted a great deal of attention. Being the focus of all those gazes made Silver Wolf and Kafka feel an impulse to silence everyone, but get back to work. I brought some friends here to handle something. As soon as Lucian spoke, all the researchers immediately smiled and nodded in response, then stopped paying attention to them and continued their respective work. Damn, we're really out here invading a space station in broad daylight. Guess I've kind of made it big this time. Silver Wolf could not help but remark in astonishment. Kafka, on the other hand, showed almost no reaction and remained perfectly calm, keeping silent. In the storage zone, Lucian, with Silver Wolf and Kafka following behind him, walked toward the courtyard area, passing through several pathways before finally stopping in front of a metal door, which was none other than the entrance to the Gallery of Shadow. Lucian swiped his pass, and as the metal door slid open, an enormous room with a long corridor appeared before them. Inside the room, a towering dome stretched high overhead while soft light poured down from above. Countless oddly shaped objects, each emitting different energy fluctuations, were placed within cubes formed by transparent energy barriers and displayed along the left and right sides of the corridor, making the entire room resemble an immense museum. Aside from the faint humming of the energy barriers that filled the air, the surroundings were frighteningly quiet, making the breathing of the three of them clearly audible. Needless to say, this was Herta's private gallery, the Gallery of Shadow, an entirely separate subspace open solely to serve as a storage vault for her collection of curios. Extravagantly luxurious in both scale and design. Lucian, Silver Wolf, and Kafka then walked inside, observing their surroundings and the displayed curios as they proceeded deeper into the gallery. Soon enough, the cabinet labeled 465 that Herta had mentioned came into view at the far end of the corridor. Lucian approached the cabinet and casually swiped his pass across the authentication device beside it, causing the cabinet to slowly slide open to the side and reveal a concealed room hidden behind it. As soon as the cabinet fully slid open, the three stepped inside in one smooth sequence and immediately saw that, at the center of the room, their target, the Stellaron, was floating within an extremely complex multi-layered energy barrier. Dense streams of data-like runes flowed across the surface of the barrier, radiating an aura that made one's heart tremble. In front of it stood an authentication device displaying a clear designation, A097. So this is it, huh? We actually got at this easily. Silver Wolf spoke as she looked at the floating golden orb just within arm's reach, then glanced at the tightly layered defenses surrounding it. Not gonna lie, this feels so unreal. Indeed, in her eyes, the whole situation felt completely absurd, almost like a dream. Kafka, we're not getting tricked by Herta, are we? Silver Wolf asked, glancing at her silent companion beside her. I mean, everything's gone way too smoothly. No, things really are just this smooth. Kafka replied with a faint smile. Your helper is simply far too reliable. Hey, what are you standing around for? Lucian urged, glancing at the two of them. Aren't you going to print the Stellaron's vessel or something? Right after saying that, he entered the password, Genius Herta is #1 in the cosmos, into the authentication device. And then, zing, in an instant, the energy barrier covering the Stellaron vanished. Yes, here I go. Silver Wolf began operating her specialized equipment, using ether editing to print a human physical body. Zing! Light flickered as Silver Wolf meticulously constructed the vessel for the Stellaron, outlining a clear human silhouette in the air. Several seconds later, the body of a tall, slender woman rapidly took shape. Lucian folded his arms and watched with interest. Truth be told, all of these technologies were beyond his understanding. Things like ether editing and the containment of a Stellaron within a human body were simply far too complex for him to fully comprehend. He couldn't help but wonder how the Stellaron hunters had managed to seal a Stellaron inside a human body, considering that even a genius like Herta seemed completely clueless about such a method of containment. What he did notice, however, was that Silver Wolf had only printed a single body. It was Stell's body rather than Salus. A few minutes later, as the humming gradually subsided and the light slowly faded away, Stell's entire figure was finally revealed before Lucian. Stell was a young woman who appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old, with a height slightly above average, a well-proportioned figure, and smooth, delicate skin. Her facial features were so refined that they seemed as though they had been sculpted by a master artist, while her long, silvery gray hair resembled the thin mist of an early morning, draping softly over her body. It looked slightly messy, yet that very untidiness added a touch of wildness and vitality to her appearance. Her outfit was both stylish and eye-catching, consisting of a white inner shirt beneath a jacket with its sleeves rolled up, a tight black miniskirt that accentuated her slender legs, and a light blue garter wrapped around her left thigh. "All right, you're up next, Kafka," Silver Wolf called out, and Kafka, holding the Stellaron in her hand, immediately shoved it straight into Stell's chest with brute force. Bang! Because the Stellaron was forcibly stuffed into Stell's chest. The impact was so powerful that it actually sent her flying, causing her to tumble and roll several times across the ground before finally coming to a stop. Seeing the scene, Lucian couldn't help but frown, wondering why Kafka couldn't have been a little gentler, considering that Stell was basically still a 0-year-old child. "Kafka, I feel like Stell being a total fool is your fault. You must knock her brain loose with that just now," Lucian remarked casually from the side, causing Kafka to blink and raise an eyebrow at him. "Fool? Well, her foolishness is only temporary. Once she remembers her past, she'll become smart." Kafka did not mind his remark at all and instead responded casually with a smile. Just then, Stell, seemingly stimulated by the light in the room, had her eyelashes tremble slightly before she slowly opened her eyes, revealing a pair of beautiful, large golden eyes that looked like Lucian's. Pure and clear, her eyes were filled with the innocence and confusion of a newborn infant as they reflected the figures of the three people standing before her. Stell opened her mouth as if she wanted to make a sound, but she ultimately only released a faint breath, looking like a chick that had just broken out of its shell, curious about the world, yet slightly uneasy. Kafka looked at the girl before her, and a motherly smile appeared on her face. "Nice. Now I just gotta get Stell on the Astral Express next," Silver Wolf said with a faint smile, but then she frowned slightly. "But Ilias' script failed, so how are we even supposed to get Stell onto the Astral Express now?" Kafka looked toward Lucian and revealed a faint smile. "If Herta's VIP guest speaks up, I imagine the Nameless won't refuse, right, Lucian?" At her words, Lucian simply shrugged. "Well, getting her onto the Astral Express isn't that hard, honestly." Lucian didn't consider such a matter troublesome at all, in fact. Even if he said he wanted to board the Astral Express himself, it would probably be extremely easy. Man, I've never felt a mission could be this easy. Is this what it feels like to just ride someone's coattails? Silver Wolf let out an astonished sigh, feeling that with Lucian helping them, carrying out missions felt less like work and more like going on a picnic, as everything seemed almost too easy and enjoyable. "By the way, I want to talk to Stell for a moment, then we can leave." Kafka looked at Stell, a trace of softness flashing through her violet eyes as she slowly extended a hand, seemingly intending to pat Stell's head. "Stell," Kafka had only just begun to speak, her voice gentle and unhurried, when Lucian suddenly made his move. Standing behind Kafka and Silver Wolf, Lucian casually raised his hands and gave each of them a light push on the shoulder, as though he were merely brushing away two tiny flies. In the very next instant, both women were teleported away, vanishing from a spot without a trace. "My bad, Kafka, but I'm going to teach Stell something first." Lucian smiled faintly and muttered under his breath as he glanced at the still utterly clueless, gray-haired girl before him. godfather and goddaughter, just as Kafka started to speak to Stell. Silver Wolf suddenly felt everything before her eyes blur, as that familiar sensation of the surrounding scenery rushing past her struck once again. Everything, the metal walls, Stell, who had just been born, and Lucian standing behind her, blurred and twisted an instant. Silver Wolf wanted to shout, but before she could, she had already been teleported away by absolute hit. Kafka likewise only had time to reveal a trace of confusion. Even the word Stell that had just left her lips had not fully trailed off before her figure, together with Silver Wolf, disappeared in an instant. Deep within the gallery of shadow, only Lucian remained, along with Stell, who had just been born and still could not understand what was happening. For now, she could only stare blankly at everything that had unfolded before her, her eyes reflecting Lucian's figure as they brimmed with confusion. Stell finally made the first sound after waking. Lucian looked at the gray-haired girl before him, who appeared adorably dazed as she sat on the ground, staring straight at him, as if trying hard to understand the situation in front of her. With the corner of his mouth curved into a playful smile, he took 2 steps forward, drawing a little closer to her, then leaned down slightly so that his line of sight met hers. "Stell, I'm your father, so call me Dad." Lucian spoke in a deliberately gentle voice as he began to coax her with a completely serious expression, as though he truly were Stell's father. Of course, he was not truly her father, and mainly just wanted to see what kind of interesting reaction this newly born Stellaron spirit would have. At his words, Stell tilted her head to the side, her gray hair swaying with the movement as she carefully examined his face. From his eyebrows to his eyes to his nose to his mouth, she studied each feature very closely, her brows knitting together ever so slightly. Soon enough, in a calm voice, she finally spoke. "Nah, I wouldn't have a dad this handsome." Upon hearing that, Lucian's eyebrows lifted slightly, having absolutely not expected such an answer. Stell then raised a finger, pointing at his face, then at herself. "How ugly would my mom have to be to drag my looks down this much?" Stell went on, her tone direct and serious. "Except for our eye color, our looks are far too different. You definitely aren't my dad." As she spoke, the logic behind her words was clear, and her expression remained composed, making her seem nothing like a clueless newborn at all. Lucian could not help but chuckle. He had to admit that this girl's way of thinking was truly unique, just as she had been portrayed in the game. Was that really the kind of answer a normal person would give in a situation like this? "Well, you're very clever. Actually, I'm not your dad." I know." Before Lucian could finish speaking, Stell suddenly interrupted him, her eyes lit up as though she had finally figured something out, and she even looked a little proud of herself. "You're lying to me. You are my dad. You're my brother." Stell pointed at him, raising her voice a little. "Otherwise, why do you want to be my dad so bad? You're trying to take advantage of me." While speaking, she stiffened her little face, wearing an expression that clearly said, "I've seen right through you." As for the difference in looks between them, in her eyes, the man before her must have taken after their handsome father, while she had taken after their ugly mother. Lucian fell silent as he looked at Stell's expression of "I'm insanely clever," then looked at her apparently serious eyes. He couldn't help but wonder how she had concluded that she was ugly, considering that she had not even seen her own appearance yet, which, by his beauty standards, was beautiful. Of course, given that his perfect looks were something created personally by Yaosher, it was understandable for her to feel inferior. In the end, he could not hold it in anymore. Ha! Ha ha! Lucian burst out laughing loudly. He truly had no idea what Stell would say next, since her train of thought was so absurd and utterly unpredictable. "Actually, I'm your godfather, so it makes perfect sense that we look different, right?" At Lucian's words, Stell nodded. "You opened your eyes and saw your godfather first, so that makes sense too, right?" Stell nodded again. "Your godfather being younger and more handsome also makes sense, right?" Stell nodded once more. "So, what should you call me?" Lucian smiled as he asked the question, a hint of mischievousness appearing in his gaze. "Godfather? Good girl. Just like that, Stell was successfully fooled, and for no clear reason at all, she had become Lucian's goddaughter. Even though she was only 10 minutes old, she was already a tall young woman, standing at 1.7 meters tall. So when he reached out and gently rubbed her soft gray hair, he couldn't help but feel a slight sense of uncanniness. By the way, my name's Lucian, and since I'm your godfather, if you ever run into any trouble, you can always come find me. All right? He truly liked this original protagonist, mainly because, compared to the other characters he knew, she was simply more interesting to be around. It was no wonder Sparkle and Sampo both liked messing with Stell, since her entire existence was practically a source of entertainment. Feeling the warm touch resting on top of her head, Stell looked at Lucian's sincerely smiling face, seemingly lost in thought. In the end, feeling that his explanation made at least some sense, she was satisfied with this outcome and wholeheartedly accepted their relationship. In the next moment, facing him, she raised a somewhat unfamiliar yet bright smile before calling out in a crisp voice, "Godfather." Meanwhile, inside the Stellaron Hunter spaceship, the figures of Silver Wolf and Kafka suddenly appeared out of thin air. Thump! Thump! As soon as they materialized, they both crashed onto the sofa in the spaceship cabin. What the hell? WHYD, he suddenly teleport us back. What's that guy trying to pull? Silver Wolf questioned as she blinked her eyes, looking extremely confused. Did this count as throwing someone away after using them? 2 Stellaron Hunters had actually been thrown away after being used. What an irony. Seriously, he didn't even let us say a single word. He's so rude. Silver Wolf stood up with her hands on her hips, complaining nonstop, a deep frown adorning her face. Silver Wolf, I feel like the one who set this whole thing up for us is your good partner, Kafka chimed in calmly, making Silver Wolf pause. He's probably the one who annihilated the Antimatter Legion, then led us by the nose. Why do you say that? No particular reason. Just a feeling, Kafka replied, shrugging her shoulders. My intuition has always been accurate, hasn't it? Silver Wolf fell silent for a moment before sighing tiredly. Meh. Honestly, does it even matter? Silver Wolf said lazily, leaning back on the sofa with her head resting against the backrest. We didn't lose anything anyway. Bruce. The mission went pretty damn smooth. Stell's born, the Stellaron sealed, and once she gets on the Astral Express, the result the script wanted is basically going to be perfectly done. Kafka gracefully smoothed out the slight wrinkles on her jacket caused by the teleportation, then walked to the nearby wine cabinet and poured herself a glass of red wine, gently swirling it. It really was a little too smooth, so it's a bit boring. Kafka muttered indifferently as she gazed at the galaxy beyond the spaceship window. How should I put it? It lacked the fun of toying with the prey. As someone who liked elegant planning, she would usually let her opponent struggle inside a trap like a carefully choreographed dance. Then, when the prey was drowning in pain and despair, tease them to death. But this time, with Lucian's involvement, they had simply taken a shortcut and cleared everything so effortlessly, saving both time and effort. However, in doing so, it had also lost that unique artistic sense. After venting her dissatisfaction, Silver Wolf stood up from the sofa and plopped down into a floating chair nearby before taking a large gulp of her energy drink. Boring, huh? Silver Wolf curled her lips as she spoke, looking disapproving. Honestly, it's kind of perfect. We just walked right into Herta's private gallery, grabbed one of her collection items, and she didn't even notice. I mean, that basically mocking her, right? On top of that, the efficiency was insane, the safety was insane, and all that extra time? Yeah, I could just use it to play more games. Right after saying that, Silver Wolf began counting on her fingers. No need to hack the space station's defenses, no need to dodge patrols, no need to outsmart Herta's stupid AI bullshit systems, and no need to worry about getting caught halfway in. Zip in, swipe and grab the item. Clankstell's done. Buy it back home. Perfect. In the end, the more Silver Wolf spoke, the brighter her eyes became, and her satisfaction with Lucian as her partner skyrocketed. Hey, Kafka. Silver Wolf suddenly leaned closer to Kafka, her face filled with anticipation and expectation. What do I think about bringing Lucian into our group? Like, making him officially join the Stellaron Hunters? At the question, Kafka's motion of swirling the wine paused slightly, her violet eyes shifting towards Silver Wolf with a hint of amusement. Elio wouldn't agree to that. Besides, didn't he tell you last time not to interact with Lucian anymore? Did you forget? Ilias' confidence, joining the Astral Express. Hey, Kafka. Silver Wolf suddenly leaned closer to Kafka, her face filled with anticipation and expectation. What do I think about bringing Lucian into our group? Like, making him officially join the Stellaron Hunters? At the question, Kafka's motion of swirling the wine paused slightly, her violet eyes shifting towards Silver Wolf with a hint of amusement. Elio wouldn't agree to that. Besides, didn't he tell you last time not to interact with Lucian anymore? Did you forget? Kafka let out a soft laugh. Then her gaze shifted toward the deep galaxy beyond the window. Lucian is not only a man with many secrets, but his strength is also unknown. He's definitely not simple. I mean, the fact that Elio cannot see his fate means we have lost our advantage in trying to recruit him. Hearing her reasoning, Silver Wolf immediately calmed down and then fell silent, her expression turning thoughtful. Well, it's better to report the situation to Elio first and think about it later. Seeing Silver Wolf's silence, Kafka suggested this with a smile. With that, both of them went to the cockpit, sat side by side, and activated the encrypted communication channel with Elio. Before them, the projection device soon lit up, displaying Ilias' virtual projection in his usual black cat form. Elio, Silver Wolf spoke first, wearing a helpless expression. The mission's complete, but the whole process was totally different from the script. Aside from the final result, nothing went according to it. That's right, Kafka confirmed calmly, her expression earnest. We ended up seeking Lucian's help, the one you mentioned before, the person whose fate you couldn't see. On the projection, Ilias' cat eyes seemed to flicker upon hearing their account. He remained silent for several seconds before his voice, carrying a peculiar rhythm, finally rang out. From what I can tell, this time truly was an accident. As you know, the future I see cannot be wrong. It may be because he was on the space station, causing his existence to interfere with my ability. In any case, the next script on Jarilo 6 definitely won't be wrong. Ilias' tone was decisive and full of confidence, leaving Silver Wolf and Kafka with nothing further to say. Both of them were, after all, not rookies, and they had witnessed his capabilities with their own eyes, so a single mistake was not enough to make them question their leader. In the next script, we don't need to participate. We only need to guide the Astral Express to Jarilo 6. In that script, they will defeat the Supreme Guardian, Kokolia, who has been bewitched by a Stellaron. At that moment, Stel will step onto the path of preservation, and that will mark the beginning of everything. Ilias' voice carried an unprecedented certainty. In a few days, when the time is right, guide the Astral Express to Jarilo 6. Now that the stage has already been set, all that remains is for the actors to take their places. Let us witness Stel's transformation. Elio slightly raised his chin as he spoke. There was an almost sacred sense of anticipation in his posture before his projection vanished. Silver Wolf and Kafka exchanged a silent glance. Anticipation? Perhaps. But even more than that, there was, strangely, a subtle premonition of this time the script really won't collapse again, right? At the same time, aboard Herta's space station, inside Herta's office, Lucian brought Stel before Herta as he had promised. So, who's this gray-haired girl? Herta sharply scrutinized Stel, who seemed a bit dazed, and questioned Lucian. Well, simply put, she's the host, or maybe the spirit of a Stellaron, Lucian explained calmly, looking completely nonchalant. I mean, the Stellaron you were keeping is now sealed inside her. Herta immediately became interested upon hearing that, and stood up, walking over to examine Stel more closely. Interesting. You can actually use a person to seal a Stellaron? I had to build this entire space station just to seal one. And no, hearing that, Lucian immediately told the truth. Nah, it wasn't me. I had the Stellaron Hunters handle it. It's their technology. Stellaron Hunters? Herta raised her brows, looking surprised. TCH, that bunch is bad news. You gotta be careful, or you'll get yourself beaten to death by them. Oh, Lucian raised his brows as well, a slight smile appearing on his face. You worried about me? Who's worried about you? Herta snorted, rolling her eyes. Honestly, you'd be better off just getting beaten to death already. If someone keen were watching their interaction, the two of them would seem to share an atmosphere almost like playful flirting, but unfortunately, the one watching was Stell. Hey, you dare curse my godfather? Stella snapped, frowning as she pointed directly at Herta's face. Watch it, or I'll yank your hair. Oh ho ho, you little thing really protect your master, huh? Herta mocked, looking at Stell as if she were some brat, then turned to Lucian with a face full of disdain. Godfather? You got no shame, huh? You're a grown man, and she looks about the same age as you. How do you even have the nerve to call yourself her godfather? That's none of your business. Lucian shot back, not even bothering with Herta's disdainful face. Plenty of people want to have me as their godfather and still don't get the chance. At his words, Herta immediately fell silent, unable to deny it. Lucian's charm was obvious to everyone, and she was aware that even the female researchers on her space station had begun to be captivated by him. Yeah, that's right. My godfather's unbeatable when it comes to looks, so if you want to be my godmother, you got to start flattering me real quick. Otherwise, no way I'm letting you two get together. Stell stood with her hands on her hips, her expression proud as she declared dominance, looking completely arrogant and smug. Seeing her behavior, Lucian was so amused that he could not help but curl his lips into a smile. Herta, on the other hand, widened her eyes at what she had just heard. Godmother? Who would even want to be your godmother? Are you nuts? I am never going to be your godmother. Not in this lifetime. You're not even worthy of me being your godmother. Your godfather? Barely, no. That won't work either. It seemed as though some sort of keyword had been triggered, as the usually rational and calm Herta suddenly began frantically arguing with Stell. Look at you, getting all anxious, Stell said with a smug grin. You got all worked up just because I wouldn't let you be my godmother. And you still say you don't wanna? What kind of woman says one thing and means the exact opposite? You. Herta pointed a finger at Stell, her face turning red. You idiot. Whatever. Talking to you is just a waste of time. In the end, after holding it in for several seconds, the only counter Herta managed to squeeze, I was idiot. Lucian watched from the side with great interest, wanting to laugh, but holding himself back. Good grief, these two really could put on quite an amusing show. Seeing Herta quarreling so fiercely with Stell was honestly quite amusing. But judging by how angry Herta was becoming, it was time to slip away. Stell, is that an appropriate way to talk to your godmother? Let's go. Lucian quickly pulled Stell away and slipped out. Lucian, educate her properly. Seeing them suddenly walk away, Herta reflexively called out from behind, but froze the very next second, her face stiffening. Wait, who's her godmother? I am not. Inside the office, Herta's furious shout echoed throughout the entire space station, genuinely angered by Lucian's words. Godfather, did I make you look good? Outside Herta's office, Stell looked at Lucian and asked with a face full of anticipation, like a child wanting their parents' praise. You did. Good job. Lucian replied with a nod and a smile. But when I'm not around in the future, remember not to act so arrogantly. It's way too easy to get beaten to death. Even though I can bring people back from the dead, you'd still have to suffer through it, right? Hearing that, instead of fear, Stell's eyes lit up. I understand. Resurrect the dead? If her godfather really could resurrect the dead, then he was definitely no ordinary person at the very least. She now had some incredibly powerful backing. Not wasting any time, Lucian immediately brought Stell to the reception center in the base zone to meet the Astral Express crew. Having Stell join the Astral Express was rather important, as he could not keep bringing her along like a third wheel forever. Besides, he had already more or less promised Silverwolf and Kafka that he would have Stell join the Astral Express. So, Sending her aboard the Astral Express was the best choice for now. Guys, let me introduce her. This is my goddaughter, Stell. I want her to join the Astral Express and become a trailblazer. Lucian went straight to the point without the slightest bit of politeness, mainly because he knew that the Astral Express would basically accept anyone. A goddaughter, and she's this big? March looked at Stell, who seemed to be about the same age as her and carried the same youthful aura, in bewilderment, then glanced at Lucian, who did not appear much older than either of them. How had their relationship ended up becoming that of godfather and goddaughter? Of course, if she's willing, the Astral Express welcomes any traveler who wishes to embark on an adventure. Himiko responded with a gentle smile before glancing at Stell. Just like that, everyone else also turned to look at Stell, waiting for her opinion. Stell's big golden eyes swept across March and welt before finally landing on Himiko. As soon as she saw that figure, that beauty, Stell raised her brows in amazement before turning to look at Lucian, as if seeking his opinion. In response, Lucian simply smiled and nodded. Go! You should become a trailblazer. Upon hearing that, and while exchanging glances with him, Stell seemed to understand something and finally nodded firmly. Got it, Stell said solemnly, her expression just as serious. I'm going to join the Astral Express and swear to get the mission done. No one paid any attention to what mission she was talking about because no one, including Lucian, knew that in her mind. The reason he wanted her to join the Astral Express was so that she could work from the inside and help him win over Himiko. Emanator of Trailblaze? Awesome. We got a new companion. Hearing that Stell had decided to join her on the Astral Express, March immediately hooked her arm around Stell's in a familiar manner and acted as though they had already become best friends. Right after that, however, March turned to glance at Lucian. What about you, Lucian? March asked, her face full of anticipation. Why not just join the Astral Express too? Kind of feels like you should, you know. Lucian raised an eyebrow, finding that suggestion surprisingly feasible. Indeed, not only was the Astral Express famous across the cosmos, but since he had already come here and met the Astral Express crew anyway, he might as well join them. Sure, leave a spot for me. If I have time, I'll come aboard and do some trailblazing with you guys, though I'm not sure if Miss Navigator will accept me. Lucian calmly looked toward Himiko, the navigator of the Astral Express. It had to be said that Himiko's figure, like that of his wife Himiko, was truly first-rate, as she was full in the front and curving in the back, with perfectly balanced proportions. Even her dignified and elegant attire could not conceal the seductive charm that could easily captivate men. Of course, you're always welcome. Himiko replied with a beautiful and graceful smile, looking simply stunning. As long as you're not a bad person, everyone on the Astral Express will welcome you. Nice, March exclaimed, raising her left hand and flashing AV sign. Now we finally got someone strong we can rely on. Seeing her like this, Lucian couldn't help but chuckle. Just like in the original story, this lively girl always made the atmosphere feel cheerful. And just like that, Lucian secured a place on the Astral Express, becoming an honorary member of the Nameless. He would not reside on the Astral Express permanently and would only participate in trailblazing when he had the time, granting him a considerable degree of freedom. Oh, right, almost forgot, March said, pressing her fist into her open palm. We came here because we want to see that rumored Aeon. Have you ever seen the Aeon of Erudition before? I heard they showed up here a few days ago. Yeah, I've seen them, Lucian replied with a calm nod. Honestly, they were nothing special, not very interesting. Whoa. I can't even see an Aeon when I wanna. And you're saying they're not interesting? March said with a bewildered expression. You're basically asking for a beating. Perhaps it was admiration, or perhaps it was her naturally friendly personality, or perhaps it was because Lucian had joined the Astral Express. But March no longer spoke to him with the same distance and felt more like she was talking with an ordinary friend, even joking around. Obviously, that's because you've never seen my godfather beat up an Aeon. That's what you call cool. Stell chimed in without hesitation, bragging without even a hint of embarrassment. Just looking at an Aeon is kind of boring, so my godfather just goes and beats them up directly. Upon hearing that, Himiko and Welt could not help but smile. Clearly, no one took Stell's bragging seriously. Even though Lucian was powerful and had wiped out the Antimatter Legion with a flick of his finger, even if he possessed the combat power of an Emanator, defeating an Aeon was still unthinkable, so they simply treated it as a joke. Catching everyone's reaction, Lucian paused for a moment and suddenly recalled that when he had cleaved Nu's projection, Stell had not even been born yet, right? Had her nonsensical bragging accidentally stumbled onto the truth? You are exaggerating way too much. You really think I believe that? March directly denied Stell's claim while rolling her eyes at her. Seeing that, Lucian naturally could not remain idle if he wanted to do his goddaughter a favor. Stella wasn't bragging. Herta saw the moment I cut Noose in half, you can ask her. I wasn't planning to bring it up, but I need to prove my goddaughter wasn't lying. Lucian sounded like a loving father defending his daughter's pride, completely stunning Stell. Wait, godfather! Stell quickly chimed in, raising her hand with a shocked look on her face. I was just bragging. Did you seriously beat up an Aeon? Aside from Stell, Himiko, Welt, and March were also extremely shocked. It couldn't be helped, given that he had even brought up Herta as a guarantee. How could they not believe him? Himiko, in particular, knew that the ever-proud Herta would never help someone boast. So if she said it was true, then it definitely was. Regardless, since he dared to bring up Herta so casually, the matter had to be true. Even so, it was difficult to imagine that the young man before them could actually fight an Aeon. Just imagining it was simply outrageous. However, if that were true, Himiko was more than overjoyed because the safety of the Astral Express was now guaranteed. It was truly fortunate that they had recruited such a powerful ally. Welt, on the other hand, was deeply puzzled. He already knew that Earthlings were impressive, but why was Lucian this impressive? Lucian had already interacted with an Aeon, even defeated one. They were both from Earth. Yet he could only spend his retirement aboard the Astral Express and had never even seen an Aeon. Meanwhile, March felt an even greater sense of admiration than the others. Just what kind of divine being was he? Handsome, powerful. Yet low-key, he was simply perfect. Maybe he could even help her recover her memories? Wait a sec. They'll call an Aeon over right now, so Stell can broaden her horizons. Now that he had gone this far, Lucian considered whether to use Disarm or Sham Diviner to draw an Aeon over as proof. Maybe he should call Yaosher. After all, it had been quite a while since he had last seen them, and he actually missed them somewhat, which was only natural, for without them, there would be no Lucian today, so his gratitude and sense of indebtedness were entirely genuine. Ring, ring, ring. Just then, however, Himiko's phone suddenly rang, and when she took it out and looked at the caller ID, she saw that it was Dan Hung. As soon as Himiko answered the call and turned on the loudspeaker mode, Dan Hung's urgent voice came through. Himiko, you all should come back to the Astral Express quickly. An uninvited guest is claiming to be an emanator of Trailblaze, and the conductor seems to dislike him quite a lot. Emanator of Trailblaze? Himiko pondered carefully and realized she had no recollection of who the Emanator of Trailblaze was. In the first place, did the Path of Trailblaze even have an Emanator? Emanator of Trailblaze? Strange. I've never heard the conductor ever mention it. Welt muttered thoughtfully, then gave a suggestion. In any case, we should go back and take a look. Anything involving an Emanator isn't a small matter. At the same time, when Lucian heard the words uninvited guest and Emanator of Trailblaze, the first person who came to mind was Aha. As everyone who followed the game's lore knew, Akivali and Aha were known to be best friends. When the two were separated, they were scattered sand. When the two were united, they were unbeatable. In the eyes of the fans, Akivali was no different from an Emanator of Elation, while Aha was no different from an Emanator of Trailblaze. Conveniently, if this so-called Emanator of Trailblaze was really Aha, he no longer needed to tease other Ians into coming, since he could simply use Aha as the stepping stone to show off in front of the Astral Express crew. Let's go, the Aeon I called has arrived. Lucian stated confidently, sounding completely calm, but to others it was somewhat shocking, since the way he spoke made it seem as if he had simply ordered takeout. Who could treat an Aeon like takeout and call them over so casually? Himiko was curious. March was curious. Walt was curious as well. As a result, the three of them returned to the Astral Express with anticipation, eager to see what was going on. Lucian also brought Stell along as they boarded the Astral Express together. Before long, when Lucian and the others boarded the Astral Express and stepped into the parlor car, they were greeted by a wide, open space that was clean and neatly arranged. It had to be said that the Astral Express had real taste, as every corner of the train was designed with both elegance and comfort in mind, making it an exceptionally pleasant place to live. Lucian found himself genuinely impressed by the atmosphere, and the longer he looked around, the more tempting the idea became. For a brief moment, he even considered moving in for a few years, setting aside everything else to experience the wandering life aboard the Astral Express and see the countless planets scattered across the stars. March was introducing the Astral Express to Stell. The two of them got along very well and quickly became besties, while Himiko and Welt chatted about their next destination. Soon enough, when everyone approached the table at the end of the parlor car, they saw an unfamiliar man sitting alongside Pom Pom and Dan Hung. Conductor, emanator of Trailblaze, reporting for duty. Wearing a big smile on his face, the unknown man stood at attention and saluted Pom Pom, not appearing threatening at all. However, Pom Pom's expression as they looked at the man was extremely unpleasant and full of disgust. "It's you again? Passenger Aha. You're not an emanator of Trailblaze. You are the worst passenger ever, Pom. Astral Express doesn't welcome you, Pom." Pom Pom raised their head to look up at the man and exclaimed in anger. Their small body and large ears made them look like a plush doll. Truth be told, their angry reaction was understandable. To this day, Pom Pom would never forget the bad things Aha had done in the past when they caused trouble together with the Kivali, which ultimately led to the Astral Express exploding. Now that Aha had come again, Pom Pom was very worried that they would cause trouble once more. Especially considering that a Kivali was now gone, there was no one here who could stop this aeon of elation if they decided to cause trouble. Lucian looked at the man and could not see anything unusual about his appearance, as he simply looked like an ordinary man one could find anywhere. If the man had not claimed to be an emanator of Trailblaze, it would have been impossible to see through Aha's disguise. Aha, the elation? An aeon actually showed up? You're seriously amazing, Lucian. Upon hearing Pom Pom's words, March stared at Lucian in shock, admiring him even more as her big eyes blinked rapidly while she turned to look at him. At the same time, the moment March's praise rang out, Aha's attention was immediately drawn to her before shifting to the people nearby. As soon as they saw Lucian, look who it is, an emanator of elation. Aha pointed at Lucian and then turned to Pom Pom. "Conductor Pom Pom, I report him. He's an emanator of elation. He must have violated Aha's order to protect the Astral Express and come here to blow it up." At the sudden accusation, Lucian narrowed his eyes and looked at Aha expressionlessly. Aha's accusation hurt as little revenge inside the parlor car. The air felt somewhat stagnant. Pom Pom glared at Aha with puffed cheeks, their short little hands planted on their waist, their big ears trembling slightly from anger. Dan Hung gripped a spear known as Cloud Piercer with vigilance, standing slightly in front of Pom Pom's side, ready to protect the conductor at any moment. Aha, disguised as an ordinary man, pointed at Lucian while accusing him, wearing an expression that clearly showed he was enjoying the show. Lucian stood where he was, his face remaining expressionless, but inwardly, he felt like rolling his eyes, finding it ironic. How could he not? What Aha was doing now was basically just like how a veteran robber accused others of robbing. Anyone present who had read the Astral Express databank records would know that there was a particularly interesting entry. Back when a Kivali was still alive, Aha had disguised himself as an ordinary person, boarded the Astral Express, and become one of the Nameless. Aha had even been an exceptionally outstanding passenger, which made Pom Pom like them very much. Until later, as Akivali and that outstanding passenger grew increasingly elation-filled, they caused Pom Pom plenty of trouble. In the end, the outstanding passenger seized the moment when everyone had lowered their guard and blew up a large section of the Astral Express cars, which incidentally also affected a lifeless mining planet. Originally, the Astral Express had been extremely long, at least twice as long as it was now, but thanks to Aha, half of it had been blown up. Pom Pom had been so furious that they nearly collapsed on the spot before driving Aha off the Astral Express. And just like that, the trailblaze journey of the Aeon of Elation had lasted nearly 2 years before coming to an end. So, Lucian, are you really an emanator of elation? Himiko glanced at Lucian and asked cautiously. Lucian did not hide it and nodded calmly. Yeah, Aha insisted on making me their emanator, and refusing wasn't even an option. Honestly, I'm kind of troubled by it too. Listening to that answer, everyone somehow felt that it sounded a bit like humble bragging. Countless people dreamed of becoming an emanator, gaining supreme power, and becoming the spokesperson of an Aeon who was no different from a god. Among the countless trillions of living beings across the cosmos, only a handful could ever become emanators, yet he was actually complaining about it. Himiko did not know whether she should feel troubled or pleased. In any case, the good news was that the Astral Express now had a powerful emanator as a companion, but the bad news was that he was an emanator of elation. However, logically speaking, if even Herta was willing to befriend Lucian, then he probably was not some bottomless prankster or troublemaker who pursued chaos without restraint. Even so, still not entirely convinced, Himiko quietly took out her phone and sent a message to Herta. Himiko, Madam Herta, what do you think of Lucian as a person? Herta, Lucian? He's alright, I guess, just a total pervert who's into pretty women. Someone like you's definitely his type. Herta, I mean, he's always going after my looks, and I've been turning him down this whole time. Don't get fooled by sweet talk. Himiko. Really? Himiko. By the way, do you know that he is an emanator of elation? Herta, I know. I'm telling you, Aha's his accomplice too, running around kidnapping pretty women for him everywhere. Seriously awful. ID, say don't fall for him. You wouldn't be able to handle it. Himiko, no, I was just thinking, if he becomes one of the nameless, could he have some ulterior motive that might endanger us? Herta, oh, if that's what you meant, then it's fine. Lucian's a good guy, and he's crazy strong. I swear, with him backing you up, your ancestors are probably out there emitting green smoke from their graves. Himiko, didn't you just say he was awful? Herta, awful when it comes to relationships between men and women, but otherwise he's pretty decent. Just don't let him take advantage of you. Himiko felt somewhat confused after reading that reply, as Herta's two attitudes did not seem to align. On one hand, Herta described Lucian as a pervert, yet on the other hand, she also said he was reliable and someone worth depending on. What kind of person exactly was Lucian? Regardless, trailblazing was about exploring, establishing, understanding, and connecting. Only by getting to know him personally could she arrive at her own conclusion. At worst, she would simply remain cautious and make sure another Aha incident never happened. Inside her office, Herta ended the chat and curled her lips into a faint smile. Lucian, serves you right for being such a pervert and messing with me. Joining the Astral Express? You're probably just after Himiko because of her looks. We'll see how I mess up your plans. Herta felt that this counted as getting a little revenge on Lucian. As a result, her mood immediately improved. Just the thought of him not getting any new women somehow made her feel quite pleased. Meanwhile, back on the Astral Express, the drama inside the parlor car began to escalate further. Aha still wanted Lucian to help draw the fire for them, so they continued accusing him. He even wants to chop up that scrap iron of erudition. Way too violent. Keeping him here is a disaster. Aha came to protect the Astral Express. Kick him out. Aha will stay on board to protect you all. As Aha went on and on, spewing even more bullshit, Lucian looked at their extremely punchable expression and felt that arguing with this lunatic was simply a waste of both time and energy. For that reason, he finally made his move. He walked up to Aha and directly reached out to push them while activating absolute hit. However, before his hand could touch them, Aha suddenly raised both hands and twisted his waist to an unnatural degree to dodge before laughing. Ha! I know your ability. You can't touch me, Lucian, seeing that Aha had become clever and troublesome, felt a little helpless. It was no wonder the other Ians did not want to mingle with them. Humph. Then what about this move? Lucian took out a small iron sword from the system storage space, casually set a coordinate, then locked onto Aha with a mortal kneel before tossing the iron sword with a flick of his hand using absolute hit. Oh no! Aha's avatar seemed to sense that something was wrong and try to run, but sadly, it was already too late. In the next instant, the moment the iron sword vanished and reappeared just outside the Astral Express, their body also suddenly vanished and reappeared outside the Astral Express as well, before immediately losing control and chasing after the flying iron sword through the sea of stars. Lucian, you heartless bastard, ha 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 dash. Aha flew farther and farther away, their laughter growing fainter until it completely disappeared. Lucian curled his lips slightly, feeling a somewhat complicated mix of affection and resentment toward Aha. If one were to say Aha was evil because they loved causing trouble, they at least still had a sense of limits, unlike some of their followers, whose natures were even worse. For example, even though Aha had just been sent hundreds of millions of light years away, they could have returned almost instantly if they had wanted to cause more trouble. Yet they did not come back, clearly choosing to play along with Lucian rather than disturb him any further. At the same time, right after Aha completely disappeared, the entire parlor car instantly fell into dead silence, so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard clearly. Pom-Pom remained frozen in their hands-on-waist glaring posture, their little mouth forming an O shape, their big ears suspended stiffly in midair, and their round eyes filled with shock and confusion. They couldn't help it. Aha! That troublesome Aeon of elation, that worst passenger ever, had just been driven away so easily. Wow! March suddenly cried out, her excitement and admiration erupting all at once as she grabbed Stell's arm beside her and shook it vigorously, unable to contain herself. Stella! Stella! Did you see that? Lucian just straight up chased off an Aeon like it was nothing. They're an Aeon. You know, her voice was so loud that it nearly echoed through the surrounding area. The disbelief and excitement on her face were impossible to hide. Himiko, Welt, and Dan Hung were no less shocked. Even though they were far calmer than March on the surface, the astonishment in their eyes was unmistakable. An emanator chasing away an Aeon, wasn't that a bit absurdly backwards? No matter how powerful an emanator might be, they ultimately derived their power from an Aeon. Yet what they had just witnessed seemed to have completely overturned that common understanding. In their eyes, the Aeon of elation was being far too indulgent toward Lucian, or to be more precise, the attitude shown by Aha toward Lucian could hardly be described as the way an Aeon would normally treat an emanator. Otherwise, how could an Aeon simply allow someone to chase them away like that? In a distant star system, Aha held the small, ordinary iron sword Lucian had thrown and sat leisurely within the endless cosmic void. Around them, countless stars shimmered like scattered jewels across the darkness, yet their attention remained fixed entirely on the unremarkable blade resting in their hand. What an interesting ability. Even Aha couldn't resist chasing after it to catch it. Aha turned the sword over in their hand, examining it with great interest. Despite appearing completely ordinary, it had just forced even an Aeon to act in a way that defied common sense. Seeing that even an Aeon could be affected by such a strange and unreasonable ability, Aha couldn't help but become even more intrigued, since the entire situation was simply far too amusing. Next time, they would definitely make Lucian use this trick to prank that fool of preservation. Just imagining that stubborn fool suddenly abandoning their endless wall building and running off across the cosmos to chase after a flying sword was enough to make Aha want to laugh. Ha 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 dash! Aha's laughter burst forth uncontrollably, spreading outward through the cosmic void as the sound echoed across the vast sea of stars, carrying the boundless joy and amusement of the aeon of elation while reverberating throughout the universe. Meanwhile, the aeon of preservation, Clippeth, who was still busy building walls as always, suddenly felt an inexplicable chill run through their backside, causing their movements to pause ever so slightly. For a brief moment, Clippeth remained silent, as though contemplating the strange sensation that had appeared out of nowhere. Why did they suddenly have the distinct feeling that someone, somewhere, was plotting against them? Visiting Lucian's home, while shock and fear even after Aha's departure, Dan Hung still didn't let his guard down. Instead, he looked at Lucian with even greater vigilance, the hand gripping Cloud Piercer remaining tense and ready. For the first time, a clear look of astonishment appeared on his stern face. It couldn't be helped. It was said that those who followed the path of elation were all troublemakers, but he truly couldn't tell whether the mysterious man before him was a friend or a foe. "All right, I believe it now," March said with a smile, breaking the silence. "Lucian's really got something to do with the Ians. I mean, he's straight up treating one so casually like that." Himiko's eyes, always gentle and wise, were now filled with indescribable astonishment as she looked at Lucian's handsome face, which still showed almost no emotion. And then at the direction where Aha had disappeared. To make sure she was not hallucinating, Himiko looked at March, who was so excited she was practically jumping up and down, then at Stell, who looked bewildered yet somehow seemed to think everything that had just happened was perfectly reasonable, and finally at Pom Pom, Dan Hung, and Welt, who were equally stunned. Seeing their reactions, Himiko finally became completely convinced that not only had Lucian beaten up an Aeon, but his relationship with them also seemed quite unusual. At the very least, when it came to the Aeon of elation, their relationship was definitely unusual, since they were familiar enough with each other to casually fool around like that. Aha had been treated so rudely, yet not only did they not get angry, but their final cry had even sounded somewhat like the aggrieved complaint one would make to someone close. Clearly, their relationship had to be extraordinarily solid. Lucian looked at the group, who were still lingering in shock, before finally speaking up. "Well, the troublesome guy's gone. Conductor, it's quiet now." Hearing that, Pom Pom blinked their big eyes in a daze before finally snapping out of it. Thank you, Pom." Even though he was said to be an emanator of elation, Pom Pom felt that this newly arrived passenger seemed, probably, like he wouldn't blow up the train. "Right? Now you believe I wasn't just bragging, right?" Stell chimed in, her nose basically pointing up at the sky. "My godfather's seriously that awesome. Having such a powerful godfather as a backer, wouldn't she be able to go anywhere and scrupulously from now on? Well, although you are an emanator of elation, we won't jump to conclusions. What kind of person you are is something we will come to understand sooner or later. In any case, welcome aboard the Astral Express." Himiko seemed worried that Lucian might overthink things, so she deliberately tried to reassure him. Dan Hung, who still didn't know the situation, immediately understood from her words that this man, who was said to be an emanator of elation, was apparently a new passenger, so he put away Cloud Piercer, which counted as finally relaxing. He had thought something major would happen today, but fortunately, it ended quickly. Yeah, they'll get to know you properly. I won't discriminate against you." March chimed in, and as always, still had that cheerful look. On the side, Welt was outwardly indifferent, but inwardly, he really wanted to question what she meant by discriminating against Lucian. Someone who could send an Aeon away, so casually who would dare discriminate against him? Lucian, seeing that the Astral Express crew had not cast him aside because he was an emanator of elation and had instead welcomed him with open arms, treating him as one of their own, couldn't help but reveal a sincere smile for the first time in a long while. Not only were they genuinely a group of good people, but being around them also gave him the feeling of being part of one big, happy family, kind of atmosphere he had always liked the most. Well, to avoid Aha showing up again, let's just get out of the space station and go chill at my place. My place is pretty spacious, and the scenery's kind of nice too. Oh, and by the way, it's on a planet the Astral Express databank hasn't recorded or visited yet. You interested? Lucian invited his new friends to visit his home without hesitation, though his main reason was that he wanted to see Welt's reaction. Yeah, March blurted, already the first one to jump up. I want to see what kind of place an Eminato lives in. It's got to be amazing. A planet the Astral Express hasn't recorded. Dan Hung muttered thoughtfully, then nodded. I'd like to see it. Himiko looked at March's excited expression, then turned a thoughtful gaze toward Lucian. It was undeniable that Lucian's strength and background were beyond measure. Now that he had joined the Astral Express, even if he was only an honorary member, relationships still needed to be cultivated, especially with someone as powerful as him, since he had taken the initiative to invite them. This was a good opportunity to show goodwill and grow closer to him. Refuse? Not only would that be highly inappropriate, but it would also make them seem distant, as though they were wary of him. Besides, she was a little curious about Lucian's so-called home. All right, the usual rule those who agree. Raise your hands. Having reached a conclusion, Himiko immediately organized a vote, and, as expected, everyone agreed unanimously, which meant they would go take a look at the home Lucian had mentioned. All right, passengers, seat tight. Pom-Pom is about to start the train. Pom-Pom was just about to start the Astral Express when Lucian suddenly interrupted. No need to start it. Save some fuel. He knew that the Astral Express fuel was no ordinary resource, but a special one that could only be replenished through exploration. Now that he was around and had become a member of the Astral Express crew, there was no need to waste it. Under everyone's confused gazes, Lucian knelt down and directly placed his hand on the parlor car's floor before activating Absolute Hit. In an instant, the entire Astral Express vanished from Herta Space Station and teleported directly into the Jarilo star system. Buzz. Everyone only felt their vision blur for a moment as an extremely faint sensation of spatial distortion spread through the air. Subtly different from the normal warp the Astral Express usually performed. In everyone's eyes, the scenery outside the windows instantly blurred for a second before being replaced by a massive planet quietly orbiting in the distance. Huh, where's this? Did we already arrive? March blinked in surprise, completely unable to react. How could she? 1 second, they had still been talking about the destination, and the next, they had already arrived. Himiko and Welt also could not hide the surprise in their eyes. Even though they knew Lucian was powerful, being able to teleport the entire Astral Express to a completely different set of coordinates so easily and instantly, this kind of effortless ability still far exceeded their imagination. Ahem. Well, thanks to Lucian, it seems we saved 1 round of fuel. Himiko coughed and joked to lighten the mood. Doesn't that mean we kind of don't need fuel anymore from now on? March said, glancing at Lucian. Nice. We can go anywhere we want to go now. Lucian's seriously useful. Useful? Honestly, the way that came out felt a little weird. Lucian, having heard the compliment, wasn't sure whether he should agree with it or not. So he simply stayed silent. You all go down, Dan Hung said calmly as he glanced outside. I'll stay here with Pom-Pom and record the planet's information from orbit. And so, since Dan Hung volunteered to stay behind while Pom-Pom also could not leave the Astral Express, Lucian, along with March, Himiko, Welt, and Stell, teleported together to his home. Soon, when their vision stabilized once more, they were no longer aboard the Astral Express. Beneath their feet lay flat bluestone tiles, and before them stood a massive house filled with Eastern charm. White walls, dark tiles, upturned eaves, and sweeping corners blended together into a picturesque scene. Birds sang among the flowers, and the tranquil surroundings made the place feel like a secluded paradise. Hidden among lush green trees halfway up the mountain, the house overlooked rolling emerald peaks in the distance, where clouds and mist lingered around the mountaintops. Whoa, so beautiful! March was the first to cry out in amazement as she excitedly spun in place. Feeling this completely different environment, She instinctively pulled out her camera and started snapping photos. Meanwhile, Welt's brows furrowed almost imperceptibly as he tightened his grip on his cane and carefully observed the building and the surrounding environment. He couldn't help it. Seeing the style of the house, it looked very Eastern, very Earth-like, though it was also slightly different from the ones he was familiar with. Just as everyone was still immersed in the surprise of the instant teleportation and admiring the scenery, the house's heavy, solid wooden door, carved with exquisite patterns, creaked open. From inside, it was slowly pulled apart before a figure appeared in everyone's sight. It was a slender young woman with long, smooth purple hair flowing over her shoulders, wearing a white shirt and a red skirt, with a straw hat on her head, as if she were about to go outside and enjoy the sun. However, the moment Welt saw the young woman's face at the doorway more clearly, his entire body stiffened as if struck by lightning. His pupils shrank, while the cane in his hand had already begun to glow. It couldn't be helped, for that face he knew it far too well. It was the face of Serin, the second Herschers. The Herschers of the Void. Why is she here? Wasn't she dead? A hallucination? A trap? Or had the Honkai followed me here? Remembering how he had fought the Herschers of the Void back then, and had been beaten quite badly, as well as how Earth's Himiko had died at her hands, Welt's mind immediately descended into chaos. In the next moment, he stepped forward, his Bodis instinctive reaction moving faster than his thoughts. "All of you protect Himiko!" A low roar filled with fear and hoarseness burst from Welt's throat as he suddenly stepped forward and shielded everyone behind him. However, seeing that there was no danger at all, March, Stell, and Himiko couldn't help but exchange confused looks before turning to Welt in bewilderment. Why had he suddenly reacted so fiercely like this? "What's wrong, Welt?" Himiko couldn't help but ask, concern evident in her voice as she looked at the unusually tense Welt. In response, Welt raised his cane and spoke with an expression and tone that were incomparably solemn. "Step back, Himiko. I'm worried she's about to give you a final lesson." When familiar faces return, what final lesson? Who's taking the final lesson? Himiko was a little confused after hearing Welt's sudden and inexplicable words. If they encountered danger, shouldn't they be protecting March first? Why was he trying to protect her instead? Seeing Welt's reaction, Lucian did not step forward to explain anything. Instead, he stood behind everyone, quietly laughing as he covered his mouth. It seemed that the Herschers of the Void had beaten Welt quite badly back then, and Himiko's death at Serin's hands had left a deep trauma in his heart. From the look of it, he had even taken out the Star of Eden, as though he were preparing to go all out and create the strongest black hole possible. "Huh? Who are you?" Serin, not noticing Lucian standing behind the Astral Express crew and seeing only a man holding a cane while glaring at her with unconcealed hatred, questioned him with an extremely wary expression. It was only natural for her to be cautious, because from within that cane, she could sense a strange energy that made even her heart tremble. Just as the situation became increasingly tense and the atmosphere reached an extremely delicate peak, more movement suddenly came from inside the house. Tap tap, footsteps and the chattering voices of women echoed from inside as they drew closer and closer. "Serin, who are you talking to?" A lively voice rang out, and immediately afterward, Kyushu poked her head out from the doorway, curiously looking outside with her clear, bright eyes filled with youthful energy. Seeing the new woman, Walt could not help but feel a strange sensation, as though she were both familiar and unfamiliar at the same time. Right after Kyushu appeared, another small figure clung to the doorframe and squeezed her way outside. White hair, an iconic cross-shaped hair accessory, a fluffy skirt, and a thick book held in her hands. Who else could it be but Teresa? As she stepped through the doorway, Teresa blinked her innocent, wide eyes and looked at the crowd of strangers outside with a surprised expression. Are they guests?" Teresa let out a surprised cry, her eyes widening slightly before she tilted her head and asked in confusion. Upon seeing yet another woman, though she looked more like a little girl, Welt felt as though his breathing was about to stop. It couldn't be helped. because this little newcomer was someone he knew all too well. Principal Teresa, hadn't she succeeded as the overseer of Shixao? Why is she here too? Walt screamed inwardly, his thoughts instantly thrown into chaos. One familiar face after another kept appearing before him, and each new arrival dealt an even greater blow to his already strained nerves. Unfortunately for him, it still wasn't over yet. A golden-haired woman carrying a dignified and noble aura soon walked out from within the house and calmly took her place beside Teresa. Her posture was straight and elegant, and her steady eyes slowly swept across the gathered crowd, carrying the natural authority of someone accustomed to standing above others. Durandal. As soon as he recognized her, Walt felt his heart begin to pound uncontrollably, his pupils contracting slightly as disbelief flashed across his face. Is this some kind of illusion? Damn it, when did this happen? He immediately racked his brain, trying to make sense of everything before him while beginning to question reality itself. Honkai. Yes, this has to be the Honkai's doing. As he continued struggling internally and attributing all these impossibilities to the Honkai, yet another unexpected surprise struck him without warning. Guests? Who? An alluring red-haired woman bearing a striking resemblance to Himiko suddenly appeared beside Teresa and asked in confusion, her beautiful face carrying a clearly puzzled expression. Needless to say, she was none other than Himiko, Himiko's counterpart. In this gradually growing, strange atmosphere, the moment Himiko appeared, her eyes instinctively fell upon Himiko, who was standing among the group, and almost at the same instant, Himiko's gaze fell upon her as well. For a brief moment, both women froze slightly. After all, seeing someone who looked almost identical to oneself was not an experience most people would ever have in their lives. When their eyes met across the distance, each of them immediately noticed the striking similarities in the other's appearance. In the end, after several seconds of silence, the two of them suddenly exclaimed the exact same words in unison. Another me? Seeing the scene before him, Welt, whose thoughts were still in complete chaos and who no longer knew what he should say, ultimately remained silent. Unfortunately for him, this was still not the end, as one familiar face after another began to appear before his eyes. A young woman with a sluggish expression, carrying a trace of frailty yet unable to conceal her beauty, soon appeared beside Himiko. Wendy, the Hershers of Wind. Right after Wendy, the next to appear was a young woman whose gaze was slightly gloomy and cold. Despite her outwardly cute appearance, she wore a fluffy coat that only further emphasized the contrast in her temperament. Anna Skariak, the Hershers of Ice. Yet another figure appeared, and this time, it was a young woman with short black hair and unique golden eyes, her gaze carrying a hint of playful amusement. Ji Xianyuan, the wielder of the Xianyuan sword. Immediately afterward, a brown-haired young woman walked out and tilted her head in confusion. The Hershers of Earth. Next, a gray-haired young woman casually walked over to Teresa's side and leaned against the doorframe with her arms crossed. The Hershers of Sentience. Finally, a young woman with long pink hair, dressed in a white kimono, stepped forward. The Hershers of Corruption. One after another, aside from a few whom he had never met before, all the others were old acquaintances from Earth within Welt's memories. Just like that, faces that were familiar, powerful, or carried complicated emotions for him appeared at the entrance of the house like images on a revolving lantern, standing neatly in a row. As these familiar women observed him and his fellow nameless with curiosity and suspicion, he completely froze like a statue. It would have been reasonable to assume that they were merely variants of the people he knew, but for so many familiar variants to appear all at once, all in the same place? From his perspective, the probability of such a thing happening was still lower than the probability of Lucian somehow sending him back to Earth. Could it be that Lucian had actually brought all of his old acquaintances from Earth to this alien planet? As that idea crossed his mind, Walt stood rooted to the spot with his mouth slightly open and his eyes completely unfocused. Even the light on the cane he tightly gripped seemed to dim a little. Did I go back to Earth? Or am I dreaming? They can't all be alternate world variants like Himiko, can they? Walt questioned inwardly while looking toward Himiko and March, then pinched his own cheek hard. Hiss! He felt pain, which meant it was not a dream. March watched Walt's strange behavior for a moment before looking back at Lucian in confusion, completely unable to understand what was happening. Before Walt could recover from the massive cognitive shock, two more people walked out of the house while chatting and chuckling together. On the left was a tall woman with long purple hair as smooth as silk, an exquisitely beautiful face, and a gentle temperament that carried a natural hint of coolness. Rede May. On the right was a woman with long white hair tied into a high ponytail that swayed lively behind her, while a bright smile as radiant as sunshine spread across her face. Kiana Kaslana. As soon as he saw the two newcomers, Walt felt a chill shoot from the soles of his feet all the way to the top of his head. Even though their appearances and presences were not exactly the same as Raiden May and Kiana Kaslana, the two beloved students he knew so well, Walt, whose mind was already in complete chaos, could not help but see them as those very people. May and Kiana were the Herschers of origin and the Herschers of finality who had saved Earth, representing the planet's strongest combat power. How could they be here? Walt stood there in a daze, his emotions in complete turmoil, while the Astral Express crew looked at him with growing confusion, utterly unable to understand his weird reaction. Don't worry, they're all my friends. Feeling that the prank had gone on long enough, Lucian finally stepped forward with a faint smile and called out to the group of women standing in the doorway. As soon as he finished speaking, the 13 women at the door, each possessing a different style, yet all breathtakingly beautiful, immediately turned their gazes toward him in perfect unison, like predators locking onto their prey. In the next instant, under the astonished gazes of the Astral Express crew, their expressions blossomed into incredibly intimate smiles at the same time, each one filled with unmistakable affection. My darling, you're finally back. Kyushu was the first to rush forward and throw herself into Lucian's arms. Hubby, you brought so many of your friends back? Teresa hopped over happily, her sweet voice enough to make anyone dizzy. Welcome home. Bianca gave a slight bow, her posture both respectful and intimate, making her look every bit like a noble, virtuous wife. You rascal, why did you bring another me back? Wasn't having me enough? Himiko smiled brightly as she spoke with playful sarcasm, clearly teasing Lucian for bringing back a woman who looked exactly like her. Hubby Winnie floated directly over and wrapped herself around one of Lucian's arms. Lucian, Anna called out as well, her voice as sweet and gentle as ever. You jerk, you still remember to come back? Sunny put her hands on her hips and spoke fiercely, though the joy in her eyes was impossible to hide. Husband, welcome back. Xin Yuan gave a slight nod and spoke calmly, a faint smile appearing on her face. Lucian, you haven't come back for several days. Asta complained with a slight pout. Husband, you must spend more time with us this time. Sakura followed, her voice carrying her signature gentleness along with a subtle trace of charm. You are hiding back there, pranking me again. So annoying. Serin, having already forgotten her earlier confusion, hugged Lucian's arm and complained in a tone that made her sound like a spoiled wife. Welcome home. Acheron stepped forward and naturally took Lucian's hand without the slightest hesitation. Master, Kiana was even more direct as she tried to cling to Lucian like a koala, rubbing her small face back and forth against his arm. Just like that, Lucian was immediately surrounded and pulled into the center, his entire body engulfed by the soft embraces of his 13 wives. What was called a land of tenderness. Needless to say, this was the true definition of a land of tenderness. Meanwhile, while Lucian was thoroughly enjoying himself under the sweet welcome of his wives, the newly acquainted friends nearby were completely dumbfounded. Husband? Hubby? Master? Seeing 13 women affectionately welcome Lucian home just as wives would welcome their husband, made it abundantly clear that everything he had said earlier about having many wives had not been bragging at all. Walt's expression changed drastically, and his mouth fell open to its absolute limit. Hearing that series of earth-shattering, affectionate forms of address, and seeing those old acquaintances cling to Lucian with such intimacy, dependence, and familiarity, the little bit of color that had just returned to his face vanished instantly. His eyes widened. His jaw nearly hit the floor from shock. He slowly and stiffly turned his head, staring fixedly at Kiana, the foolish girl of the Kaslana family, Siegfried's precious daughter, and his beloved student. Why was she calling Lucian master? And why was she rubbing her face against his arm like an obedient little puppy? Kikiana. Welt's voice trembled uncontrollably as he called out to her, his face filled with disbelief and horror. Dude, does your father know? You're sharing one husband with more than a dozen women. And even with your own aunt. He felt as though his worldview was being run over repeatedly by a cosmic battleship, again and again, until it was shattered into countless tiny pieces. At this moment, he finally realized that all of his old acquaintances had been completely led astray by Lucian. If Siegfried ever found out about this, he would probably draw the might of an U2 on the spot and fight Lucian to the death. Settled misunderstanding, mountain of gifts, Kikiana. Welt's voice trembled uncontrollably as he called out to her, his face filled with disbelief and horror. Dude, does your father know? You're sharing one husband with more than a dozen women, and even with your own aunt. He felt as though his worldview was being run over repeatedly by a cosmic battleship, again and again, until it was shattered into countless tiny pieces. At this moment, he finally realized that all of his old acquaintances had been completely led astray by Lucian. If Siegfried ever found out about this, he would probably draw the might of an U2 on the spot and fight Lucian to the death. Meanwhile, when Kiana heard Welt call her name and question her, she blinked her clear eyes and tilted her head slightly, causing her high ponytail to sway with the motion. Father? Kiana repeated the word, an innocent look of confusion appearing on her face. In the end, after pondering for a brief moment, she then spoke in a very natural tone with her crisp voice, saying something that made Welt's vision go dark. What do you mean by father? I don't have a father. As she spoke, she tightened her hold on Lucian's arm, her small face rubbing against it affectionately as though she were staking her claim on him. I only have my master is the one who gave birth to me. Kiana continued in a tone sweet enough to make someone choke, her voice carrying an almost shameless sense of intimacy as she raised her face and flashed Lucian a dazzling smile bright enough to leave people momentarily stunned. Well, my master is my father, and also my husband, right, master? Lucian, even though what she said was technically correct, weren't those words a little too easy to misunderstand? No, calling it a misunderstanding almost felt like an understatement. Just look at the expressions on Himiko, March, and Welt's faces as they stared at him. Kiana had just declared that she didn't have a father, yet in the very next breath, she claimed that her master was both her father and her husband. What kind of confusing nonsense was that supposed to be? Anyone who heard those words without knowing the full story would inevitably jump to all kinds of strange conclusions. He gave birth to her, then groomed her into becoming both his servant and his wife? No, wait, he's a man, so it's not literally giving birth, right? As that thought crossed her mind, Himiko's expression became increasingly subtle, disturbed by the direction of her own bizarre thoughts. She quickly pushed the idea aside and immediately recalled the words Herta had once said to her. Lucian? He's all right, I guess. Just a total pervert who's into pretty women. I'm telling you, Ahas's accomplice too, running around kidnapping pretty women for him everywhere, seriously awful. Awful when it comes to relationships between men and women, but otherwise he's pretty decent. Remembering what Herta had said about Lucian, and now seeing it with her own eyes, Himiko felt that he really was terrible, outrageous, even. March likewise had not expected that a gentleman who looked this handsome and gentle could actually live this wildly. As for Stell, she was not particularly shocked like the others. mainly because her godfather was already like a god in her mind. From her perspective, it was perfectly normal for a god to have some unique and complex family relationships. Instead of finding it strange, she only felt that the group of elder sisters by the doorway was very beautiful, making her feel that seeing them standing together with her godfather was truly a pleasing sight. Welt, however, caught a particular detail. He gave birth to her? Does that mean she was artificially created through some special method, just like Colin Kaslana's clones in Shixao? Is she Kiana's clone, or maybe she's simply a variant, like Himiko? Either way, this Kiana is definitely not the Kiana I know. Welt's chaotic thoughts finally regained some order as he began connecting the details and piecing together the truth. Meanwhile, seeing Welt looking as if he were about to suffer a heart attack and collapse on the spot, Lucian felt he could not keep stimulating this fellow otherworlder any further. So he cleared his throat and quickly spoke to explain. If he didn't explain himself now, Welt might really suffer a stroke or even have a heart attack right on the spot. Welt young, you've probably already figured it out there, not Earthlings. Lucian gently patted Kiana on the head as he explained, signaling for her to loosen her grip a little. In response, she reluctantly loosened her arm slightly, though she still clung tightly to him, showing no intention of letting go completely. He then looked toward Welt before gesturing toward the large group of beautiful women surrounding him, each possessing her own distinct charm and unique style. Their counterparts or variants from another world who just happened to look the same, including Kiana and May. Well, the details are a long story. Only after Lucian finished explaining everything and introduced each of his wives did the stone weighing on Welt's heart finally fall away. Even so, after meeting so many variants of his old acquaintances, a burning desire suddenly arose within him to get to know them. He had been away from home for far too long, and the feeling of homesickness could only be eased by meeting people from the same homeland. Variants from another world, he understood that concept. For example, he knew that Himiko of the Astral Express and Himiko from Earth were variants of each other. They looked identical, yet came from different worlds and possessed completely different experiences and memories. Yes, variants, but encountering so many variants of familiar people all at once is something I truly can't believe. I'd rather believe you somehow sent me back to Earth. Welt spoke with emotion, his gaze sweeping across those familiar yet unfamiliar faces once more. Especially Teresa and Kiana, he was relieved that these two were not actually aunt and niece serving the same husband. He took a long breath and slowly let it out. Now, the heavy stone blocking his chest finally seemed to have been lifted away, and even his blood pressure felt as though it had dropped somewhat. Learning that these women, who shared the same husband, were not the old acquaintances he knew greatly reduced the overwhelming sense of guilt and absurdity that had been weighing on his heart. Himiko also secretly let out a sigh of relief as she realized that it had all been a misunderstanding. It turned out that Lucian's relationships were not nearly as chaotic as she had imagined. He simply had a few more wives than normal, which meant Herta had clearly exaggerated things. As expected, it was always better to understand something personally rather than rely on what others said. And so, with the misunderstanding resolved, Lucian introduced his new friends to his group of lively wives. "Let me introduce them," Lucian said, pointing toward the Astral Express crew behind him. "They're my new friends from the Astral Express Himiko, March 7th, and Welt Yang. Whatever they decide to do from here on out, Izumo's going to support them." After introducing Himiko and the others, it was finally Stell's turn. "And she is—" Lucian paused, then nodded toward Stell, signaling for her to introduce herself. Stell looked at the group of beautiful women standing before her. Her big golden eyes blinked for a moment before, as if she had suddenly come up with a brilliant idea. A sly yet obedient smile appeared on her small face. Under everyone's confused gaze, she stepped forward, straightened her posture, cleared her throat, and then called out to Teresa, who was standing closest to her. "Hello, Godmother Teresa. Im Stelle. Nice to meet you." Hearing Stell's sudden form of address, Teresa, who was holding a thick book, froze. Her pink little lips parted slightly, and her large eyes widened with surprise. Gee, godmother. Wait, you're my goddaughter. Teresa looked at Stell's gray hair and golden eyes, then at Lucian, who nodded with a smile in confirmation, before turning back to Stell, looking at her slightly wild yet adorable appearance. Teresa found herself liking her more and more the longer she looked. Oh my, you're so cute. Teresa immediately stuffed the book in her hands into Bianca's arms before skipping over to Stell. Standing on her tiptoes, she tried her hardest to pat Stell's head. Good child. Nice to meet you. Wait a moment. Under everyone's confused gazes, Teresa suddenly ran into the house and soon returned carrying an enormous plush toy that was almost half the size of her body. For you, the newest, limited edition Homu King. It's super rare. Teresa looked extremely proud as she presented the plush toy to Stell. In response, Stell stared at the gigantic plush toy that almost buried her, her eyes widening in amazement. Whoa, thank you, godmother. Stell happily hugged the plush toy with a big smile, rubbing her face against it again and again. Seeing the scene, March revealed an envious expression. Hello, godmother. After finishing rubbing her face against the plush toy, Stell immediately called out godmother to Lucian's other wives, unwilling to miss such a perfect opportunity. Thankfully, her efforts apparently succeeded, as it seemed to trigger some sort of switch in them, causing all of them to smile and giggle. Interesting. Your mouth is pretty sweet. Seren crossed her arms aloofly and remarked with a hint of amusement flashing through her eyes, then casually waved her hand to create a tiny spatial rift before her, from which she pulled out a purple crystal pendant that shimmered with deep starlight. Here, take it. Even though her tone was casual, the item she gave Stell was anything but ordinary. Thank you, godmother Seren. Stell quickly accepted the pendant and stuffed it into her small satchel, as though she were afraid someone might snatch it away. Goddaughter, huh? Windy, barefoot as always. Floated over before extending her right hand with a gentle smile. In her palm, a wisp of wind that seemed almost tangible gathered together, then curled and condensed into a delicate little bell made entirely of wind elements. Well, this is called the Wind Whisper Bell for you, Windy said in a slightly listless voice before letting out a yawn. If you're feeling down, just give it a shake, and ITLL sing for you. Thank you, godmother Wendy. Stell carefully accepted the bell before gently giving a shake. Dingling, sure enough, it produced a pleasant, ethereal sound that brought peace to the heart. Next came Bianca, Anna, Asta, Sakura, Acheron, and Kyushu. One after another, each godmother gave Stell her own meeting gift. Some were delicate ornaments, some were practical tools. And there was even a huge bag of snacks in various flavors that Kiana enthusiastically stuffed into Stell's hands. Before long, a small mountain of gifts had piled up in front of Stell, whose smile had become so wide that her eyes were nearly invisible. Thank you, godmother Bianca. Thank you, godmoterana. Thank you, godmother. Stell's cheerful voice rang out again and again, each sincere call filled with gratitude and excitement. Even though it was nothing particularly special to Teresa and the others, every heartfelt call of godmother sounded sweeter than the last, bringing warm smiles to their faces and making the moment feel all the more precious. Somewhere far away, Kafka, who was in the middle of reading a book, suddenly flinched, as if some precious treasure of hers had just been divided among others. A few minutes later, standing beside Stell, March stared at the glittering mountain of gifts with wide eyes before looking at the generous and beautiful godmothers. Finally, her gaze slowly drifted toward Lucian, who was surrounded by those godmothers and looked completely satisfied. At this moment, the little brain in her head began clattering loudly. Having Lucian as her godfather seemed, actually, very profitable. A considerate and understanding wife-master you haven't trained with me in forever. Let's train. As Lucian found himself surrounded in a sweet encirclement, embraced by his wives from every side, Kiana, who clung to his right arm like a koala, spoke in a sweet and energetic voice. Lucian, a few new flowers have bloomed in the courtyard. Do you want to go and take a look later? Anna, holding onto Lucian's left arm, asked softly and gently. My darling, how long are you staying this time? Kyushu grinned as she wrapped her arms around Lucian's neck from behind and chimed in eagerly. Are you staying home tonight? Acheron leaned against Lucian's chest and asked softly. Just like that, the others also spoke one after another, their voices like fragrant breezes drifting through the air, as sweet as birdsong as they asked Lucian all kinds of questions. Even though it was not his first time, handling so many of their requests at once was quite a test of his stamina, or rather, his energy. All right, they'll stay until you're all satisfied. Okay. A helpless yet indulgent smile appeared on Lucian's face as he responded to one while soothing another. To some, it was undoubtedly a scene of a harmonious and happy harem, but to others, it was an overwhelming and chaotic harem. Off to the side, the Astral Express crew, who had witnessed the entire scene, displayed a variety of reactions. Himiko maintained her elegant smile, but inwardly, she was already too exhausted to even complain. Back at her space station, when she saw Lucian reject so many female researchers whose appearances were well above average, she had genuinely thought he was an innocent young man. But it turned out he was simply a devoted husband. March merely glanced over before taking the initiative to help Stell organize her gifts, no longer paying attention to the lovey-dovey scene between Lucian and his wives. Only Welt, looking at the spectacular scene before him, especially when he saw Kiana rubbing against Lucian while calling him master, Teresa circling around Lucian while calling him husband, and Acheron gazing at him with deep affection, felt the corner of his eye begin twitching uncontrollably while his temples throbbed violently, before an intense, indescribable sense of discomfort and mental shock surged over him once again like a tsunami. For someone like him, who already had deeply ingrained impressions of Kiana, May, and Teresa, this scene was simply far too overwhelming. Even knowing they were not the same people, seeing those familiar faces doing such outrageous things was genuinely difficult to process. It was like teaching several model students, watching them grow up and get accepted into top universities, only to turn around and see them all riding on the back of some delinquent biker's motorcycle. What good teacher could possibly handle that? Cough, cough, cough. Walt abruptly coughed a few times, trying to draw attention, or rather, trying to interrupt this scene that made him feel extremely uncomfortable and itchy. Lucian, they'll go explore this planet first. They'll come back later. He turned slightly, doing his best not to look at the overwhelming scene before him, and spoke in a voice that carried a faint hint of pleading. He felt that if he kept watching, he might end up meeting Otto ahead of schedule. Walt is right. We'll explore and get familiar with things here first. Hearing Walt's words, Himiko quickly voiced her agreement, intending to avoid the awkward situation as well. Seeing Himiko, the woman who looked exactly like herself, clinging all over Lucian, made her feel deeply uncomfortable. It gave her the strange illusion that she herself was throwing herself into his arms. Come on, Stella. Let's go check out this planet, too. We can sort out the gifts later. March pulled Stella along, thoughtfully giving Lucian some private time. Judging by how clingy they were, it was clearly not suitable for younger audiences like the two of them to stick around any longer. Lucian looked at Welt, who seemed like he might pass out at any moment, feeling both amused and sympathetic. In the end, under Lucian's arrangement, Teresa, Kyushu, Bianca, Serin, Sakura, and the others formed a luxurious tour guide group, leading Himiko, Welt, March, and Stell on an in-depth tour of Izumo. Snap! Serin snapped her fingers, and a circular spatial portal instantly unfolded at the entrance of the house, revealing a lively street scene on the other side. Countless people moved through the bustling streets, their figures constantly coming and going amid the city's vibrant atmosphere. All right, let's go. Serin spoke calmly, her expression remaining as composed as ever as she stepped through the portal first. Let's go. We'll take you to eat something good. Behind her, Teresa's eyes lit up with excitement as she eagerly called out to the Astral Express crew, unable to hide her enthusiasm, before quickly following Seren through the portal. "Let's go." "Oh." March and Stell cheered in unison, excitedly pulling Himiko along as they stepped into the portal one after another. Even the spatial ability is the same. Isn't she way too identical? Welt muttered with a faint frown as he followed behind them, his gaze lingering on the portal for a brief moment before disappearing into it as well. As the portal slowly closed and the last traces of spatial energy faded away, the front of the house became much quieter. Now, only Lucian and Acheron remained, standing there in silence. Now that the chattering had faded away, the atmosphere suddenly became peaceful. Only birdsong and the rustling of leaves in the wind lingered in the air, accompanied by the faint, cool, tranquil aura that emanated from Acheron. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Lucian smiled faintly and naturally took 2 steps closer to Acheron, instantly shortening the distance between them close enough to clearly feel each other's breath. "So, did you miss me?" he asked in a gentle voice that carried a subtle hint of something special, unlike his usual casual tone, while raising a hand and naturally brushing aside a strand of violet hair that had fallen across her forehead, covering her left eye. "Before seeing you, I did," Acheron replied with a gentle smile, her violet eyes soft and calm. "But after seeing you, I don't need to anymore. How about you? Did you miss me?" "Of course I did," Lucian replied, nodding without hesitation. "I thought about you all the time 100%. "I don't believe you." Acheron narrowed her eyes slightly, though the smile lingering at the corners of her lips made it clear she wasn't truly upset. "You clearly found someone new out there. How could you be thinking about me? Where did this found someone new thing even come from?" Lucian asked solemnly, putting on an unusually serious expression. "Don't okay? I can get mad too, and no." Even as he said that, a trace of guilt flashed through his mind. What if Acheron was right? He had to admit that her intuition was sometimes frighteningly accurate. It was almost as if she could see straight through him with a single glance. "Your next target is that navigator called Himiko, right?" "I have a feeling." Hearing Acheron's accusation, Lucian immediately raised his right hand and gently pinched her nose, looking at her with righteous indignation. "You're slandering me. I haven't even had that thought. I've already looked into her," Acheron said calmly, her gaze growing increasingly meaningful. "Her appearance, her figure, her character, she's very beautiful in every aspect, exactly your type. You joined the Astral Express for her, didn't you? Or was it for that girl named March 7th? I want to know the first half, but who said I joined the Astral Express for them?" Lucian said, rolling his eyes. "I did it for the Trailblaze. Trailblazing's my dream." Hearing that blatant nonsense, Acheron merely smiled, which in Lucian's eyes seemed to say, "Do you think I believe that? Well, whatever. Since I'm taking the blame anyway, should I just find a chance to actually make them your sisters?" Lucian's words sounded like a joke, yet beneath the light-hearted tone lingered a trace of genuine seriousness. "No matter who you fall in love with, just remember that someone in this home will always be waiting for you to come back." Instead of anger or jealousy, Acheron responded with calm acceptance. Her expression remained soft and gentle, her violet eyes carrying the same quiet warmth as she looked at him. Seeing her like this, Lucian felt his chest tighten slightly and, without hesitation, pulled the understanding woman into his arms. Seeing that Acheron was always so considerate, always so willing to think of others before herself, made his heart ache. At the same time, a faint sense of guilt quietly surfaced within him. "I know it's hard, but I promise I'll treat everyone as fairly as I can." Lucian spoke in a serious voice, his fingers gently brushing beneath Acheron's chin as they traced the delicate curve of her jaw. Savoring the smoothness of her skin while his gaze lingered on her beautiful face for a moment before slowly drifting downward to settle upon her slightly pursed, alluring red lips. Acheron, in response, did not pull away. Instead, she quietly met his gaze, allowing him to see the trust and affection hidden deep within her eyes. In the end, after a brief moment of silence, Lucian lowered his head and slowly brought his lips closer to hers. Just then, sunlight filtered through the gaps between the leaves overhead, causing countless golden rays to scatter across the ground and fall upon the two of them. It cast long, overlapping shadows that gently swayed with the breeze, as if the entire world had quietly paused to witness this tender moment. At this moment, the surrounding world seemed to grow quiet, while time itself appeared to stand still, as though everything else had gradually faded into the background. Only the sound of their heartbeats remained, echoing softly between them before gradually falling into perfect harmony. Farewells, adult poker, well to worry in the end. With Serin's spatial abilities guiding them, the Astral Express cruise journey across Izumo proceeded exceptionally smoothly and efficiently, as the need for travel time had been completely eliminated. At several key locations throughout Izumo, Himiko naturally did not forget to install space anchors. What is this thing? Serin, who had never seen anything like a space anchor before, could not help but ask Himiko as she curiously examined the floating, glowing blue crystal suspended in midair. It emitted a faint azure radiance, and delicate streams of energy flowed across its surface from time to time. It's called a space anchor, a teleportation device used specifically by trailblazers, Himiko explained patiently with a smile. It allows for long-distance teleportation, similar to what you can do. Yes, space anchors were tools invented by Akivli themselves, and those not recognized by the Astral Express could not use them. It's okay, I guess, Serin said unimpressively before proudly hugging the Sentinel in her embrace even more tightly. Compared to Sky, it's still lacking, even though she did not actually know which one was better or stronger. Confidence was what mattered to her. Well, being able to control the power of space at will is already very impressive. Himiko smiled and nodded, praising Serin without hesitation. Finding the praise highly pleasing, Serin unconsciously smiled, the slight arrogance on her face softening noticeably as Himiko suddenly became much more agreeable to the eye. Welt, who stood to the side and remained silent from beginning to end, watched the two converse and felt a strong sense of dissonance. Serin, Kiana, Himiko, and the authority over space, all the elements were present. If only the Hershers of the Void back then could have resolved things with Earth's Himiko peacefully like this, she would not have died. In the end, the thought lingered in his mind for a moment before quietly fading away. Soon, under the guidance of the Guardians, the Astral Express crew quickly recorded Izumo's planetary data and transmitted it to the Astral Express databank, while Dan Hung, who remained aboard the Astral Express, was responsible for organizing and cataloging all of it. Thanks to Serin's spatial abilities, a task that would normally have taken several days was completed in a remarkably short amount of time. As a result, the remaining free time could be spent properly enjoying Izumo's local culture and scenery. As night fell, Lucian's hillside house was brightly lit. Warm, golden light spilled from every window, illuminating the surrounding hillside and dispelling the darkness of the night. In a vast courtyard, a long dining table was filled with various delicacies, their rich aromas drifting through the air. Every dish was a specialty of Izumo, alongside the signature dishes prepared by several of Stell's godmothers, creating a dazzling and mouth-watering feast. Steam rose from freshly prepared dishes, while colorful ingredients and carefully arranged presentations made the entire table look particularly inviting. Everyone sat around a long table, and the atmosphere was lively. Among them, Senni and Kyushu were the most active, chattering non-stop as they enthusiastically introduced interesting stories about Izumo. March and Stell listened with great interest, occasionally letting out exclamations of amazement and surprise. Himiko dined elegantly, occasionally speaking softly with Kiana and Bianca, who were seated on her left and right. Acheron sat quietly and composedly next to Lucian, naturally serving him food like a dutiful wife. Every movement she made appeared calm and natural, as though she had already performed such actions countless times before. Walt kept his head lowered as much as possible and focused on dealing with the food on his plate, trying to block out certain overly intimate scenes around him. For example, Kiana feeding Lucian pieces of fruit without the slightest restraint, or Senni secretly and playfully kicking Lucian under the table whenever no one seemed to be paying attention, or Himiko boldly raising her glass to clink it against Lucian's, her smile carrying a hint of playful amusement. Seren entertained herself with her little spatial tricks, instantly swapping the salt shaker and sugar jar in front of Stell. As a result, Stell confidently sprinkled what she thought was sugar into her coffee and took a large sip, only for her expression to immediately twist in the very next second. Dash. A burst of laughter instantly erupted around the table, causing the already lively atmosphere to become even more animated. Walt fell silent and looked slightly dazed, listening to the laughter, the conversations, and the constant sounds of teasing and banter around him. He felt that the atmosphere at this moment was truly wonderful, especially because it gave him the illusion of having returned to Earth. For a brief moment, it almost felt as though all the tragedies and battles of the past were far away. It was honestly truly nice. Early the next morning, as warm sunlight bathed the land and the gentle morning breeze swept through the land carrying the fresh scent of grass and earth, the Astral Express crew gathered at the entrance of the house to prepare their farewells. "Hey, Lucian, you're really not coming with us?" Marge felt somewhat reluctant to part with this powerful ally and worried that he would not team up with them anymore. "Once you figure out your next destination, just tell me the coordinates and I'll be there instantly," Lucian said with a slight smile. "Till then, I'm just going to hang back and spend some time with my wives." He glanced behind him at the group of hungry wives standing by the door or smiling at him, the meaning being completely obvious. Needless to say, there was still a pack of wolves and tigers that had not been satisfied, so he definitely would not be leaving today. March, unfortunately, was too innocent to understand the implications and simply thought that he was a truly family-oriented man. "All right, once we decide on the destination, we'll contact you," Himiko said with a smile and a nod. "Don't worry, I'll take good care of Stell." As a mature woman, Himiko, despite lacking practical experience, had read extensively and understood a great deal. As such, she immediately caught the hidden meaning in Lucian's words and also understood the desire reflected in the eyes of those wives. Even though she did not dare think any further, her mind automatically conjured up an image of one man and 13 women indulging in complete debauchery, causing her face to flush bright red. "Ahem, we'll set off first," Himiko coughed and said with a slightly awkward smile. "Contact us in the group chat if anything comes up. Bye, Godfather. Bye, Godmothers. They'll miss you." Stell, holding a pile of gifts she had received the previous night, waved happily. Amid a chorus of farewells, the four were soon teleported back to the Astral Express, which was docked just outside Izumos atmosphere by Lucian. Right after sending off the Astral Express crew, he turned around, and a meaningful smile appeared on his face as he looked at the 13 pairs of eyes before him, some expectant, some shy, some bold, and some gentle. For a brief moment, although nobody spoke, the atmosphere around them subtly shifted. "All right, the guests have all been sent off," Lucian said, spreading his arms wide as his gaze swept over the women. "Now it's just us, husband and wives. Today, let's play a little game, something exciting." "What do you say? An exciting game? What are we playing?" Kiana immediately raised her hand and asked excitedly. "A game?" Senni muttered while blinking her eyes before suddenly bouncing up. "I got a new video game. How exciting can it be?" Seren snorted with her arms crossed, acting uninterested, yet the faint sparkle in her eyes betrayed her anticipation. In response, Lucian only spoke 2 words: "Adult poker." As soon as those words fell, the atmosphere instantly became somewhat subtle. Seren and the others silently looked at each other as faint, barely noticeable blushes rose on their faces. their expressions remaining calm even as a subtle change gradually appeared in their eyes. Well, the rules are simple, Lucian said, holding up his index finger. Whoever loses has to take off one piece of clothing. You in? Unfortunately, the only answer to his question was silence. However, that silence did not last long, as a few moments later, Serin's voice rang out in complaint. Boring. Only taking something off after losing? Too slow. Even though she complained like that, her body honestly moved toward the house, heading straight for the living room to retrieve a deck of cards. Seeing that, the others, even the shyest Anna, whose face was now completely flushed, silently followed Serin inside. Some helped prepare the table. Some gathered chairs. Others quietly brought drinks and snacks. No one verbally agreed, yet no one chose to leave either. Soon enough, the atmosphere inside the house grew increasingly ambiguous as preparations quietly continued. And before long, a fierce poker match was about to begin. Early the next morning, throughout the various rooms of the residence, clothes of all kinds with very little fabric and pale, jade-like bodies were scattered everywhere. On the sofa, on the coffee table, on the floor, on the bed, in the bathtub. Needless to say, the aftermath of the previous night's chaos could be seen throughout the entire residence. Only Lucian remained awake, sitting alone amid the quiet residence, while his 13 wives slept soundly around him, their breathing rising and falling evenly as they lay completely exhausted from the fierce battle that had continued until dawn after last night's adult poker. Meanwhile, as the Astral Express traveled steadily through the endless cosmos, as usual, inside the parlor car, Walt leaned back in an armchair with a cup of hot coffee in hand. Thin wisps of steam drifted upward from the surface of the dark liquid. He had not taken a single sip. Anyone who looked closely at his face would have noticed that his gaze was unfocused and his expression tinged with melancholy. Why? Because the coffee had been made by Himiko. Faced with the warm smile on Himiko's face earlier, he hadn't dared to refuse. As a result, he could only accept the cup of coffee and hold it in his hands, not daring to drink it while pretending that nothing was wrong. Walt let out a deep sigh and rubbed his aching temples, pretending that he was still lost in sorrow and immersed in endless melancholy. Of course, part of that melancholy was genuine. Dan Hung, who was sitting opposite Walt, noticed his melancholic state and, for once, spoke first. Still thinking about him and those familiar women? Yesterday, after Welt and the others returned and told Dan Hung about their experience in Izumo, as well as Welt's emotional fluctuations throughout the journey, Dan Hung naturally guessed, upon seeing his current state, that it was because of those women. No, yes. Welt instinctively denied it before quickly correcting himself. At the same time, he discreetly glanced at Himiko, who was drinking coffee in a nearby armchair, and only relaxed slightly after confirming that she hadn't noticed anything unusual. You have no idea, Walt said with a sigh. I don't even know how I'm supposed to face those people from my world when I return. When I see them, just like that. His voice gradually trailed off. Honestly, setting Himiko's coffee aside, just thinking about the possibility was enough to give him a headache. Dan Hung pondered silently for a moment before speaking in a calm, flat tone. Try to take it easy. At least, Mr. Yang's beloved doesn't have a variant and hasn't been taken by him, right? It was an objective fact, but it was precisely because it was an objective fact that Walt's hand suddenly trembled, nearly causing the coffee in the cup to spill out. When you put it like that, I'm even more worried now. Walt's expression instantly became even more complicated, even though it wasn't actually happening. Merely imagining a variant of Tesla acting lovey-dovey with Lucian made him unable to help but feel a chill run down his spine. In the end, the more he thought about it, the more hopeless the whole situation seemed. Walt could only stare blankly at the coffee in his hand, feeling that his future in this world was bleak, with not a single ray of light in sight. Mommy Himiko, the Astral Express next destination, Dan Hung pondered silently for a moment before speaking in a calm, flat tone. Try to take it easy. At least, Mr. Yang's beloved doesn't have a variant and hasn't been taken by him, right? It was an objective fact, but it was precisely because it was an objective fact that Walt's hand suddenly trembled, nearly causing the coffee in the cup to spill out. When you put it like that, I'm even more worried now. Walt's expression instantly became even more complicated. Even though it wasn't actually happening, merely imagining a variant of Tesla acting lovey-dovey with Lucian made him unable to help but feel a chill run down his spine. In the end, the more he thought about it, the more hopeless the whole situation seemed. Walt could only stare blankly at the coffee in his hand, feeling that his future in this world was bleak, with not a single ray of light in sight. Throughout this life of mine, I have been treading on thin ice. Walt sighed and subconsciously took a sip of his coffee. He had originally only been pretending to feel melancholic to avoid drinking Himiko-made coffee, but after Dan Hung comforted him like that, he truly became melancholic. And with a mouthful of Himiko's coffee going down his throat, that magma-like burning sensation in his esophagus pushed Walt's homesickness to its peak. Don't worry, Miriam. Just go do some trailblazing, chill out a bit. We gotta pick our next destination anyway, right? March smiled as she poured the coffee she didn't dare drink into Walt's cup. Nearby, Stell was rolling around on the floor, clutching her throat and unable to speak. No one knew what kind of absurd act she was performing this time. A while later, as the parlor car's windows reflected a deep, starry river flowing through the cosmos, everyone gathered around the table with a massive astral chart spread out before them. Upon the astral chart, countless points of light representing known planets flickered softly like distant stars. Between them stretched vast expanses of darkness, silent and uncharted, while those unlit regions marked the places where the Astral Express star rails had yet to reach territories that still remained beyond the boundaries of their current journey. There are way too many places. It's kind of hard to choose. March lay her chin on the table, her finger idly tracing across patches of starfields. How about this one? It looks super blue, like some vacation planet. I heard that 92% of its surface is corrosive slime, and the atmosphere is toxic. Walt pushed his glasses up and spoke calmly. Never mind then. March sighed, then pointed at another one. What about this red one? Looks kind of lively. It's a lava planet, with an average temperature of 800 degrees Celsius. Dan Hung did not even lift his head as he looked at the data in his hands and spoke with a flat expression. Ugh, this is so hard. March complained with a pout. Isn't there, any planet a cute girl could actually live on? Be patient, March, Himiko said after elegantly taking a sip of her coffee. Remember, the meaning of trailblaze lies in discovering the unknown and building connections. Mommy Himiko, before this trailblazing thing, can we eat first? Stella chimed in, rubbing her stomach as she looked at Himiko. I haven't eaten yet. I'm hungry. As soon as the words Mommy Himiko resounded through the room, Himiko froze on the spot, while the others all turned to look at Stell in bewilderment. If she called her that, did that not imply that Himiko had some kind of special relationship with Lucian? Himiko's thoughts immediately became slightly disordered. In all her life, she had never even been in a romantic relationship before, so being called Mommy was something she simply could not bear. Moreover, if outsiders heard it, they might easily assume that she and Lucian were a couple. If rumors like that started spreading, it would be truly awkward, considering that they had only known each other for around 2 days. Given that, she definitely could not allow Stell to call her that so casually. Stell, we are companions friends, not mother and daughter, so please don't call me that. Himiko looked at the innocent-looking Stell and gently reprimanded her with a rather awkward smile. Is it because my godfather isn't handsome enough? You don't like my godfather? Stell asked with a pitiful expression. Or maybe you don't like Mommy. Should I just call you Mom then? No, that's not it. As Himiko was at a complete loss for words, not knowing how to explain things, she couldn't help but wonder why this girl always spoke so bluntly without thinking. While Himiko was troubled over how to correct the way Stell addressed her, Everyone else was troubled over their next destination, causing the atmosphere to become strangely difficult to describe. Buzz dash. All the lights inside the parlor car suddenly dimmed, before countless tiny blue particles of light appeared out of thin air and rapidly gathered at the center of the car. Soon enough, they outlined a tall, graceful figure with a messy ponytail, a languid expression, and a faint smile at the corner of her lips. It was none other than Kafka, or more precisely, her holographic projection. It was so clear that it seemed as though she had truly arrived. "Who are you?" Dan Hung reacted the fastest, instantly rising to his feet, the cloud piercer already in his hand, its tip aimed directly at Kafka's projection, his gaze sharp. Walt also stood abruptly, his expression grave. "A Stellaron hunter?" Walt said sternly, his gaze sharpening. "Boldly infiltrating the Astral Express, what's your intention?" March was startled and pulled Stell 3 steps back. Himiko set down her coffee cup, a trace of contempt flashing across her face while she maintained her elegant posture. Although she remained relatively calm, her brows furrowed slightly as she instinctively upheld her composure, ensuring that her presence would not be overshadowed by Kafka's appearance. "Long time no see, trailblazers. I am Kafka." Kafka slightly raised her head, completely ignoring the spear pointed at her and the wary gazes fixed upon her as her eyes slowly swept across the crowd. Her gaze seemed to linger on Stell for 2 seconds, whether intentionally or not, before she calmly walked through the group. As Kafka passed by Himiko, Himiko turned her head aside, deliberately refusing to meet Kafka's eyes. No need for introductions. The bounty issued by the IPC already contains detailed profiles on you and your group, especially your leader. Himiko paused briefly before continuing in a cold tone. "A lunatic who claims to see destiny, leading a group of fellow lunatics in pursuit of the most dangerous things in the cosmos." Hearing that, Kafka glanced at Himiko and revealed a faintly provocative smile. Himiko, right? I barely remember you." Just as Kafka was about to continue provoking Himiko, Stell suddenly placed her hands on her hips and spoke loudly. "Mom, who's she?" Stell asked, glancing at Himiko before looking back at Kafka. "Why is she acting so cocky? Wanting to call my godfather to deal with her?" Upon hearing that, Kafka was stunned. "Mom? Call her godfather to deal with her? What kind of absurd words were those? More importantly, why would Stell call Himiko mom? On what basis? And who exactly was this so-called godfather? It had only been 2 days since they had last met, yet somehow things had already become this bizarre. What exactly had happened in between? No matter how much she thought about it, Kafka simply could not understand. "Himiko, huh? Very well." Kafka gazed sharply at Himiko, the mark on her forehead practically announcing her irritation. Seeing that the child she had only sent to the Astral Express 2 days ago was already calling someone else mom, she felt genuinely annoyed. Noticing Kafka's concealed anger, Himiko had no idea what this Stellaron hunter was even upset about. "If you have something to say, then say it. Otherwise, he'll contact the IPC." Himiko smiled faintly, calmly provoking Kafka. Remembering the purpose of her visit, Kafka forced herself to calm down before speaking again. "I came to point you toward a clear path." "A clear path?" "Oomph." Walt rolled his eyes before letting out a cold snort. "Word from a Stellaron hunter, can they even be trusted?" Kafka responded with a light laugh. "I will tell you what the future holds. If you do not go to Jarilo 6, the Stellaron there will run rampant. The cold wave will sweep across the land. The entire world will freeze over, and the flame of civilization will soon be extinguished. Believe me, by the next time you arrive there, humanity will already be completely extinct." Knowing this, the brave and fearless trailblazers, the benevolent nameless, would never stand by and do nothing, right? Besides, isn't saving the world precisely the purpose of the Astral Express? As she spoke those final words, Kafka's smile deepened. "Huh, just because you say we should go, we're supposed to go?" March said, blinking as she looked at Kafka as though she were looking at an idiot. "Who even knows if you're lying?" Kafka seemed to hear something amusing and chuckled softly. Ha! The destiny seen by Elio has never been wrong. As she said that, no one noticed that the final four words were spoken a little more gently, sounding noticeably less confident than before. If I lied to you, then let Silver Wolf lose every game for an entire month. Believe me, that's a very vicious oath. Kafka continued with a faint smile before pointing at a specific location on the astral chart resting on the table. Anyway, the coordinates are here. Well then, the rest is up to you. Right after pointing to a certain spot on the astral chart, Kafka glanced at Stell for a moment before her holographic projection began to break apart and gradually faded away. Everyone in the parlor car blinked before looking at one another. Although there is some risk involved, if we truly miss the timing, it could lead to the deaths of people who should have been saved, so Himiko said seriously as she picked up the astral chart. Let's go to Jarilo 6. It was already scheduled for 2 stops later anyway. Moving it forward shouldn't be a problem. However, when she pointed toward the outdated coordinates of Jarilo 6 on the astral chart, she noticed that they were still illuminated. Jarilo 6 hasn't lost contact yet? Perhaps the situation isn't as bad as we thought? Himiko muttered in confusion. I remember the databank stating that thousands of years ago, it was a lush and vibrant planet. If it has truly been affected by a stellaron, it should be in ruins by now. In the end, after a brief discussion, everyone agreed to go and save the planet known as Jarilo 6. As a result, the Astral Express set course for Jarilo 6, a planet that should have already been ravaged by a stellaron. Kafka Dash. Inside a spaceship a million light-years away from the Astral Express, Silver Wolf's angry shout resounded throughout the vessel, echoing through every cabin. At this moment, her gaze was no longer on the portable game console in her hand, but on Kafka, who was leaning against a nearby wall, calmly sipping her wine. "What did you just say?" Silver Wolf exclaimed, her small face flushed with anger. "You really bet on me losing every game for an entire month? Are you nuts? What if Ilias' script is wrong again? You trying to ruin my life?" However, the one who responded to Silver Wolf's furious outburst was not Kafka, but the holographic projection of Elio in his black cat form. "Don't worry, Silver Wolf. My eyes are the measure. Without Lucian's interference, the destiny I see will not be wrong. Definitely. Ninth script, do we really not need to go check on Jarilo 6 in advance? What if what you saw in the script has changed?" Kafka spoke with a hint of skepticism as she recalled the incident at Herta Space Station. Back then, Ilias' script had been completely thrown off course because of Lucian's unexpected appearance, causing events to unfold in a way no one had anticipated. Even though Elio had later explained that it had been an accident, caution was never a bad thing. At her question, Elio stopped licking his paw, then slowly raised his head, his golden cat eyes flickering with an unmistakable glint of intelligence as his gaze settled on Kafka. "Of course not. Last time was an accident. Lucian, that variable, interfered with my perception." Elio spoke calmly, his voice carrying a peculiar rhythm, as though every word had already been rehearsed countless times before being spoken. "No need to worry, the river of fate is clear to its very bottom. Jarilo 6 has no Lucian, so this time will be different." As he spoke, his eyes narrowed slightly. Every stroke of the script has already been etched into the flow of time. All we need to do is wait patiently for the appointed moment, for the curtain is about to rise. Kafka quietly listened to Ilias' explanation while observing his confident demeanor, and after a brief moment of silence, she lowered her gaze and took another slow sip of wine from her glass. Since he was so certain, there was little point in continuing the discussion. Elio was the boss, after all, and when the boss spoke, his word stood. Izumo, Lucian's hillside house. On the sunlit terrace, Lucian lay lazily in a soft lounge chair, his eyes half closed as he basked in the warmth of the afternoon sun. Gentle golden rays poured down from above, draping his body in a pleasant warmth that seeped all the way into his bones. It was so comfortable that it made even the slightest urge to move feel unnecessary. On the small table beside him sat a pot of freshly brewed tea. Thin wisps of steam, slowly curling upward from the spout, the faint fragrance of tea leaves drifted through the air alongside the occasional breeze, adding a touch of tranquility to the already peaceful atmosphere. Unlike usual, however, Acheron was nowhere in sight accompanying him as she always did, and the others were nowhere to be seen either. Needless to say, without their voices and presence, the surroundings seemed unusually quiet, leaving only the rustling of leaves and the distant chirping of birds to break the silence. As for why they were absent, it was mainly because his wives had all been thoroughly tended to, leaving with deeply content expressions to attend to the various affairs they had neglected over the past few days. As a result, the house had become exceptionally peaceful. Lucian let out a lazy yawn, then stretched his body to the fullest, causing his muscles to tighten briefly before relaxing. A comfortable series of cracks immediately echoed from his joints, making him feel even more refreshed. Feels good. He sighed contentedly and smacked his lips. With nothing urgent demanding his attention for the moment, his thoughts naturally drifted toward the Astral Express, and he found himself wondering whether the crew had already decided on their next destination. Just as the thought crossed his mind, a familiar soft chime suddenly rang out within his mind. Ding! Script cooldown complete. You can now activate the script again. Script 1 activate? Lucian, without even lifting his eyelids, shifted his thoughts slightly. Activate. Random character script starting. Cipher randomly drawing a conceptual ability. Omni-steal. Fold space into a pocket dimension, allowing the user to reach out and steal a random item from any target within line of sight with a 100 success rate. The stolen item is determined after 10 seconds, and the same target can be stolen from up to 10 times within 1 year, including but not limited to lifespan, intelligence, memories, or body parts. As soon as he learned that it could even steal someone's intelligence, Lucian's eyes snapped open. His interest immediately piqued. It can even steal something that abstract? What if I went and stole the intelligence of the Genius Society's members? Is that even possible? However, knowing that the same target could only be stolen from 10 times, and that the stolen items were also completely random, it seemed it would not be so easy to obtain exactly what he wanted. Still, it did not matter, considering it was a zero-cost acquisition anyway. Anything he managed to steal would be pure profit. If there's a chance to steal the knowable domain from Polka Kakamond, or even snatch the authority of an emanator from another emanator. As Lucian lost himself in thought, pondering who his next target should be, his figure abruptly vanished from where he sat. A gentle breeze swept past, and a fallen leaf drifted down onto the now empty lounge chair. Ever since the world-ending crisis brought about by the Black Tide, Amphireus had once again enjoyed nearly 100 years of peace. Even though the world's population had been greatly reduced, no one worried about it because they believed that as long as the Deliverer arrived and saved the world, Amphireus would return to its most glorious era. For now, they simply lived their days in peace and enjoyed life to the fullest. Stop right there, you kitten fish. A clear, angry shout broke the morning calm of Okima as Hizelant's graceful figure shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, skimming across the land like riding waves. Her target was a nimble, gray-haired cat girl whose cat ears stood stiff with tension while her cat tail stretched straight behind her due to her high-speed sprint. It was none other than Cipher. "Give me back my fish," Hizelant shouted, her voice carrying gritted fury. It was only natural for Hizelants to be furious, as the fish Cipher had stolen was a rare catch she had worked extremely hard to obtain, and because fishing was something she had learned from Lucian, it held special emotional meaning for her, making its theft all the more infuriating. Just let me borrow this one to try. You're so stingy. I'll pay you back 10 next time." Not even looking back, Cipher ran swiftly like a gust of wind, weaving agilely through stacked wooden crates and busy fishermen, leaving behind a string of triumphant laughter with half of a shimmering fish still clenched in her mouth. "Who wants your repayment?" "Stop." Just like that, Cypher fled while Hizelins gave chase, both moving at astonishing speed. The airflow they stirred causing nearby bystanders to stagger. Just as Hizelins was about to grab the tip of Cypher's tail, Cypher suddenly made a sharp turn. Whoosh! Cypher darted into a nearby inconspicuous alley, and at the far end of it stood a building covered in climbing vines, bearing a golden spindle emblem. It was the Goldweaver Workshop, Aglia's place. As soon as she saw it, Cypher did not hesitate. Swish! Bang! Cypher squeezed through the half-open door, then shut it behind her. Inside the workshop, the lighting was bright, and the air carried the pleasant scent of incense, threads, and fabric. Countless golden threads appeared and disappeared in the air, flowing slowly as if alive. Aglia, the owner of the workshop, sat before a massive loom. Her expression was calm and gentle as she enjoyed a long-lost pleasure, while her fingers deftly manipulated the golden threads, weaving intricate and splendid patterns. Now, Okima no longer had the parasites known as the Council of Elders, nor did it have to endure the black tide, so everything was peaceful. All of this was thanks to Lucian, and Aglia, who understood this well, had engraved it in her heart and gradually come to regard it as a form of faith. Unfortunately, that peace was interrupted. Thud! 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 Cypher slipped skillfully into a shadowed corner and hid just before urgent knocking sounded at the door. Aglia, did you see that thieving kitten? Hizelins shouted from outside the closed door. Yet Aglia, having heard both the knocking and Hizelins' voice, did not pause her hands in the slightest, merely lifting her eyes that seemed capable of seeing through fate itself and casting a glance toward a corner. Over there, Cypher was crouched behind a large basket filled with soft fabrics. Covered in dust, her cat ears pressed low against her head, and a fish skeleton still clenched between her teeth, Cypher blinked frantically at Aglia while silently mouthing the words, "Save me, seamstress." Seeing that, a trace of helpless amusement flickered across Aglia's eyes before she turned her head and answered the door. "A thieving kitten? You mean Cyphera?" "Yes, I saw her," Aglia said calmly, her face serene and utterly devoid of expression. "I saw her heading toward the Marmoreal Palace. No wonder she didn't even stop to greet me, so you were chasing her." Thankfully, Hizelin seemed to believe it. She runs fast. Next time I catch her, they'll yank her tail right off." And so, with the sound of water vapor shifting, Hizelin's presence quickly receded into the distance, clearly heading toward the Marmoreal Palace. In the next moment, Cypher climbed out of the fabric basket with a thump, leaving the cloth inside in complete disarray before collapsing onto the fine fabrics nearby and letting out a long, weary breath. "Phew, that scared me," Cypher said, patting her chest, then wiped the dust off her face before flashing Aglia a grin, showing off a mouthful of snowy teeth. "Thanks, seamstress. You're pretty reliable when it counts." Aglia glanced at the silk fabrics scattered across the floor, now dirted and thrown into disarray by the troublesome cat, and let out a helpless sigh as she rubbed her forehead. "Cyphera, you really can't stay calm for even a moment after coming back. Look how angry you've made Hizelins. You know she's nowhere near as easygoing as I am." As she spoke, she stopped the loom, rose to her feet, walked over to Cypher, and handed her a cup of water. "Don't push her too far. If she ends up borrowing one of Mr. Lucian's abilities to deal with you, you won't even have time to cry. By then, even I won't be able to save you." Aglia's voice remained as gentle as ever, unchanged from when they had first met 1,000 years ago. Hee. Cypher giggled, took the water, gulped down several mouthfuls, wiped her mouth, and began complaining while gesturing animatedly. "You don't get it. I was just trying to tease her a bit. Who knew she had gotten this strong now? You know what? She's way faster than before she almost grabbed my tail just now. I got tired from running, and she still wasn't tired at all, like she's got crazy stamina. Lucian's blessings are seriously useful, those red and green glows. Honestly, I kind of want them too. Requirements for Lucian's blessings, Cypher's innocence." Cypher giggled, took the water, gulped down several mouthfuls, wiped her mouth, and began complaining while gesturing animatedly. You don't get it. I was just trying to tease her a bit. Who knew she'd gotten this strong now? And oh what? She's way faster than before. She almost grabbed my tail just now. I got tired from running, and she still wasn't tired at all, like she's got crazy stamina. Lucian's blessings are seriously useful, those red and green glows. Honestly, I kind of want them too. Right after saying that, Cypher suddenly recalled Hizelin's saying that she would yank her tail right off the next time she caught her. A lingering fear immediately surfaced within her, and she instinctively reached back to touch the base of her tail before a trace of envy flashed through her blue eyes. I heard the abundance blessing basically makes you immortal, while the elation blessing boosts your strength. TCH, giving it to Hizelin's is such a waste. What if I could get his blessings too? Cypher's eyes began to sparkle with bright anticipation before she rubbed her hands together and started giggling to herself. Wouldn't that mean I could just walk around like I own the place? I could go anywhere and take whatever I want. Even if someone stabbed me right through, I wouldn't die. That'd be amazing. Aglia silently watched Cypher indulge in such reverie-like fantasies and gently shook her head, while a faint, indescribable smile lingered in her eyes. If you want to obtain his blessings, maybe you can. Aglia spoke slowly and deliberately paused, looking at Cypher's curious cat, ears perked upright. You have to ask whether he likes cats first, though. Her tone became somewhat subtle as she said that. Based on what Tribios, Mortis, Castoris, Polixia, and Hizelin's had privately revealed to her, Lucian always granted his blessings in the same manner. Mr. Lucian's blessings, after all, require Papa? Papa. What? At Aglia's words, Cypher failed to react immediately and could only tilt her head in confusion as she questioned Aglia, clearly having no idea what kind of riddle she was speaking in. What do you mean by Papa? Like clapping hands or something? Cypher asked in wonder before subconsciously glancing at her hands. Or maybe like spanking? As Aglia looked at Cypher's innocent expression and reaction, she found herself feeling a little awkward about how to explain it. Did this kitty really not understand? Or was she simply pretending not to? One had to remember that Cypher had lived for well over 1,000 years. Yet despite all that time, how could she still be this innocent? Had she spent all those years doing nothing but stealing without ever learning anything else? If it had been the former Aglia, the one who lacked humanity, she might have simply given up on explaining altogether. But now, with her humanity restored, a faint smile appeared on her face as an idea quietly surfaced in her mind. In the end, after a brief moment of hesitation, she decided it would be better to be more direct. Ahem, Papa means between a man and a woman, that kind of thing. You get it, right? Aglia tried to explain it in a subtle way that Cypher could still understand. As she spoke, she made an emphatic hand gesture, making her meaning unmistakably clear. Cypher blinked her eyes repeatedly in an adorably flustered manner for a moment before her small face flushed instantly. A deep crimson spread across her cheeks at a visible speed, rapidly traveling from the tips of her ears all the way down to the base of her neck, leaving her looking thoroughly embarrassed. Wah! Cypher let out a strange cry, then covered her burning face. Seamstress, what are you doing? Why, you're so shameless. Now that Aglia had finally learned how Lucian's blessings were received, she had never expected that the red-haired mother and daughter pair, along with the shy Castoris and the ever-stern Hizelin's, had all done that kind of thing with him. No wonder every time she asked Tribi and the other little Tri about the process of receiving Lucian's blessings, they would immediately blush from ear to ear, their faces turning bright red. Castoris and Hizelin's had been no different, always avoiding the subject and refusing to go into any real detail, no matter how much she pressed them. Now, at long last, she finally understood why they had reacted that way every single time she asked. Darn it. So you had T to be with him just to get his blessings? That guy's way more lustful than I expected. Cypher thought with embarrassment, and all of a sudden, she felt far less eager for Lucian's blessings. It was only natural, since to her, her purity mattered far more, her self-respect mattered far more. Now, the excitement that had filled her moments ago vanished without a trace, replaced by embarrassment and unease. Seeing Cypher's flustered expression, Aglia smiled faintly. Honestly, she hadn't expected that. Beneath all of Cypher's usual mischief and playful antics, she was still just a naive and innocent little kitty. Wandering alone for so many years couldn't have been easy for her. Weren't you just saying you wanted Mr. Lucian's blessings? Aglia asked with a teasing smile, tugging at the corners of her lips. If he likes cats, then you might have a chance, you know. Hearing that, Cypher immediately covered her face and shook her head vigorously, as though trying to banish the embarrassing thought from her mind. Nay, 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 let's just drop it. I'm still a kid. I'm not supposed to be hearing this stuff. A 1,000-year-old child like her indeed should not have been hearing such things. No matter how much time had passed, she was still a child at heart, making the topic far too inappropriate for her ears. Aglia, but I heard he is very, very handsome. Cypher, being handsome doesn't put food on the table. Nay, Aglia, he can create gold and silver. Cypher, I could just steal that myself. So nay, Aglia, he can grant you great power. Cypher, I don't want to trade my body for power. I'm good as I am. Aglia, he also has Cypher. Seamstress, why do I feel like you're playing matchmaker right now? If he's that great, why don't you just marry him yourself? At that, Aglia let out a helpless smile. It's not like I have a chance. If I did, would it even be your turn? Of course, that was only a joke. Even with her humanity restored, Aglia would never casually fall in love with a man she had never even met. From the very beginning, all she had ever wanted was merely the power necessary to protect her world and safeguard the people she cared about, nothing more. Besides, a being like Lucian was far beyond someone like her. From what Kaslana had told her, she was merely a data construct. While Lucian stood at a height, she could scarcely comprehend the gap between them was so vast that it seemed utterly impossible to bridge. Otherwise, why had her teacher Castor Ice and Hizelins all been drawn into a special dream to experience a second life with him, while she had never once been given such an opportunity? As that thought crossed her mind, Aglia lowered her gaze slightly, her long lashes casting faint shadows across her eyes. In her eyes, the answer seemed obvious. She had simply failed to catch Lucian's eyes. It looks like Hizelins is kind of crazy in love with him, too. You two aren't going to fight over him, are you? Cypher asked, still blushing as she quietly peeked through the gap between her fingers. Relax, seamstress, we're besties. He'll help you steal him from her when the time comes. Foo-foo. Aglia chuckled softly, a trace of amusement flickering across her beautiful face. Just don't end up stealing Mr. Lucian and keeping him all to yourself later. I wouldn't, Cypher said seriously, her gaze immediately turning firm. Do I look like that kind of person? If I steal him, they'll definitely give him to you. Just as those words left her mouth, she rested her chin on her hand, and her eyes gradually drifted as a sly grin slowly curled across her lips. A bold idea suddenly emerged in that restless, thief-like mind of hers, causing the mischievous glint in her eyes to grow even brighter. If I steal him and hide him in your room, then... Cypher paused, the tip of her tail lifting proudly. Hizelin's princess homebody and the others, they'd definitely panic and run around in circles, right? As she spoke, Cypher immersed herself in the thrilling fantasy of stealing a god, completely unaware that a faint yet irresistible drowsiness, like the finest threads, had quietly wrapped around her consciousness. But, Cypher let out a small yawn and rubbed her eyes. Stealing him, that might be kind of hard. I can't mess this up. Before she could finish, another, bigger yawn slipped out uncontrollably, and her eyelids suddenly felt as heavy as lead. Weird. Cypher shook her head, trying to stay awake, but the drowsiness came too quickly, too forcefully. Why? Am I suddenly so sleepy? Her voice grew softer and softer before her body slumped gently against a pile of fabric beside her. In that instant, her eyes could no longer open, and her consciousness sank as if into a warm ocean, rapidly fading. Huffed, huffed, just like that, without any warning whatsoever. Cypher fell asleep inside Aglia's workshop. Aglia instinctively reached out, intending to check on her condition. Yet the moment her fingers touched Cypher's figure, her hand passed straight through her body as though she were nothing more than an illusion. Even though the strange phenomenon lasted only an instant, it was more than enough for Aglia to understand what had happened. Lucian had cast his gaze upon this place, or, to be more precise, upon Cypher herself. After all, she knew very well that only those chosen by him would enter such an unusual state. Aglia remained silent as she quietly watched the sleeping Cypher, and after a long moment of silence, she finally let out a soft, helpless sigh. Ah, it really is whatever is spoken comes true. Too bad it wasn't me. Aglia slowly lifted her head and looked toward the ceiling. Her gaze seemed to pass through the roof of the workshop itself, reaching toward the boundless sky beyond as she murmured softly to herself. It seems he really does like cats. Dolos, the city of thieves. Cypher had a dream. She dreamed of her grandmother. She dreamed of the vicious nobles of Dolos. She dreamed of her 8-year-old self, when she suffered for years as everyone shouted at and struck her. In the dream, there was also a strange man who had influenced her entire life. Lucian's vision contracted as the scenery gradually came into focus through the blur. In the next moment, what appeared before him was a street bathed in somewhat glaring afternoon sunlight that spilled across the weathered stone buildings on either side, while the air hung heavy with dust, cheap spices, and the faint stench of decay drifting from somewhere nearby. He glanced around and saw that there were very few people on the street, making the entire place feel somewhat empty and desolate. Leaning casually against a mottled stone wall, he swept his gaze across the surroundings, taking in the worn storefronts and cracked stone pavement before it eventually settled on a brand-new wanted poster that had been nailed up with rough iron nails. On it, crooked large letters read, "At the end of the month of weaving, bread, a bag of dried fruit, and numerous candles were stolen from the temple. Though the value of the items may be trivial, sacrilege and disorder both merit severe punishment. The suspect is gray-haired, cat-eared, and of a slight build, considered agile and cunning. Exercise caution. A bounty is set, 5,000 for leads, 10,000 if captured alive. Like calendar year 3950. Below, it was a crudely drawn portrait of a small cat-eared figure with distinctly recognizable features. Even though the artwork was rough and lacking in detail, it was still enough for anyone familiar with the target to identify them at a glance. Lucian's gaze paused briefly on the portrait before the corner of his lips curved into a faint, amused smile. Needless to say, he was currently in the city of thieves, Dolos, and the cat-eared figure on the wanted poster was none other than the protagonist of the current script, Cypher. As his eyes remained fixed on the poster, a burst of noise suddenly rose from a nearby square, accompanied by fervent shouting and waves of excited cheers. He followed the sound to observe the commotion and soon discovered that a large crowd had gathered in the square, which explained why the street he was standing on was nearly empty. Lifting his gaze, he saw that at the center of the square, atop a raised stone platform, stood a pot-bellied priest dressed in a luxurious white robe trimmed with gold. At this moment, his fleshy face was flushed with excitement as he waved his short, fat arms while delivering a speech to the believers below, spittle flying from his mouth with nearly every word. Seemingly amplified by some kind of device, his voice had been increased several-fold, echoing throughout the square and carrying a sense of exaggerated fervor that sounded more theatrical than sincere. By Kephal's grace, let's praise and give thanks for this beautiful world. Integrity, honesty, mercy, let us water our souls with virtue and use love to temper tragedy. He spread his arms wide, as though embracing the heavens themselves. Wealth and possessions are worthless to the Titans, yet they can serve as proof of your devotion. Before his words had even fully fallen, the crowd erupted into even more frenzied cheers. Silks and fine garments, freshly prepared delicacies, shimmering jewels, and all manner of valuables were hurled toward the platform as though they were worthless trash. One offering after another piled up beneath the stage, quickly forming a small hill. Seeing the scene, a deeply satisfied smile spread across the priest's chubby face. Shun the Chrysos' heirs' raving lies. Have faith in Kephael. So long as we pray earnestly, the God shall deliver salvation. Ironically, throughout the square filled with prisons, flowing filth and haggard figures, the sounds of whipping and wailing never ceased. Especially the sharp cracks of lashes and the cries of suffering intertwined with the priest's passionate sermon, forming a stark and almost absurd contrast. Lucian watched the ironic spectacle before him and listened to those hypocritical words with a calm, unmoving expression. Only a faint trace of mockery lingered in his eyes, as though he were merely watching a poorly written comedy unfold on a stage. As expected of Dolos, the city of thieves that had long since been ruined by its corrupt nobles, the scene before him was truly unsettling. Just as the priest's voice grew increasingly impassioned and the crowd sank deeper into religious frenzy, a sudden disturbance erupted at the edge of the square. "Catch her! Catch that thief! Damn it! Don't let her get away!" Sharp curses and furious roars tore through the false hymn, shattering the solemn atmosphere that had filled the square. Lucian looked toward the source of the commotion and saw a small gray figure desperately weaving through the shifting crowd. It was a little girl with messy gray hair stained with dirt. A pair of cat ears atop her head was pressed tightly against her scalp from tension, while a similarly gray tail stretched stiffly behind her, betraying the anxiety and urgency she could no longer conceal. He naturally recognized her instantly, Cypher, who was still only called Cyphera. Cyphera ran extremely fast, her movements exceptionally agile as she darted left and right through the dense crowd like a streak of gray lightning. Despite her fragile-looking frame, she slipped through narrow gaps with remarkable precision, constantly changing direction to avoid being caught. Behind her, a large number of people were chasing her. More than a dozen missionaries and guards, armed with clubs, spears, and ropes, pursued her relentlessly through the crowd. Their faces twisted with ferocity as furious curses continuously poured from their mouths, while they shoved people aside in their determination to catch her. From the way they moved, they were clearly familiar with the terrain, constantly attempting to cut off her escape routes and surround her from multiple directions. Needless to say, Cyphera's current situation was perilous, as evidenced by the fresh wounds scattered across her face and arms. Golden drops of blood occasionally fell from those wounds amid the chaos, their unusual color particularly striking against the dusty ground beneath her feet. Cyphera squeezed through the crowd, but because the bread in her hand had been lost somewhere along the way, she suddenly stopped and looked around frantically for it. Her anxious gaze swept across the ground again and again, desperately searching for the piece of bread she had risked so much to obtain. Yet what greeted her was not the bread she sought, but a surging tide of condescending faces. Countless eyes looked down on her from above. Some carried ridicule, some carried disgust, and others watched with detached amusement, as though observing a struggling animal rather than a frightened little girl. In an instant, her legs gradually weakened as the mocking gazes and threatening smiles blurred before her eyes. For a brief moment, Cyphera seemed frozen in place. However, with the sounds of pursuit already ringing in her ears and growing closer with every passing second, she quickly bit her lip, turned around, and continued running in panic, fleeing toward the direction of the city wall. Lucian silently watched as that disheveled girl rushed past him at a distance of less than a step. a gust of wind brushing against his clothes as she passed. In that fleeting moment, he caught a glimpse of the mixture of fear, stubbornness, and a trace of resolve within her blue pupils. Even cornered to such an extent, she still had not given up. Seeing her retreating figure disappear deeper into the crowd, Lucian calmly stepped forward and followed after her. A while later, on the city wall that towered hundreds of meters into the air, Sifra was ultimately driven to the very edge. Watching her pursuers close in with vicious smiles on their faces, she glanced downward and saw only the swift, icy waters of the moat far below. Clearly, there was nowhere left for her to retreat. Run, you little wretch. Run some more. Break her legs. Let's see if she still dares to steal again. I remember her the last old cat got thrown off here too. Didn't even leave any bones behind. Hearing those words, Sifra pressed her back tightly against the cold stone wall and gasped for breath. Her small face had turned pale from exhaustion, yet her blue eyes remained firmly fixed on the approaching pursuers, burning with defiance and untamed wildness. In the end, after realizing that there truly was no way out, she gritted her teeth as a flash of determination crossed her eyes, then suddenly turned around, grabbed the edge of the wall, and closed her eyes, clearly intending to throw herself over. Standing calmly atop a nearby watchtower, Lucian raised an eyebrow slightly as he watched what Sifra was about to do. In the instant her body leaned past the wall and her center of gravity tipped completely outward, he finally moved. With a ghost-like step, Lucian crossed dozens of meters in a single instant without any earth-shaking display or dramatic burst of power. Just as Sifra's feet left the ground entirely, he appeared behind her, his slender yet powerful hand firmly grasping the back of her collar. As effortlessly as lifting a cat, Lucian pulled her suspended body back from the brink and set her down on the inner side of the wall. His movements were so fast that not only did the nearby pursuers fail to react, but even Sifra herself remained completely unaware, her eyes still shut as she believed she was continuing to fall. He knew that even if this little cat had jumped, she would not have died so easily. Still, this was the perfect opportunity for a dramatic entrance, so there was no way he was going to let it pass by. Oh, not bad, kiddo. You did pretty well. Yeah, we're not going to let this thief die that easily. Now hand her over. We'll take her back and give her a nice little interrogation. Let's clean her up. She's still useful to us, after all. We can have our way with her first. As soon as they saw Lucian catch Sifra, the missionaries and guards immediately surrounded the pair, their clubs and spears raised without the slightest restraint. Lucian, however, did not even spare them a glance, and merely waved his free hand casually as an invisible force suddenly surged upward from the ground. Whoosh! In an instant, more than a dozen burly missionaries and guards were struck as though by a massive tidal wave. Ugh! Arg! Ah, dash! Crying out in agony, they were sent flying through the air before crashing violently into the city wall, where they remained embedded, their bodies going limp and lifeless. Originally, they could have lived, considering that Sifra had been the one in the wrong for stealing in the first place. However, the moment the words, "Her boat is still warm. Might as well get some use out of her first," reached Lucian's ears, he immediately decided that every last one of them deserved to die. It wasn't difficult to imagine that these noble lackeys had committed similar atrocities countless times before and had never once shown the common people even the slightest mercy. 17. TCH still killed too few. Lucian remarked coldly as he gazed at the corpses of the missionaries and guards embedded in the wall. As the surroundings abruptly fell silent, Sifra, whose heart was still pounding wildly from shock, finally opened her eyes and discovered that she was somehow still standing atop the city wall. Only then did she realize that someone seemed to be holding her by the collar at the back of her neck. In the next second, she immediately turned around and found herself face to face with an incomparably handsome stranger. "Now let me go." Sifra instantly struggled in panic, thrashing frantically and hissing at Lucian, truly resembling a frightened stray cat cornered by danger. Somewhat helpless, Lucian ultimately released her, and the moment he did, Sifra hurriedly retreated several steps, putting at least 10 meters between them. With a tense expression, she glanced at the lifeless missionaries and guards embedded in the wall before looking back at him. Without saying a single word, Sifra immediately turned around and ran. Golden blood dripped continuously onto the ground behind her, making it obvious that her condition was far from good. Yet she paid it no attention and continued fleeing desperately. Clearly, even after being rescued by Lucian, she did not feel the slightest sense of safety. Lucian made no attempt to chase after her, simply standing where he was and watching as the little cat slipped into the crowd before gradually disappearing from sight. What a troublesome kitten. Couldn't even say thanks. Lucian understood very well that, compared to domestic cats, stray cats were far more wary of people. And for one that had been mistreated for so long, earning its trust was naturally not something that could be accomplished overnight. Well, no worries. We've still got plenty of time ahead of us.